Hey everybody, I think we live. It say we live. So y'all let me know. I got my microphone on today. I know when I be talking the other way, y'all say when I get loud, and I might get loud tonight, okay? Y'all say my microphone go out. So I have the other microphone in, but y'all let me know that y'all can hear me, okay, on this microphone. Okay. Before we get started, I need to know that y'all can hear me. Oh, here we go already. Here we go. Here we go. I beg to differ. It's the whites' mindset and their DNA that is the biggest problem. Okay, I'm gonna tell y'all tonight. I didn't even plan on going live. Okay, you guys can't hear me good. Okay, I didn't even plan on going live. Okay, but y'all pissing me off. And when I say y'all, you know who you is. I gotta get this disclaimer. If the shoe don't fit, don't wear it. But if it fits you, put it on your feet tied up and run around in the shoes. Okay. Um, some of y'all might want to unsubscribe from me tonight because I'm getting ready to talk to some of my subscribers that are in my comment section. And then for the people who feel the need to send me these long ass college dissertation papers in my email, I actually get offended by that. Like, I don't have no problem when we are disagreeing. You don't have to agree with everything that I say. But the fact that you don't agree with something I've said does not mean that you need to bring your ass into my email and spend 30 minutes writing a whole goddamn 7 paragraph. 3 of you motherfuckers did it. A whole 7 paragraph thing about why you're disappointed in me. Bitch, I don't know you. Nigga, I don't know you. I don't know you. Okay? Y'all be losing your mind online. I don't know you niggas, okay? Let's be clear about that. I don't give a damn about you being disappointed in me. How about this? You don't have the right to be disappointed in me. I don't owe you shit for you to approve of. It's called being grown adults, and it's called, if you don't agree, let's agree to disagree. But when y'all go to the extent that you want to browbeat me or chastise me, nigga, ain't none of you my mama or my daddy. And then you want to go through all of these emotions about how you feel, that you that upset because let me tell you something. Every time I open my mouth, everybody not finna agree with me. Be grown and just agree to disagree. Some of y'all perspectives, we're going to talk about Karmelo tonight, but not in the way that you might think. I'm not talking about the Charleston white black people. I'm not talking about the people who are trying to say, oh, this boy, he a problem, he this and he that. I'm not talking about those black folks. I'm actually talking about the black people who are willing to throw our children away, who don't want to fucking face reality, and who think that the stuff you're saying is okay. Y'all throw our kids away all day for the name of black power, and none of you old niggas that's screaming, oh, I ain't mad about this. You wouldn't sacrifice nothing a bus of grape. That's your problem. So we're going to talk about some of these comments and emails y'all sent me. And then I had a call-in show the other night that I want to refer back to. If you guys missed it, you can go watch the Saturday call-in. And it's probably the last 2 hours because it's 6 or 7 hours. So we get into the Karmelo Anthony conversation in the last 2 hours. And there are some brothers that come in there, and we'll talk about that in a minute. We'll get to that in a minute. And they start talking about this prison life. And so many of y'all was upset with me talking about, I need to have a positive outlook. Don't be signing and sealing that boy doom. Nigga, signing and stealing nobody doom. You should be worried about the judge, the jury, and everybody else. Nothing I say is going to have anything to do in the destiny of Karmelo. Okay, let's be clear. But y'all be in so much denial. What I have really realized is that y'all attitude is why you don't support these fucking kids, why you don't do nothing about the issues we have, because you niggas is delusional about, oh, let's just keep a positive mindset. The only thing you forgot to add was in the name of dumbass Jesus, right? Y'all all play that game, and then y'all so quick to be you proud of what Karmelo did? This black power to you? That's crazy to me. That you niggas beat your chest over a child throwing their life away. When if none of your black asses, if you was in the same situation, you wouldn't have threw your life away like that. But you want to be able to beat your chest, even though this child done probably threw his life away for the name of black power, so you can feel good. when you ain't sacrificing nothing. Most of y'all running your mouth, you ain't even donated to this boy fund. I'm gonna need y'all to be quiet because y'all a problem in our community. You really are a problem in our community. So I want Samantha was your name, and Tinsdale was your name in my email. Your mother. I don't give a damn how long you've been following me. I'm going to tell you right now, you're a stupid ass person. And for as long as you've been following me, for those of you that say you're day ones, you ought to know better than that dumb shit you sent to my email. And if you want to unsubscribe tonight, I want you niggas to unsubscribe. We're about 215 subscribers away from 100,000. I wouldn't give a damn if 10,000 of you niggas unsubscribe tonight. We're going to actually give you an opportunity to do just that. See, I don't give a fuck about these views. I'm not here for these numbers. I don't be here every day. This content creation shit is not my goddamn life. Matter of fact, I said today I was going to take off. See, I'm going to teach no class today. I ain't got no consultations today. I didn't have to do anything today. I said I wasn't editing no videos. I wasn't going live. And here I am still trying to find something to do. But y'all mindset pissed me off because I'm a mother of 5 children. For any of you that are not a parent, I need y'all to first and foremost shut up. I need you to really shut up if you ain't got no kids, okay? Let's be clear about that. If you don't have no children, I want you to shut all the way up, okay? Because you shouldn't have an opinion about what this boy should or shouldn't have done because you don't have kids. So from a parent's perspective, I just want you and your non-parent self to be quiet. I want you to be quiet, okay? Okay? Let me also say to everybody, you can like this video, share this video, subscribe if you have not. Now, if you would like to thumbs down the video, you're more than welcome to do that, but you're here, so do something. If you want to unsubscribe, you have that opportunity to do that now too. So do either one, but God damn it, do something, okay? This video tonight is not on MX Network because I wasn't planning on going live. So I didn't take the time to set it up. You know, there's behind the scenes things you have to do in order to do that. I don't even plan to be here long. So you can't go watch this on MX Network. You're stuck with whatever commercials are here tonight. But in the future, if you would like to watch my lives without any commercial interruption on YouTube, you can actually go to the description box in this video and you can subscribe to MX Network. You can get your free subscription. You can always watch the lives with that, at least while I'm live, right? After that, if you missed it, that's another thing. You're gonna have to be a paid subscriber, okay? So y'all go and do that for me. Let's just get into this and let's read. I don't know, and I might drop the link. You know, y'all get about it, but the thing I think that really bothers me is that in y'all boutedness, y'all gangsters in the comment section, but you will never take that idiotic mindset that y'all have and the stuff that you say. You would never, when I drop the link, come up here and debate your thought process. Because what's going to happen is you say dumb stuff out your mouth. You write dumb stuff in the comment section. You email me dumb stuff. But if we really had to have a back and forth conversation, and I'm talking about with no cussing, no yelling, I could be respectful to you if you're respectful to me. When you let that dumb stuff start to slip out your mouth and you get challenged by somebody who can actually challenge your perspective, you find that you niggas have these perspectives that you don't even have a good argument for. That's why y'all be scared to click the link. So we'll see if we're going to click the link tonight. We'll see if that's something that y'all want to do. I doubt it. And let me tell you something. Y'all so tough in the name of Black Power. Y'all want Karmelo to throw his life away. Y'all want all our youth to just throw their life away in the name of Black Power. But you scared to click a link and speak in the name of Black Power. I'm going to really need y'all to shut the hell up. Shout out to Walter. Thank you, Walter. Walter over here showing love. Normally, Walter be on MX Network showing love. He said, if you ain't over there tonight, fuck it, I'm going to show the love over here. Thank you very much. Alonzo says, I'll debate you on this subject. Alonzo, I'll drop the link for you. It's amazing how you said you want to debate me. Do you even know my fucking perspective? Because I ain't even went into what my problem is, sir. But I'll drop the link for you. If you're going to come up here, Alonzo, because I believe I know who you are, you're going to talk to me about this topic. If you're going to come up here on other bullshit, I'm not in your mood. I'm not in the mood for that shit tonight, nigga. So make sure if you come up here, you keep the conversation to what it is. I don't want to talk about nothing else but what we talking about. So be clear about that, okay? And make sure when I drop the link, you eager to click it just like you eager to say that shit in here. Because y'all say that shit all the time. And when I drop the link, you're nowhere to be found. Somehow you took a bathroom break. Somehow your Wi-Fi went down a little bit. Somehow you got to plug in your router or reset that bitch, but you don't be nowhere to be found. Shout out to Angela. Thank you for the super sticker. Angela said, I just want to show some love. I got nothing to say in here. Thank you for that. So that's what I asked. I'll drop it for you though. I drop it for you though. Drop it like it's hot, nigga. Okay. So let me read somebody for you. And this comment I think sums up everybody that has a problem with my video from the other day. So let me go in here and read. And I'm gonna say your name. If you want to leave, you can. You know what I'm saying? So y'all come in here and say y'all stuff. I mean, it's a public comment, so you don't have no problem. No problem with somebody knowing you said the shit, right? So the rich bimbo, the rich bimbo. I want to start there. Your name is the rich bimbo. You proud to call yourself a bimbo, but you have something to say to me, girl. You know what I want to say to you, right? If somebody a day where you already know I want to tell you where the fuck you could go. I need you to change your name for you ever try to educate me on anything. I don't know why you probably would go around calling yourself a bimbo. But the rich bimbo sums it up for everybody that was in my comment section and everything else. She says to me, this is the first time that I disagree with Meech. And she puts disagree in all capital letters. I first want to say, I don't give a fuck. It's probably not going to be the last time you disagree with me. So let's be clear. As grown adults, we have to learn how to agree to disagree with each other. It's fine. You don't have to agree with me. I don't agree with some of you people. So it's fine. We have panels. On our panels, we agree to disagree sometimes. I don't know where you be, bimbo, when we do this stuff. I mean, it's all right. It's called being an adult. We can disagree with each other. It's all right. Do you think that every perspective I bring has to appease you and all the other thousands of people that watch this channel when I go live? I mean, I want you to know, but you are a bimbo. You said so, not me. You are a bimbo. But let me inform you, bimbo, that it's really impossible to have thousands and thousands of people to agree with every single thing that you say. Like, it's bound to happen. I think every show there's something I say that somebody doesn't agree with me. It's called being grown and agreeing to disagree. Okay. Then she says she's normally on it. Baby girl, I'm on it every motherfucking show I have. I'm on it all the time. Whether I'm doing good, my show is on fire, Amici spitting the truth, it's really not based on your opinion. It's just based on who I am and what I do. Okay. So let's be clear. I'm always on it. All right, girl. So she's normally on it, but she is clearly misinformed. Me? I don't know what I'm talking about, but you the bimbo. Texas is an open carry state, which means it doesn't matter why he had a knife. So let me inform the bimbo that says that I'm misinformed that open carry has nothing to do with a knife, girl. Open carry states are places where you can carry a gun in the open. You can have it in your truck. You can have it on your hip. You can open carry so you can walk around with your gun on you. That law has nothing to do with the knife. So you seem to be misinformed. Matter of fact, in every state, you can carry a knife with you. You don't need a permit to carry a knife. You don't need to hold it in the open to carry a knife. Like, a knife is actually something anybody can carry, okay? Open carry pertains to firearms, you dumb bitch. So seems like you actually misinformed at this point. All right. But let's carry on with the rest of your bimbo comment. Because you echo so many other people's comments. So I thought you summed it up really nice. Good job, bimbo. So you say clearly he had a reason to have it. He was racially accosted by two twin males much larger than him and had to neutralize the threat. We should never justify racial terrorism, and if it comes to death to defend yourself, so be it. Now, she says some other stuff, but I want to stop right there. I'm offended by that comment, and I'm going to tell you why I am. I have been around this country in a lot of places, and I've watched a lot of Black people actually be accosted by real racists, and I've seen their life actually be in danger. And for you to say that he was accosted by two people, ma'am, that is not the word, and that is actually not what happened that day. And then you said that they terrorized him. Do you know the definition of terrorize? See, I know a young man named DeMontario who was terrorized by some real white supremacists. And he was dropping off a package in his FedEx truck with his FedEx uniform on. And they decided to start shooting at his truck and not let him pass because they said they thought he was stealing a package, even though clearly he's FedEx. Then they got in their car and they chased him down the freeway for over a mile until he got to the freeway and left to get out of their town and shot at them. It was holes in the back of the truck. It was holes in packages. His life was threatened that day, and he was terrorized by those white men. And then later, he was terrorized by the police department, who was related to them, who actually protected the family and harassed DeMontario and his mother. And then the court system did what they always do and tried to justify what happened. They found loopholes and ways to dismiss this case with a fucking mistrial, and then they decided to never try it again. Girl, you're going to have to do better than that if you're going to talk to me about terrorism, racism, white supremacists doing stuff, and people being accosted, okay? Okay? See, this is what I don't like what we do. When we want to talk about racial issues in this country, there are levels to them, okay? And I don't need you to put the biggest levels on something that's actually not that level, because you bring disrespect to people like Michael and Eddie, who were in their house minding their fucking business, and 6 off-duty police officers who are a part of a racist organization broke into their house illegally, tortured them physically, mentally, sexually for hours, and then they shot Michael in the face. But he happened to survive, but they tried to set the boy up. See, people like that are offended when you take that type of a situation that happened with Anthony and you dare to give it the word and the labels that you have. I think Michael and Eddie were terrorized that night in their home for hours on end. You're not finna compare what happened with Anthony to that. So I'm gonna need y'all to bring it down a little bit. Y'all love talking real big about anything that has to do with a black person and a white person in this country. And all I'm saying is, when y'all take situations that are not to the extreme it is, and play the race card, and I'm not saying this doesn't have a race card, so get the fuck out your feelings, but I'm just giving you another object. We're quick to play the race card when it's not a race issue. For those of us that watch real racist issues, or we really watch people's lives be in danger, or people's lives actually be taken by racists, and we see these issues, and then y'all want to conflate issues that are not the same. You cannot compare them. It actually muddies the water. And it pisses us off for those that had to live through that shit, and for those that try and help those cases, that we have to see those families walk in their pain, shed tears with them, and be with them through the years that it takes for them to get justice. I'm offended that y'all label everything the same, because it's not. Okay, Bimbo? So let me come over here if I forget, because I didn't mean to be here today. This is straight passion, and I'm just on the roll. So I want to say shout out if I forget. Shout out to Jay Hutzler. Shout out to you. Says much love to me. Thank you for the super chat, and much love back to you. Thank you for that. So let me finish her statement. She says, I'm quite disappointed that you wasn't firm on self-defense, considering how Black folks are treated in this country. My perspective is absolutely because of how Black folks are treated in this country. Right. And I'm going to tell you again, I don't give a fuck if you're disappointed in me. Girl, you're not my mother. I don't know you. I've never met you. You're not my children. You're not anybody that I hold to. I don't know you. I don't know you. I'm sure your name is even the rich bimbo. I don't know if you're a Kimberly or Samantha. I don't know if you're a white lady, but I don't know you, bitch. So you being disappointed in me, that's kind of a you problem. It ain't got a motherfucking thing to do with me, because I don't really care. I don't know you, okay? So you're disappointed in me that I didn't stand firm on self-defense. Also, stop projecting. He's not in jail yet. He was released on bail. The fight still is alive. First of all, bitch, I didn't project nothing. When I said the nigga was in jail, Anthony was in fucking jail. You know, he just made bail. He was in jail. And you stupid ass bimbo bitch, when I'm talking about Anthony spending his life in jail, I'm talking about the prison sentence that he's not won the case yet. You know, there's still a whole lot in front of him that this boy have to deal with. So let's talk about the reality and how it is our community is like this bimbo, and y'all are so quick to want to throw this boy underneath the bus in the name of Black empowerment. Now, I know she thinks that her statement is supporting Anthony and upholding Anthony, and that I'm the one discouraging what Anthony did. You're right, I am. I am. I am. And you know why I am? I am because I'm tired of watching our young youth, especially our Black boys, get their lives thrown away and spend it on the plantation called the prison. I don't understand how all of y'all have so much cheerleader in your voice for what he did. Because I don't care what y'all say, and I'll ask y'all in the chat. Are y'all really finna tell me that the situation that arose, I want y'all to tell me in the chat a yes or a no. Do you believe that the way Anthony handled Karmelo handled what he did, the way he handled it, was that the only route he could have taken? And do you think it was the best route? I don't give a fuck. Somebody said Kyle Rittenhouse is free. He's a white boy. Why the fuck do you keep comparing our Black children to Kyle Rittenhouse? That's a problem. Either you acknowledge the racism in this country or you don't. Which one is it going to be? Somebody said Kyle Rittenhouse free. Show me where the fuck Kyle Rittenhouse is anywhere in this country equal to the Black boy we talking about. I don't care if he got away with what he did. What does that have to do with what we talking about right now? Why are you comparing our Black boys to white boys as though they get treated equally in the court system? So somebody said yes. Most of y'all said no. This is my thing. When I look at the situation of what happened, first somebody said he had all rights to have a knife. First of all, I thought that the event was at a high school. So let me say this. I want to reiterate this. I found out that it was actually at like a park that was for the community. So if he's coming to the park in the community, he may have caught the bus. I don't disagree with the boy having a weapon on him. Our society is crazy, especially if that fits. But let me reiterate, if this was a school function and you're on the school grounds, no, our children should not have to feel that they should carry weapons to school on the school ground. Because if you remove the white aspect and the Black aspect, and this was an all Black school with Black kids, would you want any of those kids carrying a gun or a knife to school? So if they got into a fight, they could be shooting or stabbing other Black teenage children? No, it's a school ground. So if it was on a school ground and it was a school event, I'm still standing in the fact of kids shouldn't be taking fucking weapons to school. I'm standing firm in that, okay? If you don't like it, I don't give a motherfucking fuck, bitch. How about that? We can agree to disagree right there. There's no reason for a kid to bring a weapon to school. And if it's your kid that get hurt by the weapon, then all of a sudden you'll want to know, why is there a kid with a weapon on school grounds? But if it's at a public park, that is a different thing. I don't have a problem with the fact that Karmelo had a weapon. He could have been catching a bus to the event. Who knows? He traveling through the city. That's different. This wasn't a school grounds. But if it was, don't no kid should have a weapon on school grounds. I'm not changing my fucking mind on that, okay? Next thing is, Karmelo is underneath the bleachers. The boys come over there. Now, I'm not saying that the white boys are right at all. At the end of the day, you should learn to leave people the fuck alone. You shouldn't bother folks. You should leave them alone. It's raining. The white boy comes from underneath the tent, according to witnesses, and comes under the tent where Karmelo is. They get into a verbal altercation. He says, leave me alone or whatever. He's trying to push him in the rain from underneath the tent. Nobody's saying the white boy is right? And tell him he got to leave. Karmelo tells him, touch me and see what happens. The boy touches him. Okay. And then he says, hit me and see what happens. And he goes into his bag. Then the boy hits him. This is according to the police report now, y'all. Okay. So for all of y'all who claim I'm misinformed, it's called the Freedom Information Act. You can actually, any of y'all can go on the site and you can ask for them to release the police report so that you can read it. Okay. So this is according to the police report. Okay. So they're going back and forth, but they're not fighting. It's a verbal. He says, touch me and see what happens. So the white boy being a smart ass touches him. Then after that, he says, hit me and see what happens. He goes in his book bag, right? Somebody said, yes, but police lie all the time. What is being read in the police report, nigga, is not from what the police said. This is testimony from the witnesses and what Karmelo said happened. When you get to read, do you know that when you go to jail, the police report, you watch TV, don't you? Some shit on TV is true. You know how the police question witnesses and they question you. What do they ask the person to do? They hand you a piece of paper and a pen and they say, please write down what you saw. So I just want y'all to know that what I'm reading is not the police's opinion. This in the report, this is what witnesses have said. And Anthony has stated what happened between them as well. Somebody says the report sounds made up. There's an actual black man who says the same fucking thing, and he has gone live. I have a clip of it. I will put the shit up after this on my page and you can watch it. There's a black man who is not against what happened to Anthony. He supports Anthony and hopes everything is good with him. He was under the same tent with his two daughters to get out of the rain. He stated that's what happened too. Now it sounds made up. Even if another nigga said it, huh? Y'all just want to believe that this boy, that both them, that first of all, it was an altercation between him and one twin. The other twin was standing there, but the physical activity happened between him and one twin. Y'all want to believe that they was jumping on this boy and beating his ass and stomping on him and punching on him. Like, yeah, if that was the case, this might be different. But I'm sorry to tell y'all, that is not what was happening. It's not what was happening. Okay? It's not what was happening. Somebody said, Karmelo, did he instigate the fight? No, he didn't instigate the fight. He didn't. And not at all. Somebody said, didn't know it was my witness statement. My bad. Okay, sorry. Shout out to D Major. I ain't mad at you, D Major. I didn't even know that was you said it. I just saw you comment. D Major, you all right with me? No, Anthony did not instigate anything. Did you hear what I said? It was raining. People came and ran underneath the tent so that they could get out of the rain. All kind of people were under tents. It's not about whose team. Also, do you know that Karmelo was part of sports there, and that the white boys don't even play on the goddamn track team, so they wasn't under anybody's. They were supposed to be there under nobody's tent. It was raining. It wasn't about the players. People were going underneath the tents and going to their car to get out of the rain. Under that same tent was a black man with his two daughters. He's not on the team at all. Neither were his daughters. They were trying to get out of the rain. The white boys come from underneath a whole nother tent. They weren't even under there with Karmelo. They come from the other tent, come over to him and tell him he's not supposed to be there. Karmelo is on the phone. So no, he did not instigate anything. Those two twins should mind their business and learn to leave people alone. And on top of trying to get him from underneath the tent and push him from underneath it, telling him he got to go, it's pouring down raining. So you're trying to push this boy in the rain. I'm not finna say that these boys weren't messing with him, but they do have this verbal interaction. He tells the boy, touch me and see what happens. The boy touches him. Karmelo gives him another warning. He says, hit me and see what I do to you. So the boy hits him. And as he's saying, see what I do to you, he's pulling the knife out of his backpack. But as he's getting it out, it's so fast. A lot of people in the tent don't realize that he's grabbing a knife out of his back. I don't think the white boy even realized that. So the white boy, I guess, hits him. He doesn't punch him in his face or anything, but like he hits him, right? Versus just touching him. Like, oh, you know how kids are. First time he touch him, like, what you gonna do? Then he hits him, okay? That's when Karmelo takes the knife, stabs him one time right in his heart. Boom. That's what happened. So with that being said, there are parents, there are coaches, there are students, there are people all around at this event. So I'm going to say to y'all again, do y'all really think that that's the best way that Karmelo could have handled this situation? Not because the white boys were wrong and it's some racist stuff. I don't know, maybe it is. I still haven't seen that. It's not like there's anything added in it that says, they called him niggas or nothing like that. So, of course, whenever we see white and black, we always say that first. But my thing is that I'm looking at what has happened here and in the facts of the court. Nothing has been brought out that it was a racist instigation. So even if that is the case, there's nothing like that that will be said in the courtroom. But this is my thing. Y'all want to beat y'all chest because a black boy was being picked on by a white boy and he took his life. So in the name of black power, y'all want to cheer about that? I don't. And you know why I don't? I don't because Karmelo is throwing his life away. As a mother, if Karmelo was my son, I would have wanted him to handle that different. You know who else wants Karmelo to have handled that different? Karmelo. You know who else wishes Karmelo had handled that different? His daddy, his mama, his siblings. Because now that the situation is over, they realize everything that he has sacrificed in a moment of a heated emotion and not thinking too clearly, which is what children at his age do. But for the sake of y'all to scream black power, do none of y'all care about the fact of what's going to happen to Karmelo? That's my problem. This is why I said I wish he wouldn't have done what he did. I wish he would have just squabbled up with them. I wish he would have gotten to an altercation. He would have pushed the boy back. Somebody said the other day, I said, he pushed you, push it back, push the nigga off the bleachers. If he fall down, somebody said he could have fallen, broke his neck. But let me tell you something about the law. If he pushed you and you pushed him back, but he started it, he hit you first, he pushes you and you're on bleachers. You push him back even though you're on bleachers. Guess what? That is self-defense, even if he died, because the measure of force that he uses would be the same measure of force. Everybody keeps saying it's 2 against 1. The other brother was there, but the altercation was only between him and one. Stop talking to me and talk about the facts of it. Somebody says, Michi, you wrong. Bitch, I'm going to drop the link and you can come tell me how I'm wrong. I'm wrong because I'm sad that this boy done threw his life away. If he had gotten into a fight with the boy and pushed the boy, that is not the same as stabbing someone in their heart because they pushed you. It's not the same sense of force. This is the thing. Y'all tell me in the comment section, since Anthony Karmelo, he took it to lethal force. He stabbed the boy one time right in his heart. A reasonable person would say, that's just like putting a gun to somebody's head and shooting him in the head. You should understand if you stab somebody in the heart, they're probably going to die, right? So you smart niggas in the comment section, tell me at what point in this altercation, even in the one you've made up in your mind by not reading the facts, tell me at what point was Karmelo's life in danger? Go ahead. I'm gonna wait. At what point was Karmelo's life in danger in this interaction? That it's okay for him to have used deadly force. I love how y'all say dumb shit like this is a stand your ground state. That's the fact, and the fact is the fact. Y'all always are so hopeful when it's a nigga. So none of y'all have told me at what point this boy's life was in danger. And what you don't understand is the conversation we're having here is kind of the conversation that's going to go on in the courtroom. I don't give a fuck what you feel. I don't give a fuck what you think. Your fucking opinion doesn't matter on the fact of how the law works, dumbasses. And here y'all go with, this is a stand your ground state. Do y'all think by saying that that is a default that makes any type of interaction you have right? You know, underneath stand your ground, there's also stipulations in what qualifies as stand your ground. If your dumbasses was on the call-in show the other night, Q Butter actually pulled up what the definition of stand your ground law is in Texas. We went and looked at it. And it does talking about you being in imminent danger. Those were the specific words in it. Go look it up for your damn self since y'all so smart. Go look it up. Go look it up. Now, what point, y'all, let's go with that then. At what point was Karmelo in imminent danger? Tell me that. Now, y'all gonna get mad at me because you don't like what I'm saying, but this is what the courtroom is gonna argue. So get the fuck out of your feelings, because the bottom line is that this boy's life can be thrown away and gone for good. And y'all want to play this game of denial. You want to be delusional. You want to talk to me about laws? The next question you can answer in the comment section for me is, when the fuck have the laws? Y'all see, y'all scream racism between the boys. This was racism. But it's amazing how you forgot how racism worked when it comes to the justice system. Y'all so hopeful that this is going to work for him, right? See, it's funny how y'all know how racism works when you want to talk about the altercation. But when it comes to racism, all of a sudden y'all draw a blank and you actually think that the laws of this land and the criminal justice system, that it works the same way for other people as it works for us. That's what y'all think now? That's what y'all think now. It says he has to be in imminent danger. God damn, somebody says the law don't say his life have to be threatened. It says he has to be in imminent danger. Go look up imminent danger, nigga. I want all of y'all to stop trying to talk to me when you don't know what the fuck you be talking about. Why don't somebody that got a bachelor's degree in criminal justice talk to me about what the laws are? See, because I studied procedural law, substantive law, constitutional law. I've studied all of that. I have a fucking degree. So I don't care what you niggas think. Talk to me about what facts are. Nigga says that the law don't say your life got to be in danger. No, it doesn't read it that way, nigga. It says imminent danger. Now go look up the definition of that. And again, y'all gonna have an attitude because I'm not gonna be delusional with y'all and scream black power and act like this is a proud moment when a young black boy's life has been thrown away. That's what y'all want me to do. You want me to play delusion with y'all. The fact that y'all are so proud of the fact that this happened and you claim this some black power shit makes y'all sad. Most of y'all talking in my comment section, you're grown adults. And you don't have a problem with the fact that this boy, he could have handled this another way. So if he didn't pull out the knife and stab him in his chest, like, could he have pulled out the knife and stabbed the nigga in his arm? Could he have stabbed him in the leg? Could he have stabbed him in the shoulder? And he lived? Like, there's a lot of ways he could have handled this, even if he was going to pull out his weapon, right? So if he didn't pull out the knife and stab that boy in the heart, and they just got kind of physical, how many of you think that anybody would be dead today if they handled it that way? I don't think anybody would be dead if they handled it that way. If he pushed Karmelo and he hit him and then Karmelo hit the nigga back and they started fighting, I think they will both be here today. The white boy would be alive and Karmelo wouldn't be facing a murder sentence, y'all. Hindsight is 2020, and I just find it amazing because I promise you, Karmelo is sitting at home and his family, and you know the one thing Karmelo wishes? He wishes he could have handled this different. But y'all want to argue that everything he did was fine. He don't think what he did is fine. I promise you he don't. That boy's replaying that moment in his head saying, damn, if there's anything I could go back and change, that's what I would change. He thought about that sitting in that cell for them 6-7 days. They sat him in that cell and that nigga said, where the fuck am I at? And after he got in that cell and they closed that door and he saw how small that room was and there was no motherfucking window and there was a metal toilet and a slab of cement and they gave him a gym mat and told him lay down over there, nigga, with a holy ass blanket while they got the air conditioner on blast. You cold as hell and you don't get a pillow. He was in that cell all of 30 minutes before he said, God damn, I wish I could take this back. I promise you he did. He wasn't in there beating his chest talking about, yeah, mess with me again, nigga. But that's how y'all out here talking. That's crazy. That's crazy. Problem is, y'all don't care about this boy throwing his life away in the name of black power But none of you niggas will bust a grape in the name of Black empowerment. But you so quick to be okay with throwing our children to the wolves. That's okay with y'all? Let's say Karmelo does not go to jail. Let's say there's a small chance, because I don't know if you guys have been watching the news, but the district attorney said that they're going to move forward. One thing I like that he did say, he said this is a travesty that 2 families have lost their children, you know, that the Metcalf family, that their son is gone. But you know what? It's a different way. But Karmelo's family has lost their child too. When I heard him say that, I said, okay, maybe this district attorney will see him as an actual child. I was glad to hear him say that. Let's say he goes through all of this. First of all, he's going to have to go to trial, okay? He's going to go to trial, and, well, maybe the grand jury. I don't know. You tell me how you think this plays. The grand jury might not see fit to move forward. But the district attorney didn't say that was a problem. He said we're going to go to the grand jury, and then we'll move forward in trial. So he seems to think that the grand jury is going to get him for the murder charges, right? Maybe manslaughter. So after the grand jury, let's say he doesn't get, you know, the grand jury says, let's drop it. That would be great, but that's a slim ass chance. Then let's say he has to go to trial. Between that, there's going to come plea bargains. And either he's going to take one of those plea bargains, which is actually still going to give him time. It's not going to get a nigga 2 years, though. He's going to have time. Then let's say he doesn't take the plea bargain, he goes to trial. Well, if he goes to trial, I don't know how you guys think this works, but when you make the state take you to trial, it's like they punish you for going to trial. So what that means is if you make us sit here for a whole year, pay all of these jurors, have to be here going through trial every day, spending all of the taxpayers' money, since you didn't want to take the plea bargain, we went through all of this. If he gets found guilty during trial, guess what? That judge is probably going to give him on the higher number of sentences when it comes to the year. Because if you was going to take the lower sentence, nigga, you should have took the plea bargain. Trials don't work out well for many people unless you have a strong case and you get found not guilty. When you get found guilty, the court doesn't really throw much mercy upon you. Okay? But maybe he'll get the black lady judge that has some mercy and lower his bail. Let's just say all of that happens and Karmelo makes it out free and he go home. Let's say that happens. Y'all do know that at this point, Karmelo life will still never be the same. Karmelo is a star athlete. Right now, he's at home on house arrest, which means he can't go to school. So now he's not in school anymore. Any opportunity that he had for college and stuff, that's still going to be a stain on his record. It doesn't matter if he gets found not guilty. Do you know how many people have opportunity in colleges and stuff happens to them, then they get found not guilty? That opportunity never comes back. This is still a mark on his record. So wherever he was headed when it comes to sports, if he was going to get scholarships, he was going to go to college and all of that good stuff, he's not going to be able to make it on the honors of who he was. He was an honor student with his grades. That's over because he can't go to school. And now on top of that, this boy at 17 has to find a way to sleep at night about the fact that he murdered somebody. I guess y'all don't understand that, huh? Because all you niggas watch this shit like it's a TV show. I want you to know psychologically, killing someone, even if you tell yourself it was in self-defense, it is very troubling. Do you know there are people that kill people for the right reasons? They may have broken your house and those people are traumatized. When police officers kill people and they actually kill them for the right reasons, it's not police brutality. They struggle with that and they have to go through therapy and get approved to go back on the job. When people go away to war and they're in war and they're killing the enemy, but they have to kill the enemy because if not, the enemy will kill them. It's not like, you know, they see this person as a good person. The bottom line is to take another person's life, whether it's even in the right manner. It is a very haunting thing for anybody that does it. Y'all think this shit is a movie. You think Karmelo eating chicken wings and he fine when he go to bed at night. That boy probably have nightmares and his mind plays over and over again what he did and what he's facing and he's stressing on whether he's finna go away for the rest of his life. Even if he gets found not guilty, even if he gets to walk away from all of this, and that's a small chance. Y'all always want to scream racism, but when it comes to this court system, now all of a sudden you think it's going to do so right by Karmelo? Okay. It's funny how you niggas scream racism when it works for your narrative, but you don't want to put racism all across the board where it belongs in this country. I thought we all agreed that racism is systematic. Is the criminal justice system not a system? Do you want to tell me now all of a sudden, because it's Karmelo and you want to be delusional, that you have hope in this justice system and you really think that they're going to not get justice, what they consider justice for this white boy from what this black boy did to him? Either this country is racist or it ain't. Don't scream racism at the goddamn game when it's a black boy and a white boy fighting and he gets stabbed. Don't scream racism then if you're not going to acknowledge the racism that he's going to have to face in the courtroom. And even if it ain't the judge, you got a whole fucking jury you got to deal with. But I guess we're going to act like juries don't be racist and they don't, or we don't watch black people be judged by all white juries. That never happens in this country. I'm delusional. I don't know what I'm thinking. I don't know what I was thinking. That shit never happens here. Never mind. I'm wrong. It's not about right or wrong. Y'all just ignorant. It's about the fact that why are y'all acting like this is okay? Then somebody said they were disappointed in me. I'm gonna read these super chats and I'm gonna tell you why the fuck you can't be disappointed in me. Because you niggas sit in the comment section. You don't have people watching you. You don't go around dealing with families that are dealing with all kind of travesties and kiss kids and have people's children say, hey, Michi, my mama watch you all the time. Or children who go to Ziax that know me and they're in there because of their parents. I wish the fuck I would use my platform to sit up here and try and promote to our young people that if you find yourself in an altercation that you don't have to take someone's life, I want you to be tough. I want you to stab a nigga. I want you to let a nigga know you ain't no joke. I want you to go all the way to the extreme. And I want you to be so sporadic, so emotional, so ridiculous. I'm going to promote that these children throw their lives away. Fuck you. As a leader, they're not going to never hear that shit from me. I'm not promoting that to the children who hear what I have to say. No, don't do the dumb shit that Karmelo did. That's what I want them to hear me say. Y'all want to pump somebody's head up like this is black empowerment. And the crazy part is for every last one of y'all that is saying that, you ain't bust a grape for black empowerment. You wouldn't do 5 days for black empowerment. You niggas ain't going to jail for black empowerment. All you grown folks, let Zimmerman walk around and then do a goddamn thing for as racist as he was. You will scream about, you want a list? I'll email all you niggas a list of white supremacist groups, of people's names, where they live, racist judges, and everything else. I got them. Do you want the list? No, because you ain't gonna fucking thing. You're not gonna do a fucking thing in the name of black power. But you so quick to be proud that this baby threw his life away and call it black power. You niggas is the problem in the black community. All you adults stand back, don't do shit for our fucking fight, but then want to sit up here and promote this shit like it's fucking okay. It's not. It's not okay for our kids to keep being shuffled to the fucking prison system for one reason or another, whether it's a white boy or another black boy. Somehow this shit gotta fucking stop. You niggas gotta be ashamed of your fucking self promoting this shit like it's okay. Oh, it's gonna be all right. Karmelo gonna be fine. That boy is fucked up right now mentally. You gonna kill somebody and you grown and tell me how the fuck you sleep at night, nigga. You be facing a fucking life sentence and you go home and sleep at night with your grown dumb ass and tell me how well you sleep at night. But this boy okay? Fuck y'all. You don't give a fuck about our youth. But you up here talking shit like you do. You think your perspective means you care. No, it shows you're fucking ignorant. Shout out to you, Chris. Thank you for the $5. Chris says, good evening, Miss Michi. What do you think about the judge that handled the case? Actually, I think that the judge did what she was supposed to do. Maybe it's because she's a black woman and she did what she was supposed to do, because when she looked at Karmelo, she said, that could be my nephew. That could be my son, right? That's what white judges do all the time. They see these white boys and white girls and they say, that could be my relative. So they have mercy on them, right? So I don't know if that's why she did it, okay? But what I will tell you is that the $1 million bail was excessive from a legal perspective. And being that he's not a flight risk, that he is a juvenile, that he could be under house arrest, which he is, I feel like $250,000 for a bond and being placed under house arrest. If you remove color, whether he's black or white, that's actually how it should go in the court system. Based on what happened, that bail and house arrest and his age and his ties to the community and him being a kid and not having any means to run from the case, that's exactly what should have happened. So the bail that he got, it wasn't, some people want to get mad, racist ass white people is like, oh, they let him off real easy. No, actually in the criminal justice system, what the boy got from the black judge was actually reasonable when looking at the situation from a legal standpoint. That's exactly what he should have got. That's what this exactly what anybody in his predicament should get at that age, looking at what happened and looking at the whole predicament. That's where it should be. $250,000 bond, you can go home on house arrest. That actually made more sense. So I don't know why she did it. I hope she did it just because he black. You know, white judges do that shit all the time for white people. So I hope that's why she did it. I don't know, but I'm glad that she did do it. Shout out to All Brakes No Gas for $5. He says, throwing away the weapon also hurt his self-defense claim. You're not supposed to hide your weapon. I don't know if it hurt his claim. He is a teenager. It ain't a matter of hiding the weapon. It ain't like he went home and he went and tried to hide the weapon, you know, in the woods, and then they came arrested him later. Like, he ran from the scene in the situation, and then he threw the knife. You know what I'm saying? That's reasonable, because with everything that's going on, you running through the crowd, you don't want to hold on to the knife. I would throw the knife too, even for the sake that the police might be coming to arrest me. And if they catch me, I don't want a weapon in my hand because that can be misconstrued. So his attorney can play that a lot of ways. I don't think it was a means of let me hide the weapon. I think it was more of a means of let me get rid of this weapon. I'm running away from the situation. He's a kid. He's worried and he just don't know what to do. So it's like a natural response to throw the knife on the ground, okay? And if the police are getting ready to come and arrest him, which my understanding is he did get arrested at the event, it's probably good that he threw the knife down, because with that weapon in his hand, they could have easily shot him and then said, oh, he had a weapon, and then we'd be hashtagging Karmelo's name. So I'm glad he threw the knife, but there's a lot of ways that his lawyer can play that. I really don't think him throwing the knife is going to hurt his case. I don't. Chris says, well, let's look at George Zimmerman. He did harm to an unknown person. So this teenager did harm to an unarmed person. Oh, you said unknown, unarmed person. So let's see if we can get a good outcome for this teenager. George Zimmerman and this case, they're not the same. Y'all got to stop comparing stuff just because you want to say it's racism and make it black and white. George Zimmerman and Trayvon Martin's case is nothing like the facts of this case. It's not. They're not the same. They're not the same. George Zimmerman was on the phone with the police. He was told not to take his ass outside. George Zimmerman actually shouldn't have got off with any of that. But then again, we watch the criminal justice system do this shit all the time. So am I surprised? No. But legally, George Zimmerman shouldn't have got away with none of that shit at all. He approached that boy. Trayvon Martin had the right to defend himself physically, even though George Zimmerman was the one with the weapon, but he was not the one being approached, or he was not the one being messed with. In this case, you turn around and at the end of the day, he's approaching somebody with a weapon, messing with them, when he could have stayed in the house and not put himself in danger at all. The person that approached Karmelo did not have a knife, right? And Karmelo didn't come from out of somewhere to approach this boy with a knife. So it's not the same situation. It's not. All I know is black folks didn't do a motherfucking thing to Zimmerman. Zimmerman talks all of this shit. That man turned around and he sold the gun for $250,000. He had paintings holding Skittles and iced teas, and he made fun of that boy. He talked so much cash shit about Trayvon and laughed about what he did. And not one nigga even just swole up his eye or bust him in his mouth for his disrespect. That's why I say I want y'all to shut up. Because y'all will not sacrifice nothing for this black empowerment fight. You don't get physical with nobody. Stop it. But you want the 17-year-old to take the brunt so you can walk around and beat your chest, talk about, look, for the name of black power. Even if the boy get found not guilty, do you know what this has done to his life? No, because y'all ignorant as fuck. That's why. The truth is, the best scenario would be that this never happened. He would have got over a fight. He would have healed from a fight. You stab a motherfucker and then you run? Boy, if you didn't want to fight, you should have just ran in the beginning. I'm just saying. If you didn't want to fight, just like he ran after he stabbed him, the boy brother was still standing there. You did it and then you ran. You could have just fucking ran in the first place if you didn't want to fight. That's all I'm saying. You could have ran, saved everybody's life, and you wouldn't even be facing this shit right now. If you was gonna run, you should have ran in the beginning, god damn it. Chris says, shout out to you for the $10. I don't want to be racist, but I'd rather have a white judge if it's not about race. Let's have a white judge and see if we can get a fair case. And also, let's have a mixed jury. I'm sure you mean the jury, not the way you spell it. But let me say this, Chris. It's not about white or black judge. It's about the fact that we just need a judge that's going to be fair and uphold the law the way it should be. I'm going to say again, his $1 million bond was excessive. To me, that first judge was being biased, okay? Any judge being fair, remove race of the judge, remove Karmelo's race, remove Metcalf's race of what they are. If you look at the way court and law works, a $250,000 bond for a 17-year-old boy in the situation, the way it went about. This was not malice. He didn't go there with intent. He's not a vicious killer. This is not like some gang shit. It's not that type of a thing. All courts, if they were being fair, that's what he should have got in the first place. So I don't, whether it's I've seen black judges be fucked up to black people in the courtroom. You saw the video of Charleston White. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and tell you just because somebody is black means that they're going to, be partial to the black person in their courtroom. There are some black people who see black people in their courtroom and feel like black people are ingrates and all these young niggas give us a bad name and they want to throw the book at them too. So I'm going to be honest with you. Like, it's about having a fair judge, because he could get a black judge that could do him wrong too. He could get a white judge that might do him right. We just want a fair judge. I think that's what we want. We want a fair judge. So now I want to bring this conversation, you guys, and I'll drop the link if any of y'all still have something that you want to say. But I want to go to my show that I had the other night. When we started talking about Karmelo, this was another very disheartening part of the outlook on the Black community. And it wasn't all of y'all. Of course, what I'm talking about now is not all of y'all. But we got into the topic of youth going to prison. And I brought up, that this boy's life is not going to be the same. He's 17. If he goes to prison, he serves 10 or 15 years, right? Now, constitutionally, he cannot be given life without parole. The Supreme Court changed that a while back because the argument of trying children as adults and the psychological and sociological effects that it has on children has always been something we've argued in this country for a long time. Maybe y'all don't know that, but it has, okay? And so they changed that law a while back. You cannot give a child life without parole, okay? And you cannot give them the death penalty, okay? So they've taken that off the table for children, but I think there's a lot more that they should do. But they at least took that off the table, okay? So we were talking about whether Karmelo would get a lot of years, and I went into the psychological effects, and I said that the sad part is that if Karmelo goes to prison, right, and he spends 10, 15 years in prison, the sad part is that Karmelo is dead too. And what I meant by that was, and I explained this clearly so nobody misunderstood me on the panel, they just showed they ignorant asses. So when I say he's not coming back the same, is that if you send a 17-year-old child away to prison, okay, and they come out 10, 15 years later, they will be socialized in their most important years where they should be learning how to be a young adult, how to pay bills. They're finding their style, their personality. Let's be real. Let's just back this up a little bit. As adults, it took some of y'all a really long time to be comfortable in your own skin, to find out who you were aside from the pressure of peer pressure from media and everything else. And you came into who you were and you began to be comfortable with who you were. Whether y'all believe it or not, even a lot of adults, they do their hair a certain way. They wear wigs and weaves for women, and white women do it too. I'm not talking about a race thing, but there are men that emulate certain things because society tells them that's what makes them a man. It ain't until you get about 30 or 40 before you start to ever really get comfortable with who you are, right? So we go through this process in our young adulthood of really finding out who we are. Socialization is a very important thing in the evolution of humans, okay? It's just a Y'all can hear me now? Y'all can hear me now. We're just gonna put the other microphone in. I'm gonna try not to yell because this when I get to getting the hooping and hollering, then it's hard for y'all to hear me. So I'm gonna try not to hoop and holler on this mic. Okay. So let me back up a little bit. What I was saying is that in your most vulnerable years, right? You're only going to be a kid for so long. Then you turn into an adult, which you're going to be for the rest of your life. Okay. These are the most vulnerable years where you learn how to have relationships, build jobs, figure out what your career is going to be, build your credit, right? Learn how to pay bills, learn how to go to the doctor, learn how to sustain your life, learn how to drive. You might even have some kids in your 20s. You might even get married in your 20s, right? Right? So this is a very important time, right? This is a very important time in someone's life. It really is in those ages that we're talking about, okay? But if Karmelo goes to prison at this time, which applies to a lot of our youth, this is the whole problem with the school to prison pipeline. The thing is, he's going to go into a system that is going to socialize him into a prison culture. Prison culture is not societal culture, if that makes sense. Okay. This is boy is going to go into a hostile environment. If the Aryan brothers and the white gangs in there decide to get even with him for what he did to Metcalf, that white boy, he may have to be faced with that. He may be faced with racist corrections officers. He's also faced with the fact that because he's young, he'll be vulnerable. People will take advantage of him, try to extort him for his property, his commissary, and all of those different things, and maybe even his body. Niggas got mad at me when I started saying this. I said, he's going to become institutionalized. And when he come out, this boy ain't going to never pay the bill in his life. He ain't going to be done held a job in his life. He ain't going to be done, been in a real relationship in his life. He ain't going to be done had none of that. And he going to come out a grown-ass man almost 30. He is never coming back the child that he left. Karmelo is gone. If he goes to prison, the boy his family knows today, that is not who is coming back to him. Carmelo's dead too. Who he is will be completely gone. These are facts. So I get these brothers on the panel. One of them ain't never been to prison, so I don't know why the fuck he was even talking. And I know this because I know him personally. But it was two brothers on there, and they actually had been to prison. And they started telling me he gonna be fine, Meech. He gonna survive. He gonna be this. He gonna be that. I didn't say the boy wasn't gonna survive. What I said is that he's not gonna be the same person. Mentally, that shit gonna fuck him up. I want all of you for a moment to just sit with me. Close your eyes if you can. And I want you to picture yourself in a little ass cell. If you've ever seen a police cell, a jail cell, if you've ever been in a jail cell, it's no windows. If it is, it's a real skinny window and it's probably scratched up. You can't see outside. Forget that shit. Lights is on 24/7. There's a metal toilet. There's a slab. There's a bed. You don't get any commissary, so you only get the food that they feed you, and you can have some books to read, but they're not going to give you your tablet. You can't make any phone calls. And simply because you had contraband in your cell, you have a cellmate. Your cellmate had some shit they weren't supposed to have. Maybe they had a cell phone that they snuck into the place, right? Maybe they had some shit they weren't supposed to have. Maybe they had a TV that didn't belong to them. They punked another nigga and took it from them, right? They catch it in your cell. So they send your ass to solitary confinement for 90 days. I want you to go in your bathroom tonight. And I want you to imagine that you can't leave that bathroom for 90 days. You can't talk to anybody for 90 days. That's where you stay, is in that room for 90 days. You lose track of time. You don't know day versus night. The light is on constantly. That shit is torture. It is. And it will fuck up your mental. And most people snap and go crazy and can't handle that, especially the mind of young people. They can't handle that. Your ass watching, none of y'all want to handle that. You would be fucked up by the 5th day. You can only sleep so much when you go to jail. And when you're done sleeping, then what do? That's when people start to hallucinate. They talk to themselves. They see things that's not there. Your mind actually will go into this certain space, right? Solitary confinement have broken the strongest motherfuckers. He go to prison for 10, 15 years. He gonna do some time in the hole. If he's waiting to transfer to another prison, if somebody try to hurt him and he need to be protected, or if he get in trouble by the guards and get reprimanded, or his cellmate do some shit so they throw them both in the hole because they just punish him too. He gonna spend some time in the hole. Do y'all get what I'm saying? And I had these niggas on my panel, and it was people in my comment section, and y'all was telling me, He gonna be fine. And they told me, Michi, why is you signing and trying to seal this boy deal and you talking negative? I expect more from you. You should be more positive. I think you're just speaking from a perspective. Somebody told me in my comment section, I'm speaking from a perspective of my personal experience with my son. If any of you niggas bring up my son or ever say that dumb shit again, I'm gonna block you. And I don't give a fuck if you were my first subscriber on my first day. I don't give a fuck if you have come to every Black agenda and you have donated to me $1,000 over time in these super chats. I'm gonna fucking block you. You know why? Because now I feel disrespected. Those two men that were up there talking about him being fine, you know what one of those men said? He said that he had been in and out of juvenile and that when he was 19, he did 8 years and that was his second bid. Nigga, you is a hardened criminal. You was out there in the streets being a thug. When you got to jail, your homies was probably in there waiting for you. I had another one of them niggas tell me the gangs will look out for him. So now it's a good thing that if Karmelo had to go to prison, that he becomes part of a prison gang. What part of that is okay? What? Then one of the niggas said that I feel like prison teaches us how to be a man. Now, I let the men talk because I understood this was this brother's perspective. I didn't want to discredit what his experience was and what he had to say, so I let him talk. But I was more shocked about those of you in the comment section and those of you that left comments in the comment section the day after the live. And if any of y'all want to go watch it, it's the Saturday call-in show. It's about 6 or 7 hours. It's like the last 2 hours. I think y'all should go listen to it. What that man really said is that the prison raised me. And he said it like it was good. If y'all was on the live, you saw that those men were promoting prison like it wasn't that big of a deal or it wasn't a bad thing. And I said to the man, they're like, come on, Meech, though, why you got to talk so negative? So this is my problem with the community, right? Because this is the thing. When that man was up there talking about prison and it being okay, it should have given y'all a glimpse into the fact of that this is the way that a lot of our people are raised. And any grown-ass man that tells me that prison raised him, prison was your daddy. Prison taught you structure. I want y'all to understand that prison structure is not the same as societal structure. Prison structure is I tell you what to eat, when to eat it. I tell you when the lights go on, when they go off. I tell you when you can shower. I tell you what you wear. I tell you what your name is. This is your uniform. I tell you what side of the hallway to walk on. I tell you everything to do. If you need that kind of plantation ass structure, that does not work in the real world. In the real world, nobody is going to tell you when to turn on the lights, what side of the street to walk on. They're not going to tell you what to wear. They're not going to tell you when you have to get up and do this. They're not going to tell you what to eat. You actually have to do all of those things in the real world for yourself. This is why niggas come out and they're institutionalized and they don't know the first thing about how to just dress themselves because for 10, 15, 20 years, they've been wearing the same fucking outfit and jogging pants for 20 years. They don't even know what their style is. Getting dressed is stressful to them. Being out in public is stressful to them. Ask anybody who has served time, man or woman, they will tell you it's hard to integrate back into society after that with just basic shit. So how does prison give you structure? It prepares you for prison life. It prepares you for the plantation. What they hope is when you get out into society that it fucks you up so much that you don't have structure that you bring your ass back to the plantation. Let me also be clear, and this is why I say don't ever bring up my son again for those of you that have. I'm talking from personal experience. I feel disrespected because before my son ever went to prison, now my day ones might know this, I have spent many years. I have 2 degrees, and I'm not bragging about the fuck them degrees because I've never used any of them when it comes to a job. But the knowledge I obtained definitely gave me an insight to psychology and how the criminal justice system works. I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice and one in psychology. And the reason I have those double majors when I went to school, all of my papers, all of my studies, all of my presentations were about the effects of children going into prison at a young age and the effects that it has on them, their development, the psychological aspects of how it fucks them up. I have argued in front of classrooms why it is and debate teams why you should never lock a child up in prison, why prison is arbitrary. I've sat in classrooms where we have been told to our face in criminal justice that sentencing is arbitrary. That means there's no rhyme or reason to it. A motherfucker who commit a crime, if they're going to change, they'll change in 2 years. You don't need to give them 20. There's not any rhyme or reason to that. And we've also been told that rehabilitation doesn't work. We've been told to our faces that most people that go to prison turn into worse criminals than when they came in. Because to survive in prison, you actually have to take on a criminal mindset and you actually become a better criminal. So if you went in there doing minor crimes, by the time you get out, baby, you're doing way worse crimes than you have ever done before. And you learn how to be deceiving, not trusting, paranoid, watching your back. To fucking make a shake. Stop playing with me, right? So there's all this stuff that they learn. They tell you this to your fucking face when you go get an education. So I've always studied the development of the youth and their what they go through when they're teenagers, how their mind develops. This is why I had the 2 degrees. Before my son ever fucking went into the school to prison pipeline and went to prison at 16 years old. This is why it was so devastating for me, is because when it happened, I knew exactly what was happening to my son when he got caught up in that. And for people to be like, if you saw it, why you didn't stop it? I'm just going to say this because I want to, but it's really none of y'all motherfuckers' business. My son wasn't living with me when what happened to him. He was living with his fucking father. Okay? So at the end of the day, I have spoke in front of auditoriums of people. I have been called to many events to be the speaker about the school to prison pipeline. I actually have had this be part of what I do. So how dare you motherfuckers tell me that the institutionalized nigga that just told y'all that prison was his daddy, that he's smart, and I should listen to the brother, and that I'm being negative when it comes to Karmelo. I want to say something to y'all. The fact that you won't face the reality of what's happening to our youth and what going away to prison is truly like to them, and they go away at such a high numbers, is why you niggas won't get up and do anything about it. Y'all want me to speak positive instead of speak facts. I hope that Karmelo does not go to prison. I really do. But if he does, he will not escape institutionalization. Nobody does, especially at his age. If you go to prison at 30, you already had an apartment, you already had a job, you learned how to socialize in society. So when you come back out, you have something to reference to. When a child goes to prison, they have nothing to reference to when they come back home. Okay? So I'm not going to lie to y'all. And instead of y'all telling me to be quiet and you're disappointed in me, somebody said, it seems like you're so negative. You already signed and sealed this boy's deal like he did. How can I sign or seal anything for Karmelo? What the words I say and what I do ain't got no fucking weighing on him. I'm not on the jury. I'm not the judge. Ain't a motherfucking thing I can do. But what's really crazy is that y'all in denial. Is that some Christian shit? I was talking to y'all about what happens to youth, period, in the prison systems. And y'all took it to, you just saying it because of your son. No, bitch. I'm saying that shit because that's what the fuck happens to our youth in the prison. It's a fact. That's why the fuck I'm saying it. And I spoke with my son on the phone last night, and it was funny because I told him what them niggas said. And my son said, Mom, that nigga dumb. My son said, I'm telling you that coming to prison changed my life forever. And yes, I'm going to be free one day. But we always think about everything we lost and shit we can't get back in life. There are certain years that you are supposed to do certain things. We miss out on all of that. Like, yeah, when you in here, you have to have a strong mindset to survive, and you look forward to what you can do when you get out. But when it's quiet at night and you in your cell, you think about all the shit you're missing out on, especially when you're younger. Everything you're missing. Imagine your friends who go away, the people you don't get to keep in touch with, when people don't write you, when they lose contact with you. You wonder if you matter to people in the world sometimes, because those people you thought that would always be there, they're not always there. You lose out on your friends. Your cousins don't always be there for you. He said, and then people die. He said, that's a really hard thing when people die and you can't even go to their funeral and say goodbye. He said, there's a lot of shit that happens in here. And he said, even if you never get caught up and you're not the one that gets shanked, if you're not the one that get assaulted sexually, if you're not the one that gets strung out on the drugs, if you're not the one that get caught up in gambling, if you're not the one that get suckered up by the gang, if you're not the one that happens to, he said, but I ain't never seen a nigga in here who ain't had to fight. They're going to test you at some point, and you're going to have to show them you willing to fight. But watching other niggas get shanked, watching other niggas get beat to death, watching the shit that happened to these other niggas, hell yeah, that shit affects you. He said in solitary confinement, that shit is the worst. He said, I don't know why that nigga said that. Like, coming to prison is the worst thing that could ever happen to somebody in their life. That shit is fucked up. And I don't wish that on no kid especially. So for him to say it's okay, something wrong with that nigga. It really is. And this is what my son said, and he's sitting in jail right now. So again, don't dismiss my education and my plight to fight for children and tell me I'm only saying that because of my son. I'm saying that because I have studied this and I've been screaming for our youth for a long fucking time. The fact that y'all want me to tell you something good because you can't face the reality of what's going on with our children, you're failing our children. So for all of you that have taken that stance in my comment section, you just want to hear me lie to you. You want to hear me say, oh, Karmelo gonna be all right. I mean, prison can't be that bad. You know, people go in there, but sometimes they be all right when they come out. It's not going to affect it. You want me to lie to you so you can feel better? How selfish is that? You're not the one going through it. You don't think our kids in the prison want you to hear the truth? The kids that are in the prison, your sons, your daughters, your children, our community, our youth, they want you to know the truth. You know why? Because they're the one living that shit. You're comfortable in your bed at home, bitch. You go to your job every day, bitch. You ain't being told what to eat and when to eat. Nobody is putting you on lockdown. You never had a racist fucking guard break your nose and tell you you can't talk to your parents. I'm called the prison sometimes when my son has been mistreated. And do you know calling and talk shit to them just made them fuck with him even more? We don't like the police, right? Because of what they do to our people. Do you know what they do to our people behind the walls? Because nobody checks them and cameras aren't always on, and most of the time ain't nobody looking. They can do what they do in the cover. How dare y'all niggas speak like this when we just watch Robert, what's that man's name? And them corrections officers just beat that man to death for no reason at all. We all watched it with our eyes, but you want me to tell you something good? You want me to lie to you? Why? So that you can go to bed comfortably at night while our children rot in prison and you don't have to face the reality that may cause something in you to rise up so you can fight for them? See, if I lie to you, you're going to think it's okay. What the kids in the prison want me to tell you on their behalf, bitch, it ain't okay. It ain't okay. And they wish you niggas would face the reality that they have to face every day, whether they want to or not. You know why they want you to hear the reality of it? You want me to tell you something good for what? You just listening. You ain't living through it. Because if you face the reality, maybe y'all would get up and fight for our youth. Long as a motherfucker tell you what you want to hear, they locked away in a cell. They forgotten about. So if you got a loved one in prison, especially a child, and he went in when he was a child, she went in when she was a child, you should ask them how they doing the next time you talk to them. Like, really, how you doing? Like, for real, how you doing? You should let them tell you the truth. You should cry with them. You should be angry for them. And then you should fucking get up and you should do something about it. Instead of letting kids like Anthony throw their lives away so you stupid motherfuckers can say, oh, what he did was good. Because he killed the white racist. He threw his life away. Why is that a good thing? Something's fucking wrong with y'all. It is. You think that you checking me because I'm cooning for saying he shouldn't have did what he did, when you niggas are actually okay with throwing our children away and watching them throw their lives away. So you don't want to teach them any better situations on how to handle themselves. Fuck Karmelo and Metcalf. Do you know how many of our kids are killing each other in our community over stupid disputes because they don't know how to deal with them? How behind only the racist ones? How behind the one that makes you feel empowered when, bitch, you ain't facing a sentence? You ain't the one with the nightmares at night. I feel sorry for Anthony. You niggas don't. You niggas don't. He a news story to you. He's a badge you get to wear on your chest to say one of ours killed one of theirs. But you're not the one paying the price. Fuck y'all. And if you don't have children and you're not a parent, you should shut up commenting at all. Because any parent in this chat will tell you if Karmelo was their kid, they wouldn't want this for him. And motherfucker, you shouldn't either. He wasn't a thug. He's a good kid who did some dumb shit that may possibly take his fucking life from him. The fuck y'all talking about like it's a good thing? Y'all stupid, y'all ignorant, and I'm fucking disappointed. People talking about I disagree with Michi. Bitch, I disagree with you. You disappointed in me? Good. Bitch, I'm disappointed in you. Now, the only other thing I ask from y'all is, keep that shit to yourself, bitch. Do not email me 50 fucking paragraphs to tell me how you disappointed in me. You're not anybody in my life that I care that I disappointed you. We're equally disappointed in each other. Now, keep that shit out of my motherfucking email. Put it in the comment section that I ignore most of the time, but stay out my email, okay? If you that bothered by it, bitch, go do something for our youth. With all that energy you had to write me, go write some kid in prison who don't got no family or nobody that give a fuck about them. Put some money on his books. Adopt his ass. Better yet, since prison is so okay for our people, when he bring his institutionalized ass out of prison, give him a place to stay. Let him live with you. Since it's okay that this happens to all of our youth, and I'm just being negative. You niggas just being delusional. With that said, I'm going to read the rest of these super chats and I'm going to drop the link. And we're going to wait for about 2 seconds to see if anybody would like to click the link. Other than that, I'm going to fucking go enjoy the rest of my night. Because I wasn't supposed to be here this evening any damn way. Shout out to the enlightened kid. I found that conversation very sad that so many of our people believe that jail life is okay to exist. Yeah, they do, apparently. Inside of that isn't standard nor acceptable. It's not. We have to reprogram our thinking. We absolutely do. Shout out to Outlander. Thank you for the super chat. Says it saddens me that we can't pull together resources for something positive before our youth enter the criminal justice system. I used to work in a jail. It's such a terrible, miserable place to be despite the glamorization. Thank you, Outlander. For the people who work in the prisons, they will tell you that some of them have to leave that job. It gets hard on them. They're not the prisoner, but they have to go to jail and sit in those pods. And it's like they go to work to go to jail every day. And after a while, seeing all the shit that happens in those prisons and the things that happen to everybody, let me tell you something. Even the guards that are good corrections officers, they don't stay in that climate for too long. They go find something else to do because that's not a job that you want to live your whole life because you get up every morning to go to prison with them. And you'll see mistreatment and you'll see shit happen and you ain't going to be able to change it. So unless you're going to allow it to happen, you got to just remove yourself because the violence in there on top of the corruption of the other guards, if you a decent person, you can't stay in that environment. I'm glad she told the truth because I had somebody in there talking about they was a corrections officer on my panel. They was in the comment section talking about, I was a corrections officer. Them niggas was in there having fun. Boy, shut up. You must have been in a county jail. We talking about prison. Chris says, Miss Michi, I'm really tired of people saying just walk away. Is it really that easy? I want to hear it from you. No, I'm not saying that he had to just walk away, but I mean, what would have kept him standing there? His pride, his ego? Don't we have to put that aside sometimes? I mean, if you could run after you stabbed the boy, why you ain't run before that? Or better yet, what I would like to see is our kids take self-defense classes. What I mean by that is if he has a weapon, that's one thing. But if he doesn't, so what if he's big? A bunch of people keep saying that. But if you learn how to fight and you are a skilled fighter, like my son goes to self-defense class all the time. And I don't even like to call it self-defense because the shit that he learns is way more than self-defense. He learns situational awareness. He learns to look for weapons in his surroundings if he needs them. He learns how to do all kinds of things. And what I'm telling you is that real self-defense and fighting is not about how big a motherfucker is and how small you are. Because a skilled fighter can beat the shit out of two big ass twins, even if they're smaller than them. That's a fact. So we should equip ourselves to be able to fight. And if we need to use a weapon, fine, but that shouldn't always be our first thing that we run to. I mean, aside, like I said, from the situation with Metcalf and Karmelo, like we see a lot of this in our communities where our children don't know how to resolve their issues without going to violence. We got to teach them a different way to deal with it. You know why? Because back in the day, this was our saying, you wake up from an ass whooping, you might get your ass beat. You know, they might talk about you a little bit in the community. You know, you might get laughed at a little bit, but you live to see another day. Your black eye go away, your swelling go down, but you wake up to fight another day if that's what you choose to do. So learn how to fight a little bit. That's what I want to see people do. Like, what the fuck is this? We always run into a weapon. Weapons are for when people pull out weapons, or when the threat is so big, you need a weapon to disarm it, right? Shout out to Dennis. Dennis says, wait until Trump weighs in on all of this. I doubt if Trump gonna say anything about this. I don't know why y'all think that he finna speak on this. With everything going on, this is not a major case for him just because it's in the news for us. All the people who supported Trump will be in denial that MAGA is anti-black as fuck, just like our justice system. I don't really think this case got anything to do with Trump. I don't think Trump gonna have nothing to say about it. Shout out to Nasasa, says, coming from the bloodline of these that freed Joan Kimsmard, aka, okay, yeah, that was her name. I knew it was Joanne. I did not know. I didn't know that. Asada Shakur. Okay, speak warrior queen. I did not know that was her last name. I've always said Asada Shakur. I heard Joanne, but I ain't heard that one. Thank you for the super chat. And thank you for teaching me something I didn't know tonight. All right. All right, let me see. We do got two people here in the back. I'm going to bring them up. We got Will and we got Sean. Sean, I remember how to say your name right. Ever since you told me first time, I'm never going to forget now. I'm going to drop the link one more again. But I'm dropping this link one more again because I'm sure that from Sean that's been on this panel before and Will that has been on here before, I'm sure that they probably agree with me. So I'm going to drop this link one more time for all of the people in the chat who told me they wanted to debate me, who told me I was full of shit. I want y'all to click the link. That's who I want to click the link because y'all talk so tough. But when I click the link, you know where to be found. It's always like that's when you take your bathroom break. That's when you just happen to fall asleep. That's when, you had to go cook your kids dinner or something. I don't know. You ain't never around when the link is dropped. Y'all kill me with that shit. Click the link. Click the link. Click the fucking link.
Yeah, they ain't gonna do that. But yeah, I'm gonna have to say this though. Like like since when? If you ever, I got twins in my family, all through my family, and all kinds of them. Twins do not fight by themselves. They do not let you get no fair one. You're not catching no fair one with no damn twins. Not happening. And I don't think it was just two of them. I think like their friends was there with them too. So I think it was
Will, don't start thinking and adding stuff that is not the scenario. Stop, Will.
Since when have you ever seen any?
Okay, but that's not the case of what happened here. But
I have a question.
Do they ever fight fair?
Okay, wait a minute. Hold on. Let Will finish his. If we're gonna come on here, y'all gonna talk on the panel. Y'all gotta let the person who talking finish what they say.
When did they ever give a fair one? When did they ever give a fair one? My whole life, like don't say, and I'm from the bean, so it's like I stay always having to fight.
Okay, but Will, what is the point of what you're saying is what I'm asking you, because at the end of the day, you're talking about what is, so you've never seen twins do this, and that. But again, I'm not understanding the point of it because the confrontation was between him and one. Had he hit him back and they went to blows, that's a bunch of what ifs. So that's not what happened. And had they went to blows, I'm not saying his brother wouldn't have jumped in, but there were also Black adults underneath that tent with him. Other people were around. How do you know that they wouldn't have jumped in to stop it? So there's a lot of what ifs. I would rather deal in what actually happened, okay? Because even this, and Metcalf hitting him and touching him, the brother didn't do nothing from what I've seen so far to him. And even when he stabbed his brother didn't jump in to do anything either, even at that point, before he ran off. So I'm saying it's still a bunch of what ifs. That's what I'm saying. Can we just talk about what actually happened? And even then, okay, you said you from the bean. So let me ask you something. You ever been jumped, Will?
All the fucking time. So
wait a minute. And you still here, and you're still fucking here to tell it. So I'm saying, okay.
But I've also stabbed people too, jumping me. You know what I'm saying?
Right. But this is the point that I'm saying to you is that you've been jumped before and you are still here to live and tell the story. I think most of us growing up in the hood have been jumped before and it didn't take our life. So all I'm saying is this is not down a dark alley where they was going to beat him to death. There was a bunch of people standing around. There were adults and everything there. So who knows how it would have played out? I'm just saying, okay. In you saying that, what is the purpose of what you're saying? Are you trying to justify what Anthony did that it wasn't overkill?
So people are asking, what's the bean? The bean is racist as Boston.
It's Boston.
They're really, really heavy on their sports fan. Their sports fandom and stuff like that, and they don't fight fair. They believe in grabbing you by the front of your shirt and they pull it over your head and they try to like hockey, like they'll say they try to punch you hockey style, like that. That's what it is. And it's like they never come by themselves. You always got to give it to more than one person. And it's never just like 2 or 3 people. Sometimes you fighting like at least 8 because they all want to get in.
Okay. Now talk to me about this situation. Because you just gave me a bunch of scenarios and what ifs and what is I just want to know what's the point of what you're saying. Are you trying to explain what homegirl just said in the chat? She said Karmelo was in the right. But what I don't seem to y'all understand, whether you think he was in the right or not, if he go to prison for the rest of his life or for the next 15 or 20 years, why the fuck does that matter? The question is if he was in the right or not in your eyes. The question is, could he have handled this another way and not have put his life on the line? Y'all say that he was fighting because he might have been scared for his life, but this nigga just gave up his life.
I can't stay long, and I don't want to judge you. I joined the panel to get some clarification about your point. I watch MSNBC and Fox News, and I've noticed that you have regularly taken the position of conservatives and Republicans on certain social issues. So I want to clarify, if you're saying he's not in the wrong, are you saying that he deserves to go to prison, or what is your position?
Are you serious? Are you slow? Do you think that I said he deserves to go to prison? I just said
that's why I wanted to clarify.
No, he doesn't deserve to go to prison and be tried like an adult for the rest of his life. That boy shouldn't have went over there messing with him. But we're talking about the facts of the situation. What he has done can get him put away in prison for the next 15 or 20 years of his life. And he could have handled that. How many times do I have to repeat myself before it's sinking your brain what I'm saying?
I'm sorry. I just wanted to clarify.
No, that irritates me. And then you wanted to bring up, I noticed I've been watching. I'm glad you've been watching CNN. I don't watch CNN, sir. And all the information that I've given you from this is actually the police report that I read through a Freedom of Information Act, okay, which is the direct information, not what the news has said. And I've also looked at what witnesses have said that have gone on social media and said what they saw that day. And also what Karmelo has said himself. So that's what I'm basing this on. And I don't understand how after everything that I just said, you have missed my point.
That's why I wanted to clarify, because the castle doctrine permits indivials to use deadly force.
Castle doctrine, he was not in his house, sir. He was not in his house.
Well, that's the pseudo term for stand your ground is the castle doctrine, and it permits deadly force for self-defense and threat of bodily injury. So in his case, I'm assuming that is the defense that they will use.
It does not go against bodily injury. It says imminent danger. So you cannot just take somebody's life because they slapped you.
That's the law that I'm reading. So I don't know
that's not the law that you've read. You're phrasing that in the wrong way. It doesn't say as far as bodily harm. A slap can be bodily harm.
That's what
wait a minute. In a stand your ground state, you cannot kill somebody because they just slapped you. Your life you have to be dealing with. You have to be facing what's called imminent danger. Now go look that up and then you come back and talk.
It says reasonable belief of imminent danger or bodily harm. And so I'm assuming that that's the defense that his lawyers will use.
So if Karmelo is standing there with another boy and the boy tells him to leave and Karmelo says, touch me and see what happens. The boy touches him. Then he says, hit me and see what happens. What was he really in imminent danger? If he could have this conversation back and forth, he asked the boy to hit him.
My understanding is,
Right. So, I mean, they're having this confrontation. Karmelo actually invited him to put his hands on him. So that's not really the same as imminent danger. In that conversation, there's time for him to just remove himself from that if that's what he wanted to do.
You don't have to retreat.
This has been said, went on between them.
You don't necessarily have to retreat under castle doctrine,
Okay,
but
and
my
good. He
understanding,
doesn't, and now he's facing life in he's facing 25 years in prison. So, rah, he's right, and he done gave away his life to be right. So, what's your
well,
point?
white men have benefited from the castle doctrine for decades.
Paid
In
for.
this instance,
Why does that matter, Terrence? Because he's not a white man. Why don't you talk to me what has happened to black men when it
well,
comes to
we
castle
want
doctrine
black
years? No,
people to
think
be
about black people
received.
because he's not white.
We want black people to receive full and equal protection under the Constitution and the law.
We
And
want it ain't gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. This system is not made for us. It's made to destroy us.
so
It's work.
then what do you suggest? Not support black people in the fight for receiving full protections under the law?
Oh
Or
yeah,
what
all this time, right? This law has helped us so much, right?
it hasn't.
So
So it
all the
hasn't.
things that we're supposed to get, and it's just been working just fine for us, right?
No, it has not. So then what do you suggest we do in
No, no, no.
order to
Listen,
ensure?
Terrence, you said you can't stay long, and we got a full panel of people, and I am not going to be on here till 5 o'clock in the morning. So I would like to give you your last words and say to you, while you're
Thank
in here
you.
asking me my clarification, what is the point you're trying to make? Why don't you
I
give your point?
oh no, I joined, like I said, I joined to clarify with you what your
And I
position was.
just clarified my position. I've stated my position on 3 different videos now. I'm gonna need y'all to like listen better because I think I'm
I
a real good person
understand.
that explains. So now that I've
I
said that,
apologize. I
no, I'm saying
apologize.
what I'm saying. So now that I've told you what my perspective was, what is your point?
Well, I guess, Michi, my understanding is that you had been a revolutionary when I began watching your channel. And this is an issue that I would have presumed that you would have thrown your support behind this young black man to, again, to use a law that's been benefiting his adversary for the last
His adversary.
70. Oh, sure. A lot of racist white men have used this law to kill black people.
So wait a minute. So let me get this straight. So I'm not a revolutionary because my stance is that this is not one of those situations where this boy couldn't have chosen another option. And I don't want the option he chose in this situation to be what we all look to when it comes to our youth, because I don't want him to throw his life away. So I'm not a revolutionary because
Hmm.
wait a minute, let me finish my thought
Of
before you.
course, yes, yes,
So
of
I'm
course.
not a revolutionary now because I have a problem with the fact that this boy possibly threw his life away to go to prison over something that could have been avoided. Is that what you're saying to me?
No, no, I didn't understand that.
Yeah, but
I
even after
didn't
I explain,
understand that that
no,
was
see, this
your
is the
point.
thing, Terrence. You talk really nice, Terrence, but you got these underhanded little backhanded shit that you saying to me. Like when you first came on here, you brought up that I must watch CNN, that I come with these conservative views. And after I've told you what my perspective was, you still came here when I asked you what was your point. I'm just muting everybody's mic because y'all got some reverb other than Terrence. And then when I clarified what my point was, and I asked you what was your point, then you slickly slid that in there. Like as a revolutionary, I thought you would ABCDFG. So I'm now asking you, are you implying that I'm not a revolutionary because I'm out here fighting and for the fact that I don't want our black children throwing their lives away when they don't have to? Is that what you're telling me? That by me taking that stance, I'm a conservative and I'm not a revolutionary?
No, no, and I apologize if that was the. I'm sorry.
So then why is that the point that you wanted to bring up when I asked you what is the ultimate point you're trying to make here?
No, because I thought that your priority would have been to support his fight for equal justice and protection
Who
under the
said
law.
that I wasn't supporting his fight for justice and
I
not hoping that he gets that? Who said that I wasn't
well,
supporting?
I think your
Let me ask you
message.
something. Have you given to his fund?
I have not
So what the hell are
donated
you
to his
doing to support
cause.
him getting justice? I'm just saying, it's amazing that because I'm speaking in logic so that we can look at things in a way. I think for y'all to cheer on that our youth should go around doing this, you're actually sending them to the battlefield when people like you that are older haven't bust a grape in the name of revolutionary. So how dare you support our children
I have.
throwing their lives away when they don't have to for the cause, when you ain't throwing your life away for the cause? When can we meet you at the next crime scene that you finna go do 20 years for, brother?
I participate in city council discussions to
Well, city
protect
council
the
discussions
rights of
don't get you 20
our
years,
youth.
so it's kind of a big difference, ain't it?
Well, I
Homie on
consider
bullshit,
myself
man.
a revolutionary. I consider myself a revolutionary, and great minds think alike. And so I wanted to know what your position was on supporting his right to receive equal protections under the Constitution and Texas state law for stand your ground and castle doctrine.
All right. Well, I think that I've said a whole lot in all the videos I've had about him, especially in tonight. I think that my position has been real clear. Nowhere should anybody have the impression that I don't support this boy or that I
Okay,
don't want to see him get fair justice. But what y'all gonna
okay.
quit doing is living in delusional land, because I want you to name the last time you saw a Black person in this situation actually get the justice they deserved. I'll wait for like 2 more seconds. I need you to name that person, and then I'm going to let somebody else go on the panel. But we want to give Terrence a moment.
OJ.
We want Terrence to tell us who that person is.
OJ.
Oh God. And how long ago was that? And that was the man that murdered his wife. Stop playing with me. Give me somebody that had a confrontation with a white person. It was self-defense. Tell me when you've seen somebody work. OJ does not work. And I asked Terrence. Go ahead, Terrence.
As far as I understand, there was a Black woman who used the castle doctrine to defend herself, and was she was let off. Her name escapes me right
Well, it
now.
obviously wasn't a main case, and it depends on what that castle doctrine is. Because again, if you don't know the case, I'm not going to accept that as an answer. I'm talking about all the ones that have been in the media, high profile cases. Do you not know the fact that they're
Hmm.
high profile, that they actually get treated different than other cases? And so you said that she used the castle doctrine, but if somebody was in her house trying to break in, I think that that does work in the castle doctrine. So again, you must understand that high profile cases are actually dealt with a whole lot different. So name a high profile case to
Yes,
me, where that happened.
that's true. That
Yeah.
is true. Yeah. It's difficult to keep the jury from being influenced from the media and family members.
So
So
are
that
you
is
mad at me
true.
because I'm just keeping a realistic stance on the situation for us? I think when we live in delusional land and we don't deal with what the harsh facts are of what he's probably going to face when we already know where we are in this country, does that really do us any justice? That doesn't make us get up and fight if we just tell ourselves everything will be okay. I think by now in this country as Black people, you ought to know it's not going to be okay.
Yeah, and the respectability politics, it makes sense, and I appreciate your sentiment on that. But again, my fight is for social justice and equal protection under the law. And if this young Black man is successful in using this law, I support him.
Who
And I
doesn't?
think, yeah, yeah,
Who said
yeah.
that they didn't? We'll be glad if he successfully does
And,
it.
and,
I
and that
don't
is
think,
my
I don't think,
priority.
I don't think that was part of my argument at all. It was y'all cheering on the fact that this boy put himself in this predicament when there was 50 other ways he could have handled that situation.
What
And
would you recommend?
the crazy thing is, y'all wouldn't even be having this argument if he didn't stab a white boy. And you know how many of our kids are killing each other in the community because they don't stop to be taught how to handle situations better? You only saying it's Mr. Terrence because the boy is white. So do you want to talk about all the Black kids that are killing other Black kids because they have the same over emotional attitude as Karmelo did, and they don't be taught any way to defuse situations, how to fight with their hands, or how to ask an adult when you look around and see they're all standing there?
Yes, and again, my fight is for social justice in a white supremacy system. It is not respectability politics. It is not chastising Black youth.
If I may
Again,
say
there's a
something,
place
please.
and a time for that. But my priority is supporting Black people in a justice system that has been traditionally designed to be
There
adversarial.
will there will There will be no justice in the justice system that was created fraudulently, that suppresses and oppresses and represses people to the very day and to the very moment that we speak. Justice is a lie. We will never get justice
And
until we
what
have
do
our own,
you
period.
suggest? And what do you suggest we do to dismantle the partial justice system that's been designed to work against our interests? What do you suggest we do?
What I suggest that we do is keep it real and keep it honest with
That is
ourselves, and
not
that
a
our people
policy. That is not a policy.
listen, policies, laws, constitutional
They are
amendments,
real. They are
listen,
real.
executive orders, all that shit is spell work
They are
when it comes to the
tangible.
Melonite
They
family.
are tangible.
Listen,
They are
that's not
tangible.
tangible to us.
Policies are
It never worked for
tangible.
us. It never worked for
Policies
us. It was
govern
never
your
instituted
lives.
for us. The Constitution itself,
And
the very people that established this
what
nation, you
tangible
understand
course
what
of
I'm saying?
action? What tangible course of action do you
Yes,
suggest that we
the
take?
tangible course of action to take is separation. Period. That's the most tangible course of action.
Course of action, Terrence, but I guarantee you're not with the tangible course of action.
Sure.
All of our enemy that we fight, and when it comes to this system, they conquer us with fear and with violence. So are you ready to stand up with a bunch of other Black people? And are you willing to use violence and even give your own life so that we can go and overthrow the government and the system that is oppressing us the way they are? Are you ready? Because I'm ready. Do you
I
want
come from the school of thought of Huey P. Newton. Those are guys.
The question is, are you willing to do that? Because there goes a tangible answer that everybody seems to run from. Because I'm sure all of those meetings you've been in, you've done a lot of talking over the years and nothing has changed. So are you ready to go to the actual thing that changes? Because most of the time they're not. See, because Anthony took some violence. Anthony is actually giving up his life for the cause, whether he realizes it or not. When he did it, I don't think he did it because it was a race issue. He wasn't trying to be a revolutionary. He did not know how it was going to affect the Black and white community when that happened. That was not something he was ready for either. But see, unwillingly, Anthony has actually given his life for this cause. Are you ready to do what Anthony has done? Because I have a list of white supremacists. Do you want their address?
I am absolutely committed.
Anthony is okay, and he's not going to get a lot of time.
I'm just saying, hold on, wait a minute.
Anthony is a 4.0 GPA.
I was on the front lines of
Anthony has a 4.0 GPA.
Missouri. And in Miami, I was on the front lines of those protests back in the 90s.
I just need a yes.
He's not a typical thug.
Are you ready? Are you ready to
He's
sacrifice
looking good.
what Anthony had sacrificed?
I absolutely am.
Stop unmuting your mic when I mute your mic, because we can't all hear when everybody's talking. And so I want Terrence to land his plane, because I'm about to let Terrence go down because he is giving his moment and other people want to come up. So you asked for a tangible answer. I just gave it to you. Are you ready to sacrifice what Anthony has sacrificed?
I absolutely am.
Okay, I'm going to email you a list of where some white supremacist and racist judges live, and you know what to do, bro. I'm going to just leave it there. I'm gonna need to see something on the news in the next week. Okay.
If you know their addresses, so do you, Michi. You're the revolutionary.
No. You asked for the tangible answer. You asked for it. You said you was ready. I'm just saying, because I'm just giving you the perspective. I mean, if Anthony threw his life away, you sound much older than him, sir. You ain't got much life left. Go ahead and give it for the cause.
Yes, you and me both.
And the rest of us ain't. I'm just making a point here.
No, you are too, and you have their addresses.
Drop your email in the back. I'm gonna send you some addresses. I need to see that work put in by the end of this week. Have a good night, Mr. Terry. All right. Who's next?
Me.
I have a statement, a question.
I think it's time for me to speak.
The guy who wanted to speak, go ahead. I want the guy to go ahead and speak. That was saying Anthony's going to be fine, and you said he got a great G.
Yeah, he's gonna be fine. Okay, Michi, you have a degree in criminal justice. You know that character plays a very important part in a court of law. Okay, this young man doesn't have a criminal record. He has a 4.0 GPA score. He's the captain of his football team. He works 2 jobs, and he's active in his church. That goes a long way in a court of law.
No, it doesn't.
Simple as that.
If all of that played a long way in the court of law, then they should be trying him.
He's out on bond. He's out on bond. He walked yesterday.
But everybody.
He's out on bond.
Oh God, are you gonna keep
that? Has a whole lot to do. Character has a lot to do with a bond hearing. You're a criminal justice major.
I
You should
want
know
you
that.
to know. I want
You're
you
a
to
criminal
know.
justice major. You should know that.
Sir, I heard what you said. Now you about to get cussed the fuck out too. Now I'm gonna let you speak. You just keep repeating the same thing. Now let me respond to what you said. God damn, do you niggas know how to have a dialogue?
He
Now,
sounds passionate, like he is close to
that's
that
fine.
person.
That's fine. But he repeated itself. And when he hears me trying to interject, he asked me a question. I'm trying to answer. So let me fucking answer it. If somebody asks me a question, you see how I shut up and let Terrence answer my question? That's
Make
all
your
I expect
point,
from
ma'am. Make your
that's all I
point.
expect from anybody else on the panel.
Hold
Make
up
your
a second.
point.
You can't have a conversation
up.
if we're not going to let each other have the opportunity to talk. You said something and like Umar Johnson, you repeated yourself 3 times. Are you ready to let me answer? Are you not done? I'll shut up. Tell me when you're done.
He's antagonizing you. He doesn't want an answer.
Yo, and first off, bitch, don't fucking rush her on her own shit. Shut the fuck up.
Hey, fuck you, nigga. What's up? What's up, bitch?
Back.
What's up, bitch? Yeah.
Okay,
Do
then.
you see how aggressive this has become? Can you
Listen,
imagine
Oh,
somebody
man.
coming
This
to a 17-year-old kid
is
and
why a
doing
lot of
that?
these ignorant folks ain't got no problem with what Anthony did because they ain't got no sense either. They grown and they still hot tempered and ain't got no proof about them damn selves.
It ain't no
Goddess meet you.
like fighting.
I'm
Goddess meet you.
not playing with them tonight. I done kick. Let me drop the link again because I done kick some folks off. I got a button. I'm just gonna push the button on y'all. I ain't got time for arguments. We're gonna stick to the topic at hand.
Yes.
We are gonna let each other speak. Okay. And when somebody asks somebody something, if they're talking to that person, let them go back and forth. Let a person finish. And at some point, if it becomes monotonous, then I will have them land their plane. I'll make them land their plane and say, okay, make your point. Let's move on to the next person. I'm gonna give everybody their chance to talk, but nobody's gonna take over the whole conversation tonight. We're gonna stick to what we're talking about, and we're going to allow people to have dialogue. If a person asks somebody a question, let that person answer their question, and then somebody else can hop in their dialogue if that's something they want to do. So.
Part itself real quick too. I gotta say this. Like, you don't come to somebody's own venue and try to dictate to them how they gonna run their shit. Watch your fucking mouth, bitch.
Okay, come on, but wait a minute, Will. I don't need us to be tough guys on the internet either, though. He's just somebody in the chat. For me, to be honest with you, for most of the people who do that or who come up here and be talking all that rah-rah, they're only doing that stuff because they're on the internet. And it's like, that man won't even turn his camera on. I really think that they really punk because I'm just a woman that's 5'2". I'm 46 years old. We on the internet. I can't touch you or do nothing to you. And even if we was in the same room, I mean, you should be scared of me because most people don't think I got a special set of skills like that nigga on the movie. I'll chop your ass down the size real quick, nigga. But at the end of the day, like, there's nothing I can do to you or on the panel. So if you're gonna be a man and come up here and then you want to be contrary and you want to be a smart ass, the least you could do is show your face. The fact that they can't, I think they punk. So for me, I don't even need to get into calling them names or getting mad at them because to me that's internet gangster shit. I like to let them make fools of themselves. And it's always amazing to me that it's some man and y'all supposed to be the people who lead the community, bruh. Y'all not tough at all. Not at all. You can't even show your face. Mr. Terrence talking about being a revolutionary and all this nigga do is go talk real slow in front of a microphone every week at the town hall. Boy, shut up.
Hey, Auntie.
Hey, honey. How was your birthday?
It was April 5th. Aries.
Yeah, I know. I ain't seen you since then. That's why I say, how was it?
Oh, yeah. It was good. I didn't really do nothing much this year. I just took myself shopping, bought me these new gold hoops, got my little hair and stuff done, and just took care of myself. I didn't do nothing crazy this year.
Okay, well, good. Happy belated birthday.
Thank you, Auntie. But what I wanted to say is that's crazy, y'all, because this is basically the whole Karmelo Anthony thing. Like this is what's the problem. Like us worrying about our emotions. That's what the whole panel is about. So him getting on here and even us, like, yeah, anybody come to our auntie, we're gonna have to let them have it. We're gonna drag that ass. But at the end of the day, it's like this is the whole reason what we're talking about because, like, I'm not gonna lie, like we have, I'm in LA or whatever, so it is a lot. It's a huge gang culture, and you have a lot of gang members here. And maybe later I have one up in here too. He gonna probably pop in too because we love Michi X over here. And it's just like I was talking to him today. I was just like, because he's a Crip or whatever, and I was just like, I said, y'all doing the right thing, but to the wrong people. Okay, like y'all supposed to be doing this gang banging stuff to these immigrants, these white people, the Ku Klux Klan, the police, whatever, not each other.
Straight up.
And it's like even still now when we're talking about today, me saying that. You basically, as my auntie, just like, no, no, because they do that, their life is over. So it's like, yeah, we killing each other and, you know, doing all this, which we're trying to stop. But like I said, in LA, Los Angeles, California, you know, with all these gang members and stuff, I was just like, bro, they're really active and they're really crazy and they really about that life. And I was just thinking like ignorant, like, oh, well, yeah, do that to the other people, to the other side, do what y'all do, but not to our people. Protect our community, protect our brothers and sisters, protect us. But then again, like, you know, Auntie said, you know, they said the OJ thing. That was funny. I was laughing at that. But no, we don't get justice, you know, and then this is your boyfriend, this is your cousin, this is your nephew, this your brother, this your uncle, this your dad. So at the end of the day, yeah, you saying, oh yeah, because I understand what Auntie is saying, basically, like, okay, whether he was right or wrong, is there something else that he could have done to prevent killing this nigga or whatever? You know what I'm saying? Is there anything that he could have done?
Like, could he stab him in the leg or in his arm? Like, you stab him in his heart. You try to kill, bro. Why you go for the heart right away? That's all I'm saying.
And it's the emotions. It's the emotions. We don't know about the nuances. If maybe this boy probably embarrassed him. They talking about bullying, but did he fuck his girl? Is it something we don't know?
Well, I feel like he was. They were messed up. It was raining. They were actually under a whole nother tent, according to witnesses, and they came from under that tent to come and tell him to get from under the tent. But it's raining. The people under the tents had nothing to do with the teams. At that point, people were just running for their cars and for cover because of the rain. And so lots of people were under the tent. And so they did like, you know, focus him out. They came over from where they were. They weren't even under the tent where, you know, Karmelo was. So they didn't have to come mess with that boy. Absolutely not.
But what I'm saying was, and I don't know the full story about like the background. I watched the other video that you did. I caught the playback on that when you first started speaking on it. But did you mention that they knew each other before, or the bullying only happened?
No, from what I've heard so far, they didn't know each other.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I think
this was like a community event, so it was not on school grounds. It was like at a park where the track and field takes place, and a bunch of different schools had come around to watch, and then the schools that were there competing. So it was a lot of different people there. But my understanding, unless something else comes out, even from one of Karmelo's relatives, that there was no prior relationship, which makes it even more like, why y'all come over here and just mess with him? Because underneath the tent was a black man with his 2 daughters and a couple of other people. Karmelo was just on the phone minding his business. So I think they came over there trying to mess with him. They got more than they bargained for. Now, don't get me wrong. I feel bad for Metcalf. I just don't want to see that boy have to have given up his life for that. That's all. I'm sad for Anthony. And if he go to prison, and because he has so much life ahead of him, and he was an honor student, you know, and he was, you know, a star athlete. And I just think about all the stuff that he could have done in college, the scholarships, the kind of life he had. And I'm just sad that it was all thrown away. I'm not sad for the white boy, but I am sad. I don't think that white boy being taught that lesson like that was worth Anthony giving up his life.
His life. You don't care about the white boy's life. You care about the black boy's life.
Basically, I just wish he would have handled it different, because I would like him to not have to be in this.
To go to jail. And that's what I was mentioning when I first brought up with the gangbang and stuff here, because like I said, even though it's 2 completely different things or whatever, it's really not. It's still the root. It's still the, okay, fight or flight mentality, or it's like, our black men don't really know how to think, not all, but sometimes think like logical or like analytical or critical, or like, let me try to, like, what could I do? Is it that serious? Is it that deep? Where's your friends? Or like whatever. I don't really know, like, if he was by himself, did he have his friends?
He was, yeah, he was by himself.
So he didn't really have nobody, and he probably was scared, you know, like everybody was saying. But it's like, at that in that instance, like you said, the only thing that probably he could have done different is, like you said, not stab in the heart and probably stab somewhere else.
Yeah,
I would like to jump in.
Situation.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I live in Dallas, Texas, which is probably about 40 minutes away from Frisco. Frisco is in Collin County, Texas, which is extremely conservative. It's extremely white. He's not going to get a jury of his peers. There's probably not going to be a single black person on that jury. I don't even think that this case is going to go to trial, because most black people, especially if they can't afford an attorney, they're going to use a court-appointed attorney, and then they're going to accept a plea deal. They're going to get bullied, and it's probably going to get pleaded down to manslaughter.
Yeah.
And then, but I just want, because I really wanted to check that guy who was here, but I guess I already missed that.
opportunity. But the solution, okay, first of all, the real solution is going to be sovereignty. We need to fight for that. But in the interim, what we need to be fighting for is more Black attorneys, because what's going on is they have these draconian occupational licenses, which keeps Black people out of the practice of law. There are tens of thousands of Black law graduates who have law degrees, but they're not allowed to get a law license because of they have you have to pass the bar exam, and you also have to. There's a character and fitness assessment. So if you have bad credit or you have anything going on, and you went through law school and and went through all these hurdles, and you can't practice law. So the practice of law is extremely racist. It has a long history with the American Bar Association to keep Black people out. I've been fighting for this issue for many years. I haven't had any success because the Black attorneys don't care. They got in, and they're basically trying to pull the ladder up behind them. People like Jasmine Crockett, who keeps bragging about the fact that she has a law license, but she's not trying to help the law graduates who don't have law licenses. But that is the issue. You need more Black attorneys. You need more Black judges. But I would say even more specifically, you need Black male judges because, and I'm not trying to be disparaging to women, but unfortunately, when you get Black female judges, I don't know why they do this, but they side with the system and they get rewarded for it. Because
I mean, in all fairness, let's say this: it was a Black female judge that actually lowered his bond and let him go home on house arrest. Also, he does have a paid attorney. They have raised over $400,000 now for his defense. And they do have a paid attorney. They had one that was Black, but they had some kind of, some kind of controversy on their name. So they said, we don't want to deal with that. So they replaced the lawyer. I have footage. His lawyer was speaking. I think it's actually a white guy, but he must be really good because I'm going to tell you what I've seen going in the courtroom. I did my internship in the probation department, and whether you guys know it or not, in the probation department, you spend more time in the courtroom than you do anything else, right? And so we in the courtroom, what I believe happened is that his attorney is so good because they paid for him that he actually did what he needed to do to get that new bond hearing in front of that judge specifically. I think he looked at the judges that were on the bench. He said, I want to get this in front of her because I feel like we'll have a better chance for her. I think that was strategic because that's not the first judge that looked at his first bond hearing and gave him $1 million. Funny thing is that and I have some clips. I'm going to be putting a video together that I'll post for you guys tomorrow. You can see what his attorney said, but there's a lot of people online, of course, white people, but now they're harassing the judge for the choice she made. So they're harassing her and talking about she did that to be tribal and help him just because he's Black. And so now they're all online talking about the judge, which I find very interesting because they don't do that when it's the other way around and white judges are doing this stuff. We don't go after those judges, but yeah, they're talking junk about the Black judge now. So, I mean,
Republican.
Auntie, and look, I wanted to say something real fast. The homie just mentioned something. Would you compare this or consider this somewhat similar to the ozone case? Because the homie just said, basically, like, I know y'all probably follow me because he's basically feeling like, okay, maybe Karmelo wanted to get somebody before he got. And I feel like that was basically the ozone thing too. Like basically, a free ozone. But basically like he wanted to,
right.
his situation.
He thought the officer was gonna get him. He was nervous in that situation. Well, I think it might be a little bit different. You know why? Because the officer was calling for backup. What made Ozone really flip is because the officer did have a weapon on him. He said he was reaching for his weapon, but he also called for backup. So in his mind, you are calling other police to come to the scene, and now you're reaching for your weapon. So that's why Ozone felt he was in danger. But I'll say this. Look, if Penny, that man Penny, whatever the hell his name is, something Penny, if he could choke that man to death on the subway train and they said that was self-defense, then you know what? I think that they ought to let Karmelo go ahead and say he feared for his life, whether that's the truth or not. They could let him if they wanted to. But I want to say what Jay was saying, he's right. And living in that county, they are arguing right now that they want to keep that the case there because they feel that that's owed to the Metcalf family. But at the end of the day, I think one of the best moves his attorney needs to do is get a change of venue and have it tried somewhere else so that that jury is not full of nothing but white people. Because let's say he even gets the, you know, the trial in front of that same black judge. If the jury finds him guilty, the judge has to go within the guidelines. The only thing she can do is give him the lowest sentence if she wanted to, but she still gonna have to sentence him to something. But I do agree with Jay too. I don't think we're going to trial. I think that his attorney, if he knows what's good for the boy as a good attorney, I think that he's going to bargain this down to manslaughter and try and get him as least amount of years as he can. And if he can do a really great job, maybe he can get him the low end of manslaughter and like get him manslaughter with 5 years and then maybe be on probation for so many years after he come out. And if he go in doing 5, I don't know if Texas is an 85% state, he might come out in 2.5 years. Like that would be a really great deal. And if he could throw something like that together on the table, I would say that boy should take it before he go to trial. I will say that the district attorney, the way that he spoke, if you haven't seen it, like I said, I'll put the video up. The way that he spoke, I was hopeful because, you know, the way they're going to charge him or how they're going to negate whatever plea bargain they give this boy is going to be between his attorney and the district attorney's office. Well, the district attorney did state that he thought this was a sad case all around. He did acknowledge that not only Metcalf family lost someone, but that in ways, Karmelo's family has also lost their child as well. So the fact that he said that just tells me something about his thought process. So I'm just hoping that the district attorney office is willing to see this boy as a kid too. And with a really good paid attorney, they'll come up with a great plea deal. I don't think that we're going to see a trial in this. It would be the worst thing to do. He better not go to trial, you know? And I think that they can come up with a good plea deal. So I think that's what we should all be waiting for. I don't think we're going to see a trial. And if we do, I think that's the dumbest thing his attorney could ever do is take it to trial, because that's when he's going to end up with 25 years.
Right, and that judge can't stick her neck out too much because it's going to ruin her career. A lot of these judges, they get rewarded for selling their own people out. So there's judges, they do that. They throw black people under the bus, and then they get promoted to, or they'll run for re-election to an appellate court, and they'll get reelected or into a higher position. And we don't hold these people accountable. Collin County has very few black judges, but the next county over is Dallas County, and there's more black judges here. Maybe that would be a more appropriate venue. There's more black people here in Dallas County than Collin County.
But as you said, it don't matter even if they look like us. A lot of times they side with the system in order to go along, to get along, and sometimes they're even worse on us. Like with black police showing off for the white cop. It's the same way in their system. I mean, I had a situation in a DA case, like an African DA came at me harder than any freaking cracker ever did.
Okay, y'all. Not to be rude, but I don't want to be here all night like I do normal call-ins. So some of y'all that already had a turn to talk, it's still people who trying to get in the back. So if I can have some people drop down, I always ask people willingly, if you said something, if you have not spoken your piece, you don't have to necessarily drop down. Jay, is there anything you want to say before you get out of here?
Yeah, I'm going to drop down. Thank you for letting me up.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you for coming up. Let me see.
Hey, Michi.
Yes.
You guys hear me? This is Frey. Hi, everybody. This is my
How
first
you doing?
I'm great. Everybody, I just want to thank you so much because I was actually in tears back here, and I realized it was being shown because I've never come on live, but I got brothers, right, that have been in the prison system at 14, 15, 16, and I apologize because I'm not trying to get emotional, but it's really.
But it's okay because we always act like when we go through this shit, it's so normalized in our community, we're not supposed to feel any kind of way. I'm worried when people talk about it and they don't feel nothing. That's when I'm worried.
It's not normalized, but I just really respect your perspective on the trajectory of Karmelo because I feel the same way. I'm like, I really wish. I mean, I know in his state of mind. He just acted, okay, but he had a future, a promise. I mean, he really, and now that is going to be slighted. And for me, when I joined the call a couple days ago, and the brother said, "Hey, prison made me a man," I was like, "Wait,
that was crazy, right?"
That was so not
And everybody
cool.
act like
It made
he
me.
said something so profound. I was like, what?
I was heartbroken because like I don't know what to do. Like I got 6 brothers and all six are in the prison system and they don't come out right. And I don't know how to help them. I'm the oldest sister. I just got 6 brothers. But when you said it, I was like, somebody understands what I'm feeling. And so I just wanted to say that. That's all I know. No cap. I really just like, and oh, it's just so not cool for us. Our mindset, the mindset, we got to change our mindset. Like, come on, like people got to think a little. I don't know how to help. It just feels helpless. Like,
can I ask you, in what you're saying, being that you dealt with that so much, you watch your brothers go to prison. When they come back, do you ever get your brother back? It's your brother in his body, but that's not your brother the way he left, is it? And he never comes back, does he?
Nah, he talk different, disrespect. He looking over his shoulder, talking about sis. Somebody, look, I gotta carry this. Like, and then he keep like one brother. He's been in so much since 14. He's now a drug addict, and we can't help him. I can't help him at this point. I just give him. I can't even. I don't even know how to pray right because he's now 36, 14, because he chose not to tell somebody shot somebody, but he took the rap, and he just wanted to be in the gang. But all my brothers, they're changed. They're like, I don't even recognize them. And when we have a conversation, I can't get through them. I have to respect that they somebody different. They somebody different. They don't, they actually put themselves back in because they realize our family.
That's where they're the most comfortable. That's home to them.
It's okay. You know how our parents supposed to teach you structure and I'm sorry. It's so our mom passed and like my dad don't care. He just it was a product of their environment. And seriously, because my parents were in prison, in jail. I just chose I gotta go do something different. I mean, but they are like, their eyes look different when they talk to me. I just see hatred and like survival, and they don't even think the same. Nothing's computing. They're not thinking rational, like, oh, I'm gonna get a job. It's so hard for them. So what they gonna do? Revert back to what they know.
Yeah, I agree, because my homie right here right now, he just said, he's right here. He was like, how basically he kept on, what'd you say, opening the door?
I kept opening the door.
Me too.
Just because the door is locked, he wanted to know like he could go out the door when he wanted to go out the door. Like, you can leave when you want to leave. And I told him when he said that, I said, yeah, you need to, he's still shy. He don't want to come up yet. He's going to be up here soon. But I said, you need to tell Auntie Michi that, because I remember when Auntie Michi was talking about your son, and you was like, and free my brother too. And you was like how he haven't turned on a light switch and how he just was not.
Yeah, and can you ask him to answer this question? And he don't got to come on. He could just tell you. So I was talking to the guys, and they was like, when he go in there, he'll be straight. The gangs in there will pick him up, and then he could be in the gangs. Is being for a boy who's never been in a gang. Like, we talking about Karmelo now. He's an honor student. He's not a gang kid. Like, is being in the gang in the prison a good thing? I told him, I said, if he gonna be in the gang for protection, he got to put in work.
No.
So now he's going to have to learn how to be a better criminal. And that work can be a lot of different things. Now, am I telling the truth or am I lying? Like, this boy going from being a regular honor roll student and an athlete to being in a prison gang, that's not a good thing.
No, prison is really, you'll be straight in prison if you just mind your business. You don't got to be in a gang. I feel like dudes who do that or something, you just get scared or intimidated by being in prison. But
well, let me ask you though, because we were talking about this from the perspective of this, right? When he goes in there, he has such a high profile case. There are white gangs. And what if they want to do something to him because he killed Metcalf?
Well, he's black, so we run race. It's going to be race anyway, so they can't really do too much or nothing to him.
Right, but to get that loyalty from somebody, because unless you're in there with your mans and people from the street, or you are part of the gang,
no, it's a race thing.
Gonna go out on a limb.
It don't matter if you connected to a gang or nothing. It's just race. Period. If the whites do something to a black person, period, in jail, it's gonna
Oh,
go
y'all
up.
gonna fight
Oh
it
wait,
out?
well, this is
Yeah.
California though too,
Oh yeah,
Auntie. We in Cali
Yeah, I'm
though.
in California.
So what state is he in again, Carmelo?
He in Texas. And it depends on what prison he go to. It's black people there, but Texas got some racist areas.
But I've been to jail in
Yeah,
Texas.
it's variables that go with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. But in California, out here, how it is in California though, like it's race, it's gang cars, it's different, it's certain different.
Do they separate like the black people from the white people out there?
Yeah, like I mean, we're not separated, but like we all together. Like if you're in a dorm, it's gonna be blacks are gonna be with blacks, the Mexicans are gonna be with Mexicans.
So they self-segregate.
Yeah, we self-segregate. But
Hey, can I say
you can't
something?
touch, like nothing. I don't care if you square from Delaware. When you come here, you can't touch no black in California, and it don't go up. It's gonna be a riot.
It's the home of the
You
Black
can't even
Panther.
talk-
Somebody said
you
he
can't
was
even
being
talk-
Newton.
You can't even talk crazy to no blacks in jail, and it don't go up.
Okay.
Yeah, he went. Hey, can I say something?
Man, I'm so glad he came on and said that.
Let this
Hello.
real quick.
Oh, hello. Hello. This is my first time up. So I really I hate that this case has become about race. But I knew it would be. And I'm probably not going to have a popular take on this, but I do agree with you, Michi. But for me, I think he should be held accountable for his actions. And the number one thing that I've been asking, like from the get-go, was why didn't he just fight back? Why didn't he use his hands? And so many of the black spaces that I've been listening to, they all are pretty much saying like, oh, he did the right thing, and the white boy messed around and found out. And I'm like, and I've went on their panels and I've raised the same question, like, why couldn't he just fight with his hands? And the response that I've gotten was, well, you don't get to tell someone how they get to defend themselves. And I'm like, you're right, I don't, but the law does. And
the law does. Yeah.
And I'm like, y'all are backwards. But see, Michi, this is the thing though. This is black culture for you. And I hate to say that, but this is black culture. It just goes to show you that it's black culture, because look at this kid. He wasn't from the ghetto. He was a good student. He lived in a nice neighborhood, and even that could not save him from the mindset that a lot of black boys, black young people in particular, tend to have: low emotional intelligence, impulsive. It's just the average. It's just disgusting to me.
I want to give you some pushback on that, because you said low emotional intelligence and impulsive. What you just stated are actually things that all teenagers actually have. That is their psychological makeup at those ages. It's not really a race. And like today, I don't know if you guys saw on the news, I forget where it is, but some white kid just shot up a school. Okay. And so again, I'm going to give you pushback in saying that it's a cultural thing. I think that our society, period, pumps violence into all of our youth, and they are oversexed, they are over emotional, they are not learning emotional intelligence. Because what I always want to say too is, it's like, it amazes me how black people we speak on our black youth because you guys are in communities with the black youth, but I always find it amazing when people try to act like white kids don't do this or Hispanic kids don't do this. But what I would say to you, have you ever lived with them? Because I've lived in those communities. I've gone to school in those communities. My children have been in some of those communities. So until you are around them, and I'm sure even Deja can vouch for this, you in California, ain't there a bunch of Mexicans that act like they ain't got no sense? Ain't it white?
Absolutely. I be telling people, I be like, man, they think this is Mexico.
Right.
I be like, they think this is Mexico.
But even the white people. So I mean, the thing is that I think that when we look at our youth, period, even when we were in more of the white neighborhoods, just about at least twice a week, they would have a lockdown on the school because there was some kind of weapons threat. That's something that the white kids schools go through all the time, right? And so I've seen a lot of that happen too. But what happens is, because we're not in those communities, we don't look at it. But from a real educated psychological and sociological perspective, I will tell you that the era that we are living in, majority of our youth are being raised on violence, and they are impulsive, because that's just until your reasoning is completely developed at 25, what you have is that your brain actually functions more on emotion. So that's all they can really grab towards. Now, can you develop emotional intelligence and reasoning in a child before they're 25? Absolutely. But your parent has to have that and sit you down. That comes to having conversations with your children, giving them different perspectives of how they can look at something, all the different ways that things can go, why they should or shouldn't do something, and say, well, if you do this, this can happen. But you have to take the time to instill that in a child. If you just let them gain it naturally through society, their brain is not fully developed until they're 25. And 2, they're going to learn much from society and their peers, more so than even their parents, because they spend more time at school than they ever do in their parents' presence. And so I will tell you that that is what a lot of youth are dealing with. I don't want to say that is a cultural thing, because if it's a cultural thing, this is my pushback whenever somebody tries to say something is a Black thing, right? If you're going to tell me it's Black, that means it's in our DNA. So then I'm going to tell you that you're not exempt from that if you're Black. That means all of your children should act like that. All of your family members should act like that. Every Black youth that you know, because that means it's not about society. It's about our DNA. That means then none of us would be exempt from it. And that's actually not true. So that's only what I'm saying.
Wait.
Wait a minute, Will. I got to let her respond because it was her question.
I hear what you're saying, but we know, if you've lived in a Black community, especially gone to a Black school or even a mixed school, that the Black kids primarily are the more impulsive kids of the bunch. You will see some white kids that are impulsive, but for the most part, they're a little delayed with their reaction, because that's just not their culture primarily, to be flying off the handles.
The white boys that be shooting up all the schools and stuff.
Come on, man.
Those ones, the one that be doing drugs and the bad girls.
I'm talking about.
But it's American culture as a whole. It's American culture.
You're raised by Klansmen, Ku Klux Klan.
Okay, but y'all, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, y'all.
See, Michi, this chat room is a prime example, and I've listened to so many of your live streams, and I listened to other live streams by other Black content creators, and you know what the difference is? The ones that I listen to from the Black creators who have predominantly Black audiences, from those who are white commentators who have predominantly white audiences. You know what the difference is? This is a prime example. Black people keep talking over each other. No one just has the. I'm starting to believe that people. It was never a skill that was developed. It's like an impulsive thing where you literally physically cannot help it. Like, you have to say something. And right there.
I think that for you to equate a panel of where you are saying things and people are passionate about the conversation, and we've had plenty of people not talk over each other and be able to speak, but then at one moment you've triggered something in people. I think for you to equate that to children wanting to be violent towards each other, the two things are not equal at all. And I'm gonna say once again to you, for as much as you keep saying Black, how much time have you spent comparing all of these things you're saying to other groups of people to know that they don't do it either?
I didn't say they didn't do it. What I'm saying, it's more prevalent.
Right, so stop saying it's a Black thing. Stop saying it's a Black thing, because unless you can point me to a bunch of white podcasts that have panels that they never have these moments where people overtalk, or you can show me an Asian one or anything else, you're actually not, you're not being fair. You're speaking in a very vacuumed perspective instead of speaking to everything. Like I said, I get tired of when people try and tell me what Black people do, but you can't ever tell me you ain't been around white people. I'm gonna tell you right now, I grew up around plenty of white people, not because half of my family is white, because most of my family don't live here. My dad's parents came straight over here from Poland. He had a couple siblings and that was it. But my mom used to always think moving to the suburbs meant we had made it, because that's what Black folks wanted to do. Go to the suburbs as soon as you could, and that meant you made it. So let me tell you something. When I grew up, all of the houses we hung out at where kids disrespected their parents, said, fuck you, mom and dad, didn't do no chores, disrespected the fuck out of them. We could have sex at their house. We could do drugs at their house. We could do whatever the fuck we wanted at their house. They had no discipline. Their kids were out of order. Them little niggas did everything. They always had guns around them, and they never disciplined them or taught them anything. And they were so impulsive, did whatever they wanted. It was the white kids, because I remember we would go to their house and they would say some shit to their parents, or they'd come in and catch us all smoking weed, and we're like, oh shit, we're in trouble. And their parents don't even give a fuck. They'll come in there with the liquor. They bought it for the kids, right? And we're thinking, because we come from a Black community, they about to beat their ass and call our moms and send us all home. But that's not how they acted. So at the end of the day, I mean, unless you have actually spent time around white people, you can't really say what other groups of people do or don't do. What you're doing is you're taking human traits that all human beings exhibit, and you're taking the negative ones and you're placing them on Black people as though they belong just to us. You got to stop doing that, Brittany.
They belong to all. They belong to all people.
Right.
I never said they didn't belong to every other race. And by the way, I know what you're talking about. Yes, there are definitely some white kids out there who are out of order, talk to their parents any kind of way, don't have any rules or regulations.
But every negative attribute you spoke of, you said these are part of Black culture.
Because it is. Two things can be true at the same time.
American culture, and all of you that don't have direction act like this. That's what I'm saying. You're contradicting yourself now, because you just said you know that these are human things, but then you went back to saying they only belong to us.
Two things can be true at the same time, though. And they're both true, because we're talking about the Black community here. So yes.
No. So if you want to talk about the Black community, what you say is, I want to address some of the issues that we're dealing with in our community, but you stop saying it as though it's our culture, because what you're implying is that it only belongs to us and not other people. So you can't in one breath say it belongs to all of society and then say it only belongs to us. That's actually not two things true at the same time. That's a contradiction, Brittany.
But I said what I said at the beginning was it's more prevalent in our community. We have a problem that we have
what
to
do you
address.
base that prevalency on? If you live in a Black community, you're going to be around Black people more than white people. So what do you base that on?
Michi, come on now. We know the issues in our own community.
You are not around white people in these other groups all the time. You can't say it's predominantly Black people. It's predominantly to you because that's the community you live in. So you don't know what them other races is doing because you're not in a community every day.
Well, I'm not around poor white people. I'm around middle to upper middle class white people, and they definitely are not like that. And definitely are not.
And you know what? And you know what? So then why don't you say that it's attributed to people who are poor and live in ghettos? Because they're
Auntie, wasn't we just watching Trump and Zelensky getting gangster on TV, going after each other, talking, bullying, threatening each other, Trump and Zelensky and that whole thing?
But it's like, even for her to say, I'm saying this is exhibited all the time, and she act like just because people are upper class, they're not ghetto. But I want to remind again that when I was around all those white people, we were actually in the suburbs. Remember, this is why my mom moved us to those communities. So we were in the suburbs, and we would go to the white kids' houses. Their parents were never home. They let them do whatever the fuck they wanted to do. They had big houses. They had all the little tractors and the goat carts and horses you could ride and all kinds of shit. These were the suburban white kids, and they were disrespectful, bad as fuck, addicted to drugs, and dumb as hell. But again, I live in a community in Georgia that is not a gated community, but it is a small community, and it is all middle to upper class Black people. And I watch them keep their yards clean, and we wave at each other when we go
Jonesboro.
And no, I'm not in Jonesboro. And the police are not outside knocking at our doors. We've never seen them in the community. You watch husbands and wives play golf across the street when the weather is nice outside. All of the landscapers come and do everybody's yard, and we're all Black and we're all civilized. So, even for you to say that, because you tried to make the comparison of upper class versus lower class, okay, then I'm still going to tell you to get the race thing out your mouth and say that inner city people who live in inner cities and in poor areas tend to act like that. And then if you say that, then I will tell you right, because I'm from Detroit and we have a such thing called 8 Mile, where all the white people live in the trailer park where Eminem is from, and they ghetto and trifling as fuck. I promise you.
Yep. Well, really at the end of the day, Michi, really what it's about is Black people have overall selective outrage. And like you already said, had these been two Black boys, this would have never even made the news. Nobody would have even cared. And it's just really disgusting to me to see Black people just siding with Karmelo simply because he's Black and just showing the hatred for white people. It's some deep-seated hatred for white people. And I can understand.
So now, wait a minute. So we're the ones that have deep-seated hatred for white people as though they don't hate us. Have you seen all the racist shit being said online? Every time a Black person is killed by the police, did you hear what they had to say when Daniel Penny strangled that man? Matter of fact, you heard what all the white people have had to say about the black judge just because she simply did her job and gave that boy a reasonable bond, which anybody would have been given in the court of law? That was more reasonable what they gave that boy. Right. So have you seen all the racist shit that they said about that black lady? But you want to talk to us about deep-seated hatred, girl?
No, but two
I
wrongs.
think you got a bit of self-hatred.
Can I comment on that? Can I comment on that, please? Can I please comment on that?
Look,
so
once this whole thing is
very quick.
once this whole thing is over, nobody's gonna have anything to say. Y'all just gonna be waiting for the next news story, the next thing to get outraged about. Nobody really cares.
I'm gonna let you talk, Sean.
How many of y'all have put money on his book?
Hold on. Let me say something to her real quick. I'm gonna mute Mike so there's none in the background. Then I'm gonna let you respond to her, Sean, and then we gonna move on from here.
How many of y'all have donated to his cause?
One more thing I will say to you is that I really hate when people make the comment that you just made, because even for all of the stuff that happens in our communities, you know, there are a lot of groups of people, organizations, and Black folks that we actually work in our community with the Black youth. And we do have a problem when our other Black youth kill each other. And we do try and fix those things in our community. And we do a lot of that. It doesn't make the news. It's not high profile, but I know that you're not one of the people that do it. That's why the fuck you think it's not being done. And so y'all kill me with that saying, we'll wait for another one to get outraged. There are people every day who are outraged by what goes on in their community. They don't get the notoriety that they need, but we also deal with the issues in our community as well. Just because you don't see it doesn't mean it's not happening. The fact that you don't see it means all you're doing is complaining and you're not doing anything about it. Because if you were, you would know that there are plenty of people out there that are just as outraged when a Black kid kills another Black kid.
Well, look, all the activist work is not, evidently it's not helping, because the problem just keeps getting worse. Blackistan just keeps getting worse by the day. So nothing is improving. Things are getting worse. So
do you want to tell us any of the ghetto traits you have? Because since you have attributed all of this being Black, you're Black, right, Brittany? So what of these ghetto traits that you want to keep giving to Black people, which one of them do you exhibit and hold true to your life?
I was raised in the inner city of Chicago, so I definitely have some ghetto traits in me for sure.
Right. So all the stuff you say, so are you over emotional and impulsive, like all the stuff you saying Black people are you ghetto?
But you know what I'm not gonna do? I'm not gonna pull out a knife and stab somebody and kill them because they put their hands on me. I would never do anything like that. You know what else I don't do, Michi? You know what else I don't do?
I think that depends on who puts their hands on you, where they put their hands on you at, and what type of person it is. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, if I'm walking down a dark street and a big ass man jump out the alley and say, "Bitch, you going with me?" and all he do is put his big ass hands on me,
that's different.
That motherfucker. I don't know about you.
That's different. I'm talking about if we were in a controlled environment like what happened with Karmelo, I would never do that.
You're a grown ass woman, so I don't want you to talk to me about what you would do as a grown woman, because I'm sure if we took Karmelo and he was an adult in this situation, he probably would have acted different. But instead, he's a 17-year-old child who by nature is over emotional and impulsive. That's what all teenage children are. I'm sure he regretted what he did. I'm sure he acted so fast.
When I was 17, I would have never thought like that.
I don't think he intended to kill that boy. Okay.
No, I don't think he did either.
Also, even when you were 15, what you're not is a Black boy, and Black boys face more shit in this country than your ass ever will, even as a grown woman. And he's a Black boy that lives in a predominantly white community that deals with racism all the time. So if you're not going to look at the bigger picture here and look at the micros, I just want you to go, just admit that you don't like Black people.
Well, okay, here's the thing. If Black people keep complaining about white supremacy and racism, why do Black people continue to move in these white neighborhoods? If white people hate you so much, stop moving in white neighborhoods. Stop trying to be like the Joneses.
What is a white neighborhood? Wait, hold on. I'm a real estate agent. I'm a licensed real estate agent. So what is white neighborhood? Because just because it's a nice neighborhood or it's a suburb, that don't own that land. That's not a white neighborhood. It's the suburb.
But if they hate you, why you gonna move where they hate you?
That's just like saying a person.
That's crazy.
Or this, that, there. How is it a white neighborhood?
Built on white power.
I want to jump in. Can I jump in?
What is a white neighborhood?
Why would you want to move where you know you're not going to be accepted? Why would you want to move there?
Brittany, everybody in the chat want to know, do you got a white husband?
I'm not answering any personal questions about myself.
That's girl. Brittany, you have a good night. You fun to argue with, but Brittany, that's a yes for us.
I don't have a white husband.
Degree gonna tell me that you are definitely married to a white man. Where he at? We want to talk to your
I don't have a white husband.
Do you sit back and talk? Well, maybe you got a white boyfriend. Do y'all sit around and talk about black people together?
I don't have a white boyfriend.
Do you sit around with all your white friends and talk about black people together?
No.
Oh, well, do you have any white friends?
Yes.
Okay, so what did they say when you told them all this bullshit you saying now about Karmelo? They agreed with you left for them.
Well, I'm gonna be honest.
You one of the good niggas.
I'm gonna be honest. The white friends that I have, they're conservative because
what is gentrification?
Wait, hold on. Let me answer. The white friends that I have are conservative because I don't identify with liberal black people.
She's a coon.
No, I'm not a coon.
Yes, you're.
I don't have a victim mentality. The world is out to get me.
How did you even find my auntie page? What are you doing here? This is a pro-black woman.
Yo,
okay, she can be pro-black, but she's still half white, though. Okay, she's still half white.
What that gotta do anything?
She's more black than you.
Hold on, no, but I want to point something out. So
they always like a
pro-black woman, but I'm still half white. So my question is, are you following me because of the white side of me?
No, I'm not following you. I actually been following your channel for a few years now. I learned about you, I guess, through the algorithm because I used to watch Boyce Watkins and Vicky Dillard. I agree what you be saying about Vicky Dillard. She's a wizard.
Dookie Dillard. Watch Dookie Dillard.
And I'm gonna be honest, she's a wizard for sure. I watch her shows sometimes just to be like, man, people really fall for this. Okay. But anyway, I'm just saying, look, this is the thing. If it were me and I had this mentality that, oh, the white man is the oppressor and white man hate me, I would not want to move in a white neighborhood where you know you're not going to be accepted. You know they're giving you the side eye. I mean, why would you even want to go there? I'm just being honest.
They're all black neighborhoods.
This is the thing, Brittany. Okay. Is that, first of all, when we talk about the white man, most of us, I think this day and age, understand that the white man that might live at the corner is not the racist oppressing me, and I'm not really worried about him. When we talk about the white man, it really equates to talking about the system that's usually run by white people that keep up systematic racism. That's who we're speaking about. I don't think any of us are concerned about the white guy at the corner or the one who lives around us. Also, when we talk about black people wanting to move out of the inner cities in the ghetto, when they go to the suburbs, and most communities, unless you're in a place like Georgia or some places in like maybe Texas or, you know, some places where they have a lot of predominantly black suburbs, you can move there. But for some people, just to move into better communities, they're just predominantly people that are there that are not black. So the only choice you have is to stay in the ghetto or move into the suburbs where you're not going to see as many of your people. So it basically depends on the state and the area that you live in, how that differentiates and it changes. Because I'm in Georgia. If I win the lottery tomorrow and I have $70 million, I can go buy a mansion. And in that neighborhood, every one of the millionaires next to me will be black.
Where are you moving to?
I can go to the hood if I want to go to the hood here and there black. I can live in gated communities because this is Georgia. So I have that pick, but everybody doesn't have that pick. And they just want to simply move to a better neighborhood and get out of the inner city. And in some of their cities, there's not a lot of black suburbs.
So you wouldn't move to Buckhead? You wouldn't move to Brookhaven, Sandy Springs?
My family live in Atlanta. That's all black people.
What does that have to do with anything? All those places you just named is plenty of black people, but what does that have to do with anything?
I'm just saying. I'm just saying because I just want to know.
Brookhaven.
I don't understand what your point is, though. I just am telling you the demographics of Georgia. No matter what income level I have, I can move to any place and be in a predominantly black community here. I'm just telling you that that's not the case everywhere.
And I named those cities because those are not predominantly black cities, as you know.
Did I fucking say that?
No, you didn't, but I'm just...
I did not. I didn't name any cities, ma'am. I said if I want to in Georgia, we have our pick. In Georgia, you can go to any type of demographic. You can go to an all-black community no matter what your income is what I'm telling you. If you are a millionaire and you want to buy a mansion, there are communities here where everybody that owns a mansion in that community is a Black person. I'm not understanding your point. You started naming places I never named anywhere. Just like when I was just asking you. I told you I was in a suburb with a bunch of Black people. You said Jonesboro, nigga. Why you keep naming cities? I don't live in Jonesboro. Not at all, ma'am.
Well, I was asking you a question. So
I don't understand why you're naming cities. What's your response doesn't have anything to do with what I just said.
Okay, well let's I do have a question for you. You said tell me how the system, what is that word that you use? Tell me how the system is really so oppressive to Black people. What is holding Black people back? How is the system holding Black people back?
So I'm gonna tell you this. Hold on, Will.
How is it holding Black people back?
I'm gonna tell you this, Miss Brittany. You claim that you've been watching me for a while. What I'm not finna do is let you take up the rest of this panel because you seem to want to act like the white people and you want to oppress the whole panel and make it about your ass. And so what we're not gonna do tonight is let you do that, because if you have been watching me for years, you already should understand how the system oppresses us, because I've explained it from the criminal justice system to the school system to all the systems that we endure, and we see how they have all of these rules that are systematically racist, okay? And so I've already done that. So you're asking me a question that you should absolutely know the answer to. And in order to answer that, I'm going to have to go into a whole nother conversation, which I'm not going to let you do tonight. We're going to go back.
Yeah, because didn't you just say that you've been watching her for years and you've been watching her for some time? So you know. Already.
Hold on. No, I'm going to mute your mic because you don't run nothing around here like the white people don't run nothing around here, baby girl. But I want you to know, we're going to go back to the Black woman who actually has endured pain with her brothers being in and out of the system, because this is the thing that we're talking about. Because instead of being judgmental of our people, we understand that the system is a plantation, and that is where they keep the new slave. And so for those of us that understand how this works and have sympathy and empathy for our people that are caught up in a whirlwind of shit before they even knew what hit them, our people wake up every day in ghettos and don't realize they're created. They don't know the trap that they are born in. And by the time they figure it out, if they ever do, it's way too late. So I'm going to leave you to your suburbs, your white friends, your charcuterie boards, bitch, and I'm going to let you go. Have a good night, Miss Brittany.
Bye, bitch.
All right.
Ciao.
I don't know why they want to try me. I could cuss you out big time. Or I could do it in like a real nice white people way, if that's what you want, girl. We ain't got to say no cuss words. You gonna get the fuck out of here with that bullshit. Go open up your whatever the hell your sparkling water and leave us alone. Because no matter what nobody say to you, you do not like to be Black. And it doesn't matter what reason. That's the crazy thing when she talk about emotional, what she said, they don't have any emotional intelligence. She don't got no emotional intelligence. Because no matter, every time we make a point, she goes to a meaningless statement instead of addressing the thing that we're actually talking about. And for her to talk about the hostility, there were several times that I was speaking and you cut me off. So all of those things that you trying to attribute to everybody else, but you don't want it to be yours, they belong to you too, baby girl. I promise you they do. So,
and why is she the one that said the problem with Black people, we talk over each other? She did the same thing.
That's what I'm saying. So if she one of them Black folks that think she better than everybody else, and she not.
Thank you.
Because I was trying to hear from the sister that hadn't spoke yet too, because I was tired of her trying to run this shit. Can we hear from a sister who hasn't even spoken yet, and she tried that nicely, please?
Yes.
Go ahead. Is that Claudette? Go ahead, Claudette. I know we got people been up here waiting. I want y'all to go ahead. Anybody that's been waiting hasn't had a chance to speak. We got the devil's advocate up here again. And Claudette, you guys have been waiting very patiently. And we got Love Logic.
Yes,
I think he dropped down and came back. So I want to give y'all the floor so y'all can say what y'all want to say. I know you've been waiting a while. I apologize for people who come in here like white supremacy and want to take over the spot. I'll be more mindful of that the rest of this panel.
Bless you, Minchie. Bless you. That's me right there. See where it says dimples? That's me. That comment.
Okay, that's you, Dimples. Okay, so Dimples said, Oh my God, Michi, I know the feeling, especially when they go to prison at a younger age. So she made that comment when you were speaking, Sister Frey up there. So Claudette is the sister who made this comment right here to you when you were
Yes.
talking. So go ahead, you can say what you want to say, Claudette. And then Frey, if you
Yes,
want
ma'am.
to finish, expressing how you felt about your brothers, I want you to go ahead. And if you have something else you want to say, you go right ahead.
First of all, I'm sorry, sister, for hearing that, because that's the same thing I heard when Michi spoke about that about her son. Give me a minute. That shit do hurt because, like I said before, their minds at the age of 17 is impressionable. They don't know what jail is. They don't know what this type of society is. For that sister Brittany or whatever, I'm trying not to curse. It's a cultural thing. I totally agree with you, Michi, when you said when they speak, when they say black, it's the culture. That's they try to say that is embedded in our DNAs. It's not. It's a societal thing. It's an indoctrination. It's propaganda. And then they always want to politicize every fucking thing. Excuse my language. Everything is a Democrat. It's a Republican. They ain't got shit to do with it. America was built on violence by those people. But nobody ain't ready for that conversation. And for her to talk that shit, well, you half white. Bitch, let me tell you something. Bitch, you got more black in you than you.
She wants to be. That's probably why she followed me. She want to be half white like me. She would love that shit.
Right, and then she got that.
You can have that half white. If I could give it to you, Brittany, I'd package it up and send it to your ass in the mail if you want it.
Okay. And then she got that selective hearing type shit. You answered her question when she asked you, when you live in this city, that. You answered that. I was just asking you, you answered it. She just don't like your answer.
Yeah, she was being facetious a lot. She was just being
facetious. And I'm sick of this shit. Go ahead, yo. I'm done. I'm sick of it.
All right. Claudette, let me say, you got anything else you want to say? Because I know some people keep trying to come up, so I am going to drop some people down. Oh, okay, she went down. All right. Thank you for coming up and sharing your piece. Frey, did you want to say something else? No? Okay, let me see. Did Frey drop down? Oh, she did too. Okay. Love Logic. I know you were up here, then you left and you came back. Do you want to say something? Go ahead, Love Logic. The
Yes.
mic is yours.
Hi,
Go ahead.
Michi. Hi, everyone in the panel. I'm glad. I'm so happy that we're having this conversation. Michi, I have so much respect. I salute you a lot. I've been watching you for a while. I'm not active in the chat as much as I should, but the other night I was, and you asked me to email you. I didn't get to it yet, but I will do. This is another topic. Like I said, is very much needed. And I just appreciate all of your activist work. I consider myself an activist too, but haven't been able to, put the work in, especially like you are a big motivation. I have 3 boys. So this is very touching to me. And it's an eye opener. It's just another teaching moment to bring to my sons. Like, look, this is what's going on, and there was a different way to go about it. I feel 2 ways because I have, based on my own personal experience, like I'm a mother of 3 boys. And I do know that social media plays a role, and the internet has played a role, and it's not a racial thing. It's like the woman said, a society thing, and we're in a new climate now, and these boys are impressionable, and I do see the big difference that everything, especially like the internet, has played a role in our children. And what I will say is, there was this that the boy Anthony, he could have responded in a different way. That's what I had to point out to my son and let him know, because he's one to think first. You know how they say swing first and think about it later. But
Yeah.
I tell him some things, some choices you make are permanent. You can't come back from. And we're in a climate where you a little black boy. Your outcome is not going to be the same as my brother that's half Italian. I have a brother that's half Italian. He can't do things like his uncle, you know what I mean? But I also have a father that's sitting down in prison facing 37 years. I have an uncle that's currently in the hole doing life for taking somebody's life. And this was played out on Special Victims Unit, Law and Order, my dad's story and my uncle's story. So I've grown up going to see my in and out of jail just to go see my father. So I can relate to the sister that was emotional about her brothers, because I have my dad in prison. I have my uncle in prison, 2 uncles in prison for murder, and 3 sons. And it's just me. Their fathers are not around to give them and show them and equip them for the lessons that they need for this world. So here I am fighting my own. And the other side of this coin is with the judicial system, which I know, because I was put in a situation after my kids were kidnapped by my own mother and my ex. I ended up facing and found myself in the criminal system trying to get my kids back, who was sent to a Commonwealth. And I know I got to email you about that, Michi, because that's a whole nother panel. But what I will say is I've seen firsthand what the criminal justice system does to people like us. I'm fighting the case in the Commonwealth state simply for being a mother trying to get my kids back. I had no criminal record. Them cops beat me. They threw me in jail. That was my first offense. I had the $10,000. They tried to get me to bond out. Of course, it was lowered, but then I ended up getting railroaded and like the other guy said, bullied to taking a plea deal. So instead of assisting me as a mother who came to another state concerned about my kids who had no business there, they treated me like I was a criminal. So I know firsthand how vicious this system is, and it's not for us. So I do see both sides to this, that yes, this is a teachable moment for any mother with boys,
Yeah.
to teach our sons situational awareness.
Yeah, I guess that's my ultimate thing in this whole conversation, is that I just want us to, if anything, instill in our youth. What I don't want other youth Karmelo's age to see is the adults bigging this up like we're proud of what Anthony did. Because if it's our child, we should want them to handle it a little bit different, right? And what I mean by that is I don't necessarily want him to have to cower to anybody or not defend himself, but that is a big reason why I have my son go to self-defense classes, right? Because I want him to be able to deal with any threat that comes up against him. And I don't want my son to kill nobody unless he has to. Now, if he has to, I want him to know how to do that too. But I would rather have my son know skills to where he'll like break your nose and then bend your arm. Like at the end of the day, knowing fighting skills, I'm gonna be for some real shit. If you standing in front of me and you're talking shit to me and I think that you're a bigger threat than I can deal with as far as your body, what I'm going to do is while you're standing there, if you're talking and I know you're about to come for me, what I'm going to do is I'm going to kick your knee in the opposite direction and break your knee. Break your leg.
I'm with
You're
you
gonna
on
fall
that.
to the ground, and now
Yeah.
I have disarmed you as a threat. You might be bigger than me, but now you don't have a leg to stand on. So what I'm saying is, when we teach our kids things like this, even when I say when the boy was up on him, when he pushed Karmelo by law, according to self-defense, had all right to push him back. Now, if that boy fell down the bleachers and got fucked up or broke his neck, that is different than him stabbing him, because the measure of force that he used was the same force that got put upon him. Also, the boy approached him on the bleachers. It should have been his responsibility to not start a fight in such a dangerous location. You pushed him first. Karmelo simply pushed you back. I would have pushed that nigga down the bleachers if it was me. So it's just a lot of things in my head I would have thought to do. And when you teach your children situational awareness, what happens is, versus Karmelo being on his phone, 2 white boys walk up to him and they like, yeah, we about to, and they getting smart with him and you got to get out this tent. A person with situational awareness, first of all, is going to assess the scene. Okay, I see where there's some adults are. I see where, I got this weapon in my book bag, but how will I be able to get to this? I'm sizing up the 2 people. I'm looking at what I can do to them. I'm looking at what my options are. That's situational awareness. And you're doing that all in a matter of seconds as they're walking up to figure out how you're going to approach this situation. And a lot of our kids, let's be honest, just like anything else in life, if you don't teach a person how to fight, fighting is not something that comes natural. But if you teach them that skill, just like anything else, there was a lot of shit he could have did. Somebody who could really fight, I would have kicked that nigga kneecap in. Metcalf would have needed a new kneecap, and his brother would have went to swing, and I'd have broke that nigga nose. They'd have both been standing there looking dumb, and then I would have walked off in the rain. That's what I would have done.
The only way that I would have pulled out a weapon if I felt outnumbered.
Right.
Like, there's nothing wrong with having a weapon.
But Anthony, I want to be fair. Karmelo did not have those skills instilled in him. So what I'm saying is, instead of our children always, watching what's going on TV or worrying about some weapons or some guns and stuff, like, let's really do our kids some justice, and maybe let's start teaching our kids self-defense. If there's anybody in y'all communities and y'all want me to help y'all kind of get it together, let's find somebody who teaches self-defense in y'all communities. Maybe we can get them to throw some community classes where y'all can all come in. Maybe it's not a price, but if it's enough of y'all can give a donation for their time. Like, there's a lot of ways we can put this in our community to teach everybody self-defense. Your body is a really good weapon if a person teaches you how to use it. There's 1,000,001 ways I can break down a grown-ass man, and it's not being that I'm going to use these. I'm not going to use these to break him down. But because I understand the body and what I can do with my body, there are lots of things I can do to him to disarm him and make him vulnerable. But I'm not going to go toe-to-toe with him because he's 6'5" and I'm a 5'2" woman. But that doesn't mean I'm going to let him get the best of me. But if we don't instill these things in our children and women, we're the most vulnerable group. We're not going to know what to do. So I think when we look at Karmelo, I want us to ask ourselves, what can we do for this to be different for our children? So give them something in their arsenal to fight with. Let's teach our children self-defense.
Auntie, that's a tangible course of action. Yes.
He was a hero too. Like, he jumped into action when somebody's life was in danger and actually saved somebody. So he's really a good kid. He probably didn't want to do no harm to nobody, because he's actually in the newspaper for saving somebody's life. You know that?
Yeah. No, I didn't see that.
I did hear that. Yeah.
I did see, and I see Deja want to say something. I did see though that Metcalf's daddy is a registered sex offender and that he sexually assaulted somebody in 2011. I mean, I just want to say it's not surprising that they're being raised by their father, and them two boys was bullies, because it seemed like his daddy be trying to bully people out their draw. So I just want to say, I did see that. But go ahead. What you wanted to say, Deja?
I was just gonna say real fast, Auntie, because you taught me this. And I don't forget nothing else you taught me, Auntie. And you said, there's nothing wrong with us as American people to have weaponry, guns, knives, all of that. But what I will say is, I feel like instead of doing away with it, because I guess, I don't know, I was asking him, I'm like, well, where did he get the knife from? Well, I guess it was a pocket knife, because I got he's like, you got your mace, whatever, and my stuff. So I'm guessing that. But I feel like we should have within the self-defense classes, like you just said, it should be incorporated shooting the gun range, because it's not illegal. That is our amendment. That is
absolutely.
So I think we're trained with our weapons. Survival, the survival stuff. I love that so much. So, whatever.
I think that if you're trained with the weapon, then you're more, okay, let me say this, because you're absolutely right, Deja. For example, in my son's self-defense class, he's taught everything. If a person comes at you with a gun, how do you deal with it if you don't have a gun? If a person comes at you with a knife, if you have a knife. So he is taught with all kinds of weapons, whether they're coming at him or he has that weapon. And the one thing that he's taught about knives is, if somebody comes at you with a knife, they tell him the places that you want to avoid being stabbed. So if you have to go in or secure your body, you secure or turn to this side, because you could take a stab here, but you got vulnerable stuff here. But then he also teaches him, if you're going to stab somebody else, where are the places you stab them to kill them, and where are places you stab them just to hurt them? So even with weapons training, you know better. So even if Anthony had that, and he decided to still use the knife, instead of just stabbing him anywhere and hit him in the heart, if he had had some training with that, he could have very well wounded the boy, but not taken his life. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, instead of these dodgeball and all of these other stuff that they give us in PE in our schools, because again, mind you, the whole reason why Frederick Douglass have his claim to fame is because he was one of the Black people that was eligible to read, and he was able to do that and learn that. But like you said, like everybody knows, slaves got beaten and penalized for reading and learning certain things. So when we gave our children back to the school, that was dumb, because guess what? In the schools of Black people, and I ain't even gonna say UJ, but to the Black people that's building the schools, hopefully like Idris Elba, he's building his school in Africa and all that, and every Black people that's building schools, fuck a dodgeball and PE and all of this stuff. Physical education, physical education, aka PE, what we all grew up, going to in the gym and all that as an extracurricular, or what is it called, the activities, in school. It should be stuff like, wow, he just went to a karate class. This is a whole gang member right now. He told me they kicked him in his stomach. Like, he got right quick. He was like, and this is like martial arts and everything should be incorporated in our Black schools, because at the end of the day, like you said, I agree with everything. There's nothing wrong with having a gun if it's legal and you get the right go that. So you should learn that in school.
There's all kind of weapons. You could beat a nigga ass with nunchucks, learn how to use a stick or rock. Nunchucks. You skilled at everything. If a person teach you the right stuff, you also know pressure points. You know how to put somebody to sleep. Like, you don't even teach you where to hit a person and knock their ass out. So it's like, if you learn, fighting is not something you're born with. Fighting well is a skill you have to learn. And so I think that we should teach our kids that. I think they will feel more confident. I feel like in the hood, a lot of our kids reach for guns and they're not really trained with those guns or weapons. So first of all, they need to be trained.
They be holding a gun like this.
Right. They need to respect the weapon first and foremost. That's part of being trained with a weapon. You have to respect it. Because when you pick up a gun, when it comes to training, if I pull out my gun, I'm not aiming to disarm you. I'm gonna kill you if I pull out.
You just said it. That's how innocent people get hit.
Right. So you gotta respect the weapon first and foremost, But I do think that these are things we need to incorporate. I want to say to this dude in the chat, from your picture, you're a grown man, and you said, I don't think there was nothing wrong with Karmelo. He did a great job defending himself from a heathen. And sir, I just want to say to you, I'm sad that this is the perspective you want to put out there as a grown-ass Black man in the community, because I want to ask you, see, this is what I was saying earlier about the Black community. What's wrong with this perspective and why we keep putting it out there. You, sir, your comment tells me psychologically you don't care about our youth or our children, because what you're saying is he did a great job by killing that boy. Why? So you could scream Black power. One of ours took one of theirs. But do you give a damn about Karmelo's life? Do you care about the fact that he possibly just threw his whole life away, that this boy's finna go to prison for the next, 10, 15, maybe even 20 years? So you're okay with this young man throwing his life away. So since he did such a great job and you think that's a good thing that he did, and you don't even care nothing about the fact that his life is gone, I would like you to drop your email, because I'm going to send you a list of where some white supremacists live, and I'm going to need you to get on it, okay? Because if this young man can give his life for the cause, there's some heathens that need you to knock at their door. Okay, sir? So I just want to say that to you. And so let me go back to these super chats real quick, if y'all don't mind. Let me see. I'm going to go back to, I don't know if I read this. Let me see. I may have. I don't know. Y'all forgive me. I don't think I read this one. Shout out to Chris. Chris be showing love all the time. I told Chris I be wanting to know where he worked, because he be in here like bang, bang, bang with them $5 and $10 every live. Thank you, Chris. I appreciate it. Chris says, I have a question for you, Ms. Michi. If someone tell you to please leave, what should you do? Dads at club or any place? I get what you're saying. You probably didn't mean to put dads, but at any place. Well, it just depends. If I feel like it's not your place to tell me to leave, I'm going to assess the situation. And if it's something that's not a big deal, then I'm going to do whatever I need to do. But if I feel that I want to stand my ground, I have multiple ways of standing my ground. What I'm going to tell you is, for the sake of saying I ain't going nowhere, what I'm not going to do is just take somebody's life if I don't feel like my life is being threatened. That's one thing I'm not going to do, right? I'm not just going to say, oh, well, I'll just kill you for telling me to leave. Now, if I feel like the threat you're bringing to me is threatening my life, then that's another story. So I'm not saying I'm going to just let people sit there and punk me, but it just depends on what it is. I'm going to assess the situation, right? So it just depends. So if I'm in a situation, let's say I'm a grown woman, let's just go with what happened to Karmelo. I'm sitting at an event, it start raining, I see a bunch of people running underneath the tent. I go underneath the tent and somebody comes up to me, two people, and they're like, you need to get from underneath here, I'm gonna say, excuse me, we're all under here because it's raining. Who was you? You was over in the other tent. Why are you even over here fucking talking to me? And they're gonna say they're gonna do something to me, and I'm gonna say, please don't put your hands on me, because if you do, I'm gonna fuck you up. So I'm gonna give them a forewarning, just like Karmelo did, right? And then if they hit me, I told you what I'm gonna do. I'm going to kick the first one in their kneecap so that their knee breaks backwards. I'm giving you dead serious, because that's what I'm going to do. Okay. I like to break kneecaps if you give me the reason to do so. So then that one is not going to be able to use their leg. We're adults now. So 9 times out of 10, the second person is probably going to back the fuck up or be like, why you do that? But if they decide to jump bad, now it's just me and that person fighting, because the second person is crying, holding their leg, laying on the bleachers. They're not a threat to me anymore. So then I'm going to go from there. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to deal with it until the situation is diffused. As long as you're not coming at me anymore, after that, I'm going to call them peoples on you. And now you got a broken leg or a broken nose. And I'm going to then have you also arrested after you leave the hospital for assaulting me. That's what I'm going to do. But I'm an adult. So I'm going to look at this situation a little bit different. Okay. So if you're asking me if I'm going to let somebody punk me, no. But I'm also not going to just kill a person for the sake of my ego. You ain't finna punk me. Nigga, I'm not finna go to prison and get punked either. I'm going home to have a cup of coffee this evening. I'm not fucking going to jail. So, so I'm not saying I'm not going to defend myself, but it just depends on the situation. Now, if you pull up and you got a knife in your hand, or I see you got a weapon around your back, then yeah, we're not playing that game. It's whoever get who first. It's now I got to take you out. But it just depends. But if a person approaches me and it's somebody I can disarm physically, that's what I'm going to do before I go to a weapon. My life has to be in danger. So what I mean by that, I'm also a 5'2" woman. So if two really big men roll up on me and they're trying to take me or assault me, I know that I can't beat these men. That's a different story. And depending on what the situation is and what they're trying to do to me. Now, if two big men roll up on me and I'm in a public place, I'm probably going to look for the other adults and everybody standing around to give me some help first and foremost. I'm going to look to the people around me like, do you see these big ass niggas rolling up on me? Wait a minute. What's your problem? Right. That's probably what I'm going to think about first if I'm not alone. But if I'm in a position where we're in a dark alley alone, then that's a different thing. Like I said, so it just matters. It just matters what the situation is. Shout out to King Rock. He says, I don't condone violence in any way whatsoever. However, it's coming across as premeditated murder. I really wish he would have just knuckled up with Metcalf instead of killing him. Very sad situation. Now, what you say is an interesting thing from the court perspective. I don't really think in his juvenile mind he premeditated it, but what King J-Rock is talking about is the fact that he told the boy, he said, touch me and see what happens. Then he touched him, and then he went into his bag to get the knife, and he says, hit me and see what I do to you. So what that means is that before he actually took out the knife and stabbed him in the heart, his words can say he was planning on killing him if he touched him, and he told him to touch him in order to do that. So you can shake your head all you want to. No, I'm talking about from a criminal justice perspective in the court of law, the district attorney can try and twist it in that way. Now understand, premeditated murder can be you premeditated it a week before. You planned it, you got a hitman, you did all that. But premeditated murder does not have an amount of time in the premeditation. You can decide 10 minutes before you kill somebody, bitch, I'ma kill you. But if they can prove that your intent was to kill somebody and you plan to do that before you actually went and did it, that's premeditated murder, right? You can walk in the house, you didn't think you was gonna kill nobody today. You catch your girl in the bed getting her cheek smashed by the neighbor, and you say, fuck this shit. You see them doing it, you say, I'm about to kill you motherfuckers, and you go back to your car, you get your piece, and you come upstairs and you shoot them. You premeditated that, because as soon as you saw it, you knew you was finna kill them. So it just, so I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm saying that the district attorney can definitely twist it in that way because of his words. He told him, if you touch me, watch what I do to you. And so it's like, his plan was, I'm gonna pull this knife out my bag and I'm gonna stab you, and then you stabbed him in the heart. So was that your intention all along? So it is a slippery slope in the courtroom. I just hope the boy take a plea deal, which I think he will, and I think he'll get a decent one because he has a good attorney. So we'll see, but I don't think he's going to try. I don't think we'll have a trial to look forward to, and I really don't want a trial to look forward to be honest. Shout out to Chris again, came back with the $2 holla, says, what if he don't take the plea deal? Then what? Chris, if he does not take that plea deal, then guess what? We probably all get to see him go through trial, and we see what happens. If he does not take the plea deal, I am probably going to go and get a pass for media if they don't allow us to watch it on TV. It is a high profile case, and I'm gonna go in that courtroom and I'm gonna stream for y'all, and I'm gonna let y'all see what happened every day. And he's probably gonna get found guilty by a bunch of white people in the jury, and then we're gonna all be crying when he get this dumbass sentence like Ozo. That's probably what will happen. Shout out to Chris again. Come back with the $10 holler. Says Miss Brittany, black people. This for you, Miss Brittany. If you're still here watching, you probably is. You sipping sparkling water and eating your charcuterie board. Miss Brittany, black people don't want to raise their kids in the ghetto that they come from, so they move to the suburbs and raise their kids in a better environment. Yeah, we think it's a better environment, but then you get around racist ass people and you be like, damn, if it ain't one thing, it's a fucking other. Shout out to my niece, real estate base. She gave us a super sticker, and then we got Frey that says your passion ignites mind. Youth need tools to deal with conflict resolution. Thank you, MX, for hearing me out, and panel not judging me crying. Absolutely, girl. You know I be mad. Wasn't I just crying, cussing everybody out earlier? Thank you for coming up and sharing your tears and your pain with us. Because when I'm speaking of these things, that's what I'm speaking for. I'm speaking for people like me and you, all of us that have families. We've dealt with all of these travesties and different things. And I'm speaking to the people that care to want to hear me before that is their story, hoping that they may take some of this information and do something different so that it doesn't end up being their story. So thank you for being vulnerable with us. I appreciate that from you. So
Auntie, I wanted to ask you really quickly, because I know you usually are like grassroots with these families and a lot of these people. Have you been in contact with the family or anybody that's close to Karmelo?
No, and I was going to reach out at first to his father, but what I tend to do is that because I'm grassroots, what happens is usually I get in touch with people in the beginning before everything gets to, where it is. But once you usually have an attorney, once you usually have the money that's coming in and as much notoriety, what's really going to happen is his attorney, if you notice, the father has not spoke at all, which is a very smart move. So I'm sure that right now his father and them do not want to speak at all to anybody. So I'm sure that they wouldn't be willing to speak to me. And not that it's a rude thing, but once a case has gotten to a certain level, the best thing for them to do is to not speak with anybody right now. So that's what's best for Karmelo, not to speak. They can't judge anything you don't say, right? So, Karmelo's best advice, which he's already ruined, it was when it first happened, you shouldn't have said nothing. Silence, don't say nothing, right? Right. So I'm sure that he probably doesn't want to speak to anybody. I'm sure he probably has all the help he needs in that sense. Probably the only thing that I will see that his family may need, but it's probably already taken care of, is the fact that they are getting a lot of threats, they say. So a lot of times what happens is I will help facilitate with some of the guys I know in different organizations that they will come down there if they need to go do anything, if they're going to public places. If they were having like news conferences and presses, then we would definitely secure them with some militia people, with some folks who are willing to be their security. It's an open carry state, so they would be their hard body with all of their, their artillery. And but again, being that he's not going on a public, speaking thing, they're probably very safe and just, in their house living their life. So at this point, I don't see anything that I could offer. So we'll wait until everything plays out and go from there. So yeah. That's where it is with that. So no, I have not reached out because of that. And let me see. We got King J Rock, but before we go there, I want to ask, is it Ali? I see we have Ali up here. I think you've been up here for a while. I want to go ahead and let you have the mic, and then I'm gonna let King J Rock go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I just want to piggyback the young lady who's was crying, who brothers been locked up. My brothers been locked up, due to the '94 crime bill. And when they were locked up, I was young. I was in high school, and they wish they were out. I wish they were out. So with that being said, basically, it's not about playing chess. It's about playing checkers. And as a community, it's important for us to use our mind and think about things, before we react. And we need to teach our offsprings and loved ones, how to deal with certain situations. Because even though George Zimmerman and all those white people that got away with killing black folks, even though they got away, our people won't. We won't. So with that being said, we have to think smart. and we need to do what's right. We also need to like think about our loved ones, our family, our offsprings, and then the generations that come after us, you know? And that's basically all I had to say. And thank you. I've been following you for a long time as well.
Well, thank you. Thank you for coming up and thank you for supporting and following me all this time. Nene said, can y'all get the likes up? I can't see from where I'm at, wherever the likes at. But y'all do me a favor for anybody in the chat. It don't hurt no. I mean, unless y'all like, fuck me, you don't like what she talking about tonight. I don't agree with her. Matter of fact, I'm about to unsubscribe. Like, if that's how you feel, I understand. But if not, and y'all love me, could y'all go ahead and hit the like button? I appreciate it. It'll help push this video out to more people. Somebody did say, and I want to address one of the comments, and then I want to hear from King J. One of the comments, they were saying, can we speak? There's a lot of people going around saying that they bought a house with the money and not got him a lawyer. Actually, he has a really good lawyer, so I'm sure they used the money to pay for that. But I did hear that they moved to a new house, right? And that they have security and stuff. What I would say is that I don't see a problem with that. What people don't tend to understand is that when families are going through trauma and different things like that, there's a lot that's on their plate. And being that people know where they live, they may go in and out of their house, and it's news media out there 24/7. People have already maybe put the address out there. So that does put them in a position of not being safe. And so if they decided to go and move into another house, oh well, if that's what they need, that's what that money is for everything they need. And let's be clear, any lawyer that needs $500,000 to fight this case, he a crooked ass lawyer, because it don't cost that much. They should be able to pay that man a good $100,000 and he do his job. Now, with the rest of that money, if they use it for them to have a safer place, get out of that community or that neighborhood where they were and have some security, then that's on them. I don't see anything wrong with that, but I've heard a lot of people talking about that, right? Oh, he bought a new house. He didn't buy a new goddamn house. They don't own the house. They just rented somewhere else to live. Leave them alone. If you're in a place, everybody knows where you are, you walking outside every day, all the neighbors, this is a high profile case. That boy and his family did not wake up that morning thinking that he was going to stab somebody and kill them before the night was over. Then they never imagined that this case was going to be so high profile. And even though it's the thing that blessed them with all the funds, it can also be very stressful that your case is high profile, because that also brings a lot with it. Y'all must understand, there are people sending death threats and messing with the judge just for giving him a reduced bond. And this is a judge. So what do you think that they would be doing to them? So I think it's wise that they moved their location, because it's such a high profile case. So, you know, for people that's out there saying that, fuck them, they could do whatever they need to do. As the Black community and all the people that have given that money, we know that all of it doesn't go towards the attorney. That money is there for them to do whatever they need to do. I hope his daddy could take a couple of days off. I hope that he could be at home with his son, and that they family can come together and kind of recuperate from all the trauma that has happened in the last week. And that takes money as well. So they can do whatever the fuck they want to do with the money. So that's what I say about people saying that.
Yo, that coon hat dude, the coon hat dude, the one who called himself a wolf, whatever the hell it is, the coon dude, he put their address out there.
Yeah, so I don't blame them for leaving and moving.
Damn coon hat.
And let me see, hold on for somebody says something. So Denise says, I'm unsubscribing from this madness and some of these dumb ass statements. We need to learn how to shut the fuck up talking publicly about our own. I forgot M is part white. The coon is coming out of her. Fuck you didn't finish it. Girl, leave. Why you gotta announce you leaving? Matter of fact, let me help you, bitch. I just block you. How about that? Why you got? Are you an airport? Why are you announcing your departure? And that's crazy as fuck. I'm cooning, and we need to learn how to shut the fuck up talking publicly about our own. Who's talking about our own right now, man? Who is talking about Black people? Nobody is talking bad about Black people. Something wrong with you. Something wrong with you. You got a mental illness, bitch. But go ahead, please unsubscribe. I don't understand why you felt the need to say that. How long you been here listening and you still ain't unsubscribed? I don't believe you, bitch. You'll be back tomorrow. Watch. Y'all can all leave. Y'all want me to do the Jeopardy music for? Do no 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 don't 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 boom 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 boom. Boom. All right, you better be gone, bitch. That was enough time for you to hit that button. It is not a long time to hit the button. Hit the button. Bye. Bye, motherfucking bye. King J, what you want to say? You unsubscribing too? I'm telling on you.
Nah, you funny. What's happening, sis? What's happening?
Hey, Jay.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I've been listening for a while, so I heard, when the lady Brittany came on, and she had some points. Don't get me wrong. We'd be crazy to see she didn't have some points. She went way in that field with it, but you gotta, me. I'm all about facts and not feelings. There's always facts over feelings with me. But yeah, my thing is with this. I put on, I put on the comment regarding Metcalf and Carmelo. This whole thing is very perplexing because if I have to really speak the truth, I would say that this is more so on the parents in this aspect of it. And I'll give you an example. Let me use me as an example. So my son, he's 18 now, but when he was in junior high school, this could have been a Carmelo Metcalf type of situation. Now the boy that was bullying him, this was junior high school. The boy that was bullying him wasn't white. It was black on black or whatever. But he had came with a busted eye and all that stuff, and he, me, I'm into weaponry and stuff. So I grew up military and all that, and so I had, a few guns and a couple buck 50s around and all that stuff. So I left my buck 50 on my desk and he grabbed it. Now the good thing about the good thing, the, I would say it was like a perfect storm because I was coming in from work at the time and I saw him grab it. And I said, hold on, what the hell are you doing? And so he's like, I'm about to go kill this dude. I'm about to go kill him. I'm like, kill who? Like, what happened? I seen his eye. And so I'm like, what's going on? And he was like, man, this guy been bullying me. I said, okay, son, give me a knife. I grabbed the knife and I put it down. I said, this is what we're going to do. I'm going to take you back up to the school and you're going to fight the boy one-on-one. Oh, Dad, I don't want to fight. No.
That's what our parents did back in the day. Hell yeah,
Yep,
they made
yep,
fight.
yep. And I drove him back up to the school, had him point out the kid. I got out the car. Now the kid obviously he's junior high school, so he thinking like, oh, he went and got his daddy. His daddy about to F me up or whatever. I said, no. This is about to be a fair one. We about to have a fair head of fate. And so, son, he didn't have too much of a skill when it came to fighting, and that was my fault because I should have taught him a little bit better. But he's a what do you call it, a blended family. So he's my stepson, but I don't do the stepson thing. So, to make a long story short, he lost the fight. But he actually felt good after he said, Dad, thank you for that because I could have really had, went left and it could have been a different situation. So from there, we started doing jujitsu and boxing. Ain't nobody fucking with him now. And he 18. And this happened when he was like 12. So I say all that to say, I really wish with this Carmelo situation that he wouldn't have, and this is why I said premeditated, and I'm glad you broke that down before I start talking because most people when they hear no, he didn't mean to kill. Listen, premeditated is not because you planned it like you planned a bank robbery. It's not determined like that. That's part of it. You can do it within 10 minutes if you just you say it or or your actions dictate that it was that you wanted to unalive someone. So I really wish the parents would have done a better job in coaching and teaching this boy on how to defend himself because, like you said, he probably didn't have no kind of fighting skills whatsoever. He probably thought he was gonna get jumped in. And let's be honest, when in this day in this society, when people jump you, like they don't jump you, they can't just fight you and that's it. Like they gotta stomp you out, they gotta damn near beat you lifeless. So he probably had all that in his head. It was like, no, it's gonna be me versus him. And he didn't get right counsel neither because from the story that I read, when the police picked him up, he talking. Well, and it's two things with that. Police know, and you know this, Michi, because we part of, we all gods and goddesses on here. We part of the tribe, so we know how the law works. You know what I'm saying in great detail. The police know they shouldn't have been talking to that boy without proper adult supervision there, adult to be able to intervene for him. So when he answering questions, he's scared because he like, I'm going to jail. So he just letting off. I did it self-defense. No, Fifth Amendment. I mean, a plea defense. Be quiet. Like, don't say nothing. You know what I'm saying? So police knew what he was doing, but I wish he would have just not said nothing and kept quiet. But unfortunately, I got to say this. He's hopefully he gets, he has a good lawyer. Hopefully they everything goes right for him. And I really wish that he would have a plea deal, because if he takes this to trial, when you take it to trial and the court has to, divvy out all these resources, get juries together, do all this stuff, they're gonna throw him more time. They're gonna probably,
Yeah. When you go to
hopefully they
trial,
don't give him life, but yeah, you don't want that. You know what I'm saying?
they're going to offer him a plea deal. Everybody gets a plea
Yeah,
deal.
yeah. I hope he takes the plea deal. Yeah.
And you make them go to trial, it's like their way of punishing you. They're like, we went through
Yep.
this whole trial. So if we offered you 10 for a plea deal, we're not going to give you
Yep.
10 here because we didn't have to go through all the trial.
No, hell no. We're gonna throw in 25 plus.
They
Yeah.
do. They'll throw the book at
Yep.
you then because you made them go through all of that. Like, what's the point of giving you the same amount of years you could have gotten a plea deal if we went through trial?
Yeah.
You could have just took the deal,
Yeah.
So
They're gonna really punish you. Yep, because they have to
I
get
don't think
everybody
he's gonna
together.
go to trial. I think his
Yeah,
attorney.
I hope not.
I think he'll get him a
I
good
hope
one.
not.
I do.
But I don't. Yeah, I'm sorry to cut you off, but I don't agree with. Like I said, she has some points, but I don't agree with everything. You can't speak on, and this is someone.
Now let me ask you that. That's interesting. Somebody was in here crying a minute ago, talking about it's a bad show. She don't get mad at anybody who don't agree with her or say she right. I didn't say that, but you can't come on here saying dumb stuff. So I cussed that one lady out. I think she was being dumb with everybody. And then that first guy, he was being facetious. He was saying underhanded shit. It's some stuff he really wanted to say about me, and he just didn't want to say it with his chest. He should have did that. But I'm okay with people disagreeing with me. So Jay, let's show them how two people can disagree and not be disregarding each other. If you show me respect, I'm gonna give you respect. If you disrespect me, bitch, I'm gonna disrespect the fuck out of you. That's right. So don't come up in my house and do that and think that I'm gonna let you just talk crazy to me or say some underhanded shit. I'm not dumb. So if you really got an attitude with me, you should just say it with your chest. Because even when you try and say it underhanded, I still catch what you're saying. So Jay, we're gonna show them how we can agree. We can agree to disagree. So you said some of the stuff she said you agree with. What did she say that you think you agree with what she said?
Well, I agree with, in regards to how can I say this? The part where she was talking about
we be acting niggerish. Just say it, James.
Okay, I'm gonna say it. There and me and you have gone at this before too, and that's why I love her, because I don't, Michi's not going, no matter who it is, like she gonna let you know what it is. But me and we part of the same tribe, guys, so we've gone at it before. But I love her like a sister. Let somebody mess with her, I'm gonna dislocate their jaw and break their neck in about 20 different ways. So, but at times, I agree with her. At times, I do feel like we tend to I don't want to say give our people a pass, but we're more easy on our people than we should be, especially when it comes to gang culture and all that. And I grew up, and just for the record, I grew up in LA around 18 streets and 20 bloods. So trust me, I grew up in that culture, but I don't glorify it like I used to. I used to do that when I was younger, but as I got older, I put away childish games, like the scripture says. But I do at times with certain situations do feel like we do that at times. But again, it's on a case by case scenario. This is not a gang culture type deal.
When it's the issue with white people.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
Like when we make excuses or give passes, do you think that's more when it's with white people or with our own people? Or do you really think that there's a difference?
No, I think it's a situation like, if it's a gang thing, I think we give the gangbangers, and I guess this is kind of Charleston Whitish or whatever, but I think we give the gangbangers a little bit more pass with certain things than we would if it wasn't like, okay, well, I just don't.
Do you think it's a pass, or do you think it's a different thing when you have to actually live in the community with those gangs? Because
yeah, if you're there, no, I get it. Yeah,
you don't like it, or you tell the police like that, just put a target on you because he belonged to a group of people, and even if he go down, you got everybody else to contend with. So, do you think that might be part of why and then understand those gangs usually live in the community that they're terrorizing?
Yeah,
that means their family is there too, and family is family. Like I think that people are going to be biased in their family. That's understandable, right? But when it's your cousin JJ and your cousin Ray Quay and Jamond and shit, like you feel sorry for them because you don't want it to happen to them. But at the same time, we kind of get them a pass for the bullshit that they doing, you know, instead of saying something about it. So I think, like you said, there's a dynamic to that. And then I think when it's a white and black issue, I think that it's because it's a white and black issue, but I think it's understandable. I think when we think about the history and everything that's happened to us, I think there is a natural trigger, which I kind of think is okay that we automatically feel like, fuck them, it's a white person.
That's fine.
We don't have no sympathy. We don't want to see him lose. Whether he right or he wrong, we want to see him win just because we have seen them win so much, even when they were wrong. And the wrong is usually what they're doing to us. So we don't have sympathy because we feel like they still owe us for all the shit they put us through when they were wrong and they didn't pay no price for nothing. So that's what triggers us. But I feel like that's what America and white society get for the history that has built this country, that they have still yet to face, make reparations, be honest about the fact that it exists and deal with it. You know, I had a man on my panel a couple of nights ago, and he said they be watching me. He's a white guy, and he was really honest about how they feel about Black people. And it's 2025, and the way this man was talking, we have to be mindful that he's not the only person that feels this way. He got kids, he got relatives that's raising kids. So the mindset of them thinking they're superior, we're inferior, it really doesn't change. Like, it continues to just keep getting passed down. So the racism that individuals see and thinking they're better and being white, and then the systematic stuff, it hasn't gone anywhere. So at the end of the day, like, sometimes we are a bit ridiculous. Like, yeah, he might have been wrong, but I don't care because he was white and he was Black, and we root for the Black guy. But I understand why we feel that way. I ain't even mad at us for that.
Now let me tell you where I vehemently disagree with old girl. You can't speak and trust me. I live in the suburb. I live with the whites. I live with my people. All that, right? You cannot vividly say that. Well, we just like this and no other race is like that. No, player. Hold on. White people listen, they do drugs, they be having sex with animals. There's all kinds of shit they be doing that you don't see. You know, Asians, they do certain things too. Like, again, I'm not knocking no other race, but you can't say Blacks are the ones who are doing like this. My whole thing is with this. If you act like an animal, I don't care what your race is, you're gonna get treated like one. You're supposed to be a human. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't act like an animal, and then when you get treated like one, want to cry and say, "Oh, well, they're beating on us. They're doing motherfucker. Stop acting like an animal. You act like that, you're gonna get treated that way."
I just think that's what I guess that's what makes me mad when, especially, I hear Black people say that. I expect it from other races, but the thing is that this is the thing in human nature. There are positive attributes and there are negative attributes. And I just find that people are really quick to give the negative attributes to Black people like we own them, like we created them, like it's in your blood because you Black. Anything that we say happens because we're Black, like the term Black on Black crime. The reason why I reject that is because, okay, you never hear the term white on white crime. And when somebody says to me, well, why are we worried about what other people do? Well, this is the reason. Because if you call it Black on Black crime, what you're implying is that people do it because they're simply Black. So if it means they're simply Black, that means that it's in our DNA. That means that we all are birthed.
That's untrue.
The moment we're born,
that's not true.
We're vicious and it's in our blood. Also, what it does is it negates that other people don't do the same thing and it's only us. And then the third point is this. Is that if you call it Black on Black crime, when you understand the root of a problem or looking at statistics in the way things work, it will put you off kilter because you're looking at the wrong thing. If you simply call it crime, then we can figure out why the crime happens. And then we will learn that crime happens because poor areas have more crime. It doesn't matter what race is in that area. And that most people that do crime to each other are in proximity. So it's the people that you live around. Drugs are a thing that helps crime be a certain thing, right? Most people that actually murder a person, they know the person they murder. Most people are not murdered by strangers. They have a relationship. And what I mean by that is it could be the woman that lives down the street from you. It could be the guy that works at the grocery store. You don't have to have a relationship like domestic violence, but there is a tie there. Very rarely does a person just kill a random person, right? And so there has to be some type of a reason or relationship there Okay. And so what happens is when you call it what it is, which is crime, you will find that the factors that play into crime are the same no matter what community you go to. And then you will
Absolutely
find that
correct.
because white people live around white people, guess who commits the most crime against white people? Other white people. So my thing is, when we call it black, we actually go away from finding what the solution is because we are attributing crime to something that is not necessarily in play. It's not because we're black. It's because a lot of black people live in inner cities. And in inner cities, there are a lot of things that contribute to crime, liquor
Yeah,
stores,
black and
drugs,
Hispanics. Yeah, and
mental
that's the
illness.
propaganda.
Yeah, but you're
Yeah,
gonna find that in all ghettos. So if you go to a
yeah.
poor white area, you're gonna find that as well. And so that's my problem. We really go away from what the issue is when we start blaming all the negative things in society on black people. And these are all human traits. So I just hate when a black person tell me this is what black people do. My first question is always, what have you ever been around white people to know what they do too? Well, no. So then how do you know only black people do this? So just say
Yeah, just
what I
regurgitating
see.
bullshit. Yeah,
Stop
that's all
giving
it
all
is.
the negative shit to our people. It's a human trait. So let humans own this. Know that in all races, there are good people, there are bad people, there are ignorant people, there's educated people, there's poor people, there's crackheads, there's abusers, there's all kind of people in every
Yeah,
race.
it's just the spirit
All the
behind that
negative
person.
to
You know
us.
what I mean? Of course, yeah.
I'm
You know?
coming down, Auntie. I'm gonna be in the chat. I'll be right back.
All right. I think we finna get out of here soon. Let me see. I'm gonna read these chats. We got somebody else here. I want to see what they got to say. Somebody says, I disagree with Michi. We have to call it what it is. Poor Black American communities, black on black crime. Again, Nixon, I'm not gonna re-explain what I said to you. I don't give a fuck what
Just
you said.
explain that.
Actually, what I just said is a fact. It's not black on black crime, sir. Do you realize that that term right there implies that we commit the crime because we're black? Do you know that if you ever studied crime, that race is never a factor of why crime happens? So if you keep calling it black on black crime, when you start to try and get to the root of the problem to fix it, you're going to be looking at what? Black people's skin, or you're going to look at the conditions they're in. Your dumbass got the answer right inside of the comment. You said, we have to call it what it is. Poor Black American communities. No, the key is that it's poor communities. There's more crime in poor communities for lots of reasons. But this is the thing, that Black people live in poor communities more than anybody else. That's why you think it's only Black people. But I live in a community with nothing but Black people. And we don't have any crime here because we're not a ghetto. So guess what? We don't deal with all the things that people deal with in the poor inner cities. The truth is that Black people feel the inner cities the most. Go and find inner cities that have poor groups of other people. They actually deal with the same crime rates. So why don't y'all start dealing in some fucking fact and statistics, get a goddamn education, and learn how to actually look at these things, right? Somebody said, he said black on black crime exists. You can say what you want to say, nigga, and the problem is you Black. So by you saying black on black crime exists, is there white on white crime? Is there Asian on Asian crime? Is there Mexican on Mexican crime? But you never hear nobody say that shit. And since it's black on black crime, that means it belongs in your DNA. So, nigga, if we commit crime because we're Black, because that's essentially what you're saying, that means you're a fucking criminal too. So would you like to come up and tell us all the crimes your Black ass done committed? Because if you give it to my race, that means none of us are exempt from it. We commit crimes because we're Black, which means all Black people should be criminals then. That's what you're actually saying, dumbass.
There's no civilized Black people.
You're saying we commit
That's
crime
the
because
same
of our
logic behind Black
DNA.
businesses.
You should
People
learn
say,
definitions of words, nigga. You're saying we commit crime because we're Black, which means you're a criminal too then. So do you want to come share with us all the crimes you've committed? Because if you're Black, you're surely a criminal.
I gotta
What you actually saying? You should learn definitions of words. Mr. Nixon Keith, you one of them so smart you dumb people.
That's right.
You smart, but you not. So go look up what it is you're speaking of. You are basically saying we commit crimes because we're Black. So let's break that down some more. If we commit crimes just because we're Black, then that means it's in our DNA. So that means every Black person that has been born, we are inherently a criminal inside. And that is exactly what white people in society would like everybody to think. That's why the fuck they came up with that term. Why would any Black man use a term that a white man gave your dumb ass?
Propaganda. It's all propaganda.
Hey, Michi. The big thing that happens too is that sometimes the police.
Hold on, that's Mark.
Yeah, that's me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we
I
can
didn't
hear
want to
you.
jump ahead of no one. I was just waiting to see.
I was trying
Go
to.
ahead, Will. Say what you got to say, Will. But then I'm gonna let Mark go. Mark came up next, and he the last person. Then after that, I'm gonna see if anybody want to leave us with some last words, and I'm gonna get out of here because I won't be. We've been in here 3.5 hours. We going on 4, so I'm gonna say I want Mark to talk. But go ahead, Will. What you was gonna say?
I'm gonna push back on that a little bit because a lot of the times there's homogenous communities where they have their police force, it's still them, even though they may be pouring pink, they still got pink police officers that understand them, know them. They look at them as that looks like my cousin right there, that young kid over there, that could be my nephew, and they don't charge them the same way they charge us. But when we have our so-called communities, we're mainly policed by people that don't look like us, and they're looking to target us, and they often like they really don't like us, and they're trying to put something on us that really ain't us. I mean, like if you can look at the statistics of how many wrongful convictions there have been, because Innocence Project does exist now. A lot of people that are coming home that were wrongly convicted look like us also, which means it's like they were mainly targeted by the system. The people got those jobs in order to go out there and abuse people. So like I said, even in their poor communities, they don't get charged as much. Like they'll catch somebody stealing from the store and be like, hey, stop that. And they won't lock them up, and that doesn't get reported. You get what I'm saying? Or that might be their uncle that's the police, and they be like, you know what, I would lock you up, but what we gonna do is we gonna talk to you real quick. And that's what happens within their community. So it's like when you talk about criminality, they fudge the statistics on purpose. As a lot of the times, like I said, go to most neighborhoods that are urban, you don't have many like black police officers a lot of times. And then sometimes, even when they do have black police officers, they want to give you a harder time than sometimes even the white folks. You know what I'm saying? And it really is what it is. So it's like you can't count what is not like, entered into like the data at all. Like you can't count the things that have neglected to even be put in. And then you also find that same charges, we get more time. It don't even matter. Like it'd be the same charge. A black kid and a white kid could both have the same charge, and the black kid's still gonna get more time. It could be the same charges though. Like it's.
I mean, we know that the justice system is not fair. I guess what I'm trying to say to the guy Nixon, though, he just sat in the comment section and he said there's white on white crime, there's black on white crime. He named all of these races, which he actually proved my point for me, because instead of just putting races on it, you basically just said in the chat that every group commits crimes against each other and to everybody else. Correct. So if that's the case, why wouldn't you just simply say we have high crime areas, low crime areas, and figure out why people commit crime? Because race is actually not a factor in crime. That is a fact. You can go look at any study there is. Race is not a factor in crime. There's nowhere that says you go into an area with a bunch of people of a certain race, you're going to find more crime. When you actually study the things that cause crime, race is actually not one of them. And white people know this very well because you can study all of this at college. If you went and got a goddamn degree, I can tell you all of the things that contribute to crime, and race is never one of them. So if you're going to put every goddamn race of people in the chat, you just made my point. Crime is crime. Crime is crime. Black people live around each other, so yeah, they commit crime against each other. So do white people. It's called proximity, fool. So anyway, shut up, Nixon. I've had enough of you running your mouth. It's late and you on my nerves. I don't need to keep hearing you say the same thing again. Somebody, he says, this is last year. I guess this for you. Well, I disagree. I believe that black police officers should police poor black American communities. Nigga, I'm from Detroit.
Can I speak on that?
You can hold on. I'm from Detroit. I just want Nixon to know. And I've watched black police officers police the Detroit community, and they whoop our ass, steal our shit, take advantage of us, steal drug dealers' money, commit crimes just as anybody else. So there you go, living in another fantasy world. Just because the officers are black don't mean they're righteous. Boy, you got a lot to learn. Nixon, how old are you? Grow up some more, or either go get some education before you come back in my comment section. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Mark. The floor is yours.
Okay. Well, first off, thank you for letting me up on your panel. I've been following you for a very long time. I actually came out to the last Black Agenda that you had when you had Judge Joe Brown and Nathan on the
Oh,
panel.
you were here in
I was
Atlanta.
there. I was in the background, just real quiet watching, and I like how you do your thing.
Thank you.
But I do want to speak on this topic because I got about 30 minutes into this conversation, and there was a few things that you had brought up, and it made me go ahead and just fast forward and hope that you were still alive because I did want to speak on this. And my perspective and my take on this situation will be a little bit different from everyone else who has came up
Okay.
on your panel. I am someone who was in law enforcement. I was an officer for 8 years, spent 4 years as a patrol officer, and my last 4 as a detective. And I'm actually here in Texas. I'm actually in Collin County. I live in Allen. I'm not in Frisco, but I'm in Collin County. And then also my first 4 years I spent on the East Coast in North Carolina as an officer. And I will say this, he's not going to get off scot-free. I'm going to tell you based off what I know as a detective who has worked in the Texas system. If they give him a plea, he's going to get a involuntary manslaughter.
Mhm.
If I had to bet, I'll say he'll get 3 to 5 years. He's not getting off scot-free. It's not going to happen.
I agree with you. Let me say in that before you go further,
Yeah.
I actually got ridiculed because I said he's not going to get off scot-free. People said, "Oh, you need to speak top positive. You signed the deal and doomed him already." I agree with you though, and I'm glad in your expertise you can say the same thing. And I do think he's going to get a deal, and that's what I said. It'll be manslaughter. Although I'm glad you have a more positive outlook because I'm not sure because you're in Texas. What do you know what the sentencing range is for manslaughter?
So manslaughter with his situation, it's going to be involuntary. The deal he'll get is going to be a 3 to 5. It could be a 5 to 7, but I think because of his age, it's going to be a
because
3
he
to
doesn't have
5.
any priors.
Now, one thing that I will say that is, I'm gonna tell you one thing that I think that's very interesting about this case, and it just comes from my years and experience in the law enforcement field. I do have a background in law enforcement in the criminal justice field. I have a master's degree in criminal justice. Just this is where I've done a lot of my years as far as career before I went off and went into the world of business on my own. One thing that is very interesting that I think they will take into consideration if he gets a really good lawyer is the stature, because I'll tell you this, and this is something, and you've seen this with a lot of the stuff that I see that you put up in MX Network. There's so many cases that occur in the country where the news don't even report on it. There's a lot of police killings. But one thing that I will point out is the stature difference. There's a lot of situations where you'll have like a female officer who will shoot a male, and there's a great stature difference. And that's actually something that will come into play when it comes to whether a grand jury will take that into account to where they're going to actually pursue charges. And from several situations such as that, I've seen it actually pass on to the civilian on civilian types of cases where you'll have such as Karmelo, where he's like 5'9", 130 pounds, and then you got the Austin kid, he's 6'1", 225. If he gets a good lawyer, they're gonna look at that, because one of the elements of the stand your ground, I don't know the statute off the top of my head, but one of the elements that they are going to look at is the perception of that threat. So even though he was unarmed, even though he was giving him verbal warnings, if he gets a good lawyer that can really speak on the perception, like the perceived threat, he 5'9", 130 versus 6'1", 225, he's outside of a perceived space where he shouldn't be, but there's not actually anything preventing him to be there, such as like an actual trespassing.
Right.
They can't say that he was trespassing.
And the twins were under a whole nother tent. They came over there to him. So he wasn't even in their vicinity. They came to him.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's one thing that I hope that his lawyer actually speaks on, is the perceived threat, because I've seen this before. I mean, and just again, speaking from some of the things that I've seen personally in my life in that actual profession.
Did you see the news coverage when they came out after the bond reduction? So the district attorney spoke, and then his attorney spoke. He seems like he has a really good attorney. I think that's why he was able to make the move he was and get him home, and reduce the bail. He's on house arrest or whatever. So I mean, in the way he spoke, I mean, he didn't say much, but of course he doesn't want to reveal too much. But I think he does have a good attorney. I think that with the money, they got a good one. So, like I said, I think
so
he
as
will
well.
get manslaughter too. I'm glad you said, you know, that them 3 to 5 years. That's not a bad thing because, you know,
I can see that.
he
Yeah.
don't
I
have
can
to
see 3
serve.
to 5, but honestly, if I'm just gonna be honest with you, I can just being here in Collin County, I can see him I can see 3 to 5 as like, if I had to put a bet on it, 3 to 5 is like a 70%, but he can get off on this one too. It's that perceived threat part that it's going to be a very interesting case, no matter how this goes.
If he has
Because
a
there's
good
a
attorney,
perceived
though,
threat part.
I don't think that I don't think that I would advise him to go to trial though. See, because even though it seems good, it still all comes down to the jury that they'll have, and they're already talking about a change of venue, but it's being argued that it should stay there because that's the county where Metcalf or whatever his name is from.
They're going to change the venue. I'm
Right,
telling you right now, that's going
because
to
the
happen
people
because
in
this
that
is
venue is going to
Collin
be
County is
biased.
predominantly white and Indian. They're going to
Right.
change the venue. It's
Well,
not
we'll
going to.
see.
He's
We'll
not going
see.
to be tried
I've seen
here.
sometimes in these cases they don't want to change the venues, and I would say I've seen a lot of cases when it comes to major race issues and the media is involved in their big cases. There are plenty of times that we've seen juries, and it's like, dang, everybody on there is white, or it's one black person or a Hispanic, and that's it. But the jury, I think for me over the years, in many cases have always been an issue because, you know, when it comes down to them, they get to decide they're guilty or not. But like I said, his attorney, I think he's smart. I think that I think trial can be avoided completely. I think they can come up with a good plea deal. I don't think we're going to see a trial. So,
well, hopefully if they give him, I mean, this, and nobody wants to accept it, but, and, you know, just again, I have, you know, I know people who are still in law enforcement in this area who, you know, hopefully if they offer him a plea deal, like a 3 to 5, I would hope that he would take it, because if they keep the trial here in Collin County and he goes to trial, the jury's not going to be fair to him. It's not going to be a jury of his peers. I'm just going to be honest with you. If you look at the demographics of Collin County, it's not even close.
Yep.
And they're not going to move it to Dallas County. That's not going to happen. And they're not. I mean, if they did move it, it would probably, the next closest fairest county that they would move it to would maybe be Denton County.
But what is the demographics there? Is that mostly white too?
Well, it's more of a balance. It's a balance between black and Hispanic, but it's still, you know, you still got 50% white. But if you're talking about Collin County,
who they put on
you're
a
talking
jury,
about 80% white.
Because see, the thing is, even if they move from the county, that's always baffled me with people when they like, we're going to move stuff to another county for a fair trial. But when cases are this big that they've made national news, you could go to any county, but people have already heard so much about it. You're going to get people who already have their preconceived opinion before they get in there, because it's being tried, you know, in the court of public opinion at this point. So there's not any county they're going to go to where nobody has heard about this case. So
no, that's true.
Yeah.
And like I said, my thing is, I would not personally, like I said, now I'm gonna land soon. I personally would not be surprised if, honestly, if he beat this case just off the perceived threat aspect. Everything beyond that, you know, him having the knife at the school sanctioned event, because it wasn't during school hours, it wasn't on school property, it was just a sanctioned event.
It wasn't on school property. Say that again.
Say that again.
Say that again. It wasn't on school property.
Yeah, no, it wasn't on school property. No, it was just it was a school sanctioned event. But because there's so many elements to this where he can actually beat this case. I mean, he really could, but it's that perceived threat aspect. That's the only part where I see. That's why I say this is going to be an interesting one. Yeah. I promise you, this is the closest thing in modern times that we've seen to, like, I'm gonna be honest with you, this is very similar to that OJ case. If you could mix OJ and well, no, OJ, the way they moved it, because you already got the public trial that's already happened, but there's so many elements to this where,
well, we have a lot of
the kid can say he feared for his life. I mean, just based off the fact.
You know, public trials. It's usually the other way around with a white person or a cop killing a black person, though. But I guess when I think of OJ, the only thing I think about his trial is, like, even though his was public, he didn't go down because of the infamous glove. We all remember, if it don't fit, you must have quit. See, this was the thing with OJ. I don't think it was the movement of it. I think it was the fact that it was proved there was so much police tampering of the evidence. That's why OJ did get found guilty, because they tampered with so much evidence in that case.
No, you're right. And the only part about the comparison I was making was the moving into a county where it was more likely to get ruled on the behalf of the police.
I hope
Where
we don't
he
get
is right now, it
election.
would be more likely to be ruled on the behalf of the Austin family. Now, I will say this, like I said, there's so many elements to this. The continuous, because one thing that has not been disputed in this case is that Karmelo did not, he did continuously warn this kid, leave me alone, leave me
Yeah.
alone, leave
It
me
said
alone.
twice. Yeah, he told me, touch me, see what I do. He touched him. He said, hit me and see what happens. He did
Yeah,
tell him. He
yeah.
did tell him.
And so, I mean, the stand your ground laws here in Texas is so gray. I mean, just to be honest, when people talk about that, they usually speak to guns because this is the constitutional carry state. You don't need a license. As long as you're not a felon, you can carry a gun, no matter how, no matter where. So people are looking at the stand your ground law in the context of actual firearms.
Right.
Now, knives completely different.
Right, because in all states, you can carry a knife. I mean, you're able to carry a knife as a weapon. It's only guns that come into play when we're talking about what you can carry unique
Correct.
concealed.
And so people trying to make the point about saying, oh, he was on school grounds, it was a school event. No. It wasn't. It's a school sanctioned event. So anything can be a school sanctioned event. You can be at a stadium that was high schools competing against each other. That's not a school property. It's just a school sanctioned event. So again, I see his, I hate to be that person to say that we should, as a people, we should take a deal, but just being someone who's been in law enforcement, I've seen this. If they offer him 3 to 5, he should take it, because
No, I
if you
think he
run
should
this through
take a deal.
trial, it's going
If
to be
they
over.
offered him 5 to 7, if
100%.
they offered him 5 to 7, right now he is facing a murder charge that can carry 25 years. So, and
Because they're going
that's
to punish him if he
part
makes
of the
them.
game.
If he makes Collin County pay for all those all the amount of time that the
I
judges
just finished saying
and
that
the
too.
public, all the DAs, they're going to punish him for that. You
Yeah.
get punished when you take this to trial.
I
That's
said
the
A lot of people
punishment.
don't, and a lot of people don't understand that. I
Yeah.
just finished saying what you just said. I said if they make the court, access all these resources,
Oh yeah.
they're going to punish. He found guilty. They're going to punish him for that. They're not going to give him the 3 to 5 on a plea deal. They're going to tack on another 10, 15 years on top of that. Plus,
Yeah, he's not going to get, because they already
Yeah.
said he's not going to get life. He's not going to qualify for 25. If he takes this to
Because he's
trial
a
and
first
makes it,
offender.
because the
Yeah,
state is going to pay
he's not a criminal record.
the DA per hour that they're working on this case, and the state don't like doing that. That's money. That's you're costing the state to take this to trial. Now, again, that perceived threat part, if he has a strong enough case, we haven't seen video, we haven't heard from witnesses, that's the part that's still up in the air. Now, if any of that information comes out, this could completely flip. He might have a solid case. He might get off.
Well, they say that there are 7 videos. People did record.
Oh, there are videos. I was just about to ask that. There are
the
videos.
police has
From what I've
confiscated
heard, it's
all.
favorable to.
Yeah, so we'll see, but
That's why they haven't
there's
came out.
footage of it. Police have confiscated all the videos and told all of the people who did record them on their phones they are not allowed to post them on social media. If they do, they will be charged. So,
and you know why? I'll tell you why. Because it's favorable to Karmelo.
Yeah,
from what I've
that's what I think too. That's
it's
what I said.
favorable to him.
If it was
From what
favorable,
I've personally heard, it's favorable.
It's a public place, so if people have recorded a public incident, it's really not against the law to put that out there. All these people saw what happened if it's being recorded, and the fact that they don't want it to be out there. That's what I said. It probably
trust and believe. If it was favorable to the white boy, it would already be released.
Too. I think it's favorable for Karmelo. That's why they don't want nobody to see it. So
I would like to know if Texas is a commonwealth.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. No.
Let me I'm going to read this super chat. I want to say to Dwayne Glover. He says you cannot carry a knife in all states. Mr. Dwayne Glover, yes, you can. A knife is not a regulated weapon. Nobody said you could walk around with a machete, but you could go get a pocket knife from a regular store. It's not a regulated weapon.
You go to the goddamn gas station.
As long as it's under 3 inches in length, you can carry a knife.
Yeah, you don't need a license to carry a pocket knife. You know,
that's why I said people just be talking. They don't know what they talking about. Man.
So again, yeah, a knife is not a regulated weapon. What I'm saying is you don't need a license. A felon can carry everybody can carry a knife. It's their pocket knife.
Ordinances have size limits though, like because they
3
have.
inches.
Well, that's what I just said. You can't walk around with a machete, but they're called pocket knives for a reason. A person can have a pocket knife. You know,
just like you can walk around with mace.
That's what I was going to say. Like you can carry mace. It's a common weapon that you can have that you don't have any restrictions as far as like you don't need a permit to carry it or things like that.
That's why when people be posting stuff like that, Michi, I'll just ignore them. I'm like, man,
they just, but they just, they be loud and wrong, and and then they always want to say it with cap letters and be seen with emojis. So I like to give the dummies attention that want attention. I want to remind them that they're stupid. So they, you know what I'm saying? They did all that work to get seen. I want to let them know. But shout out to Thomas. Thomas gave $10 and said, if they give Karmelo a fair trial, he will beat this case. His level of imminent danger is not the same as someone who is trained or to determine I don't know what you meant by that, why he felt his life was in danger. But I get what you're saying, right? So, well,
can I add one more thing?
I hope he doesn't. I hope he doesn't go to trial. I see that he could get a really good plea deal compared to what he's facing. I mean, he's not going to get off scot-free. That's what I believe. He's going to have to do something. And so I think that's the best we can hope for. That's what I've been saying is a plea deal. And it's going to be manslaughter. And most of the time the courts do that. Let me say that. They will charge him with murder, even though they know this is not murder. But the reason why they do that is so that when the attorney comes in and does a plea deal, he can go to manslaughter. Now, if they charge him with manslaughter off the bat, then the plea deal is something less than that. So they start off with this higher thing. So when he gets this plea deal for manslaughter, now it sounds good and they'll take it. When the truth is, this crime is not really murder. This crime is manslaughter. It's a matter of if it's first degree, second degree, involuntary, like, Mark said, it's a difference of what level of manslaughter it is. But this is not murder. It is manslaughter. But if they charge him with manslaughter off the bat, then that means his plea bargain is going to be even less than that. Right. So that's why they do the murder charge. That's why they do the higher one. So when they give you
one more thing too,
they end up with what they want.
If I can say one more thing, and I just want to close out with this, because it was one of the things I heard you speaking on. Like I said, I didn't catch all of this. I caught the first 30 minutes and just sped it up to the end so I can see if you were still alive. But there was one other thing that I heard you mention that I couldn't help but completely agree with. Regardless of how this goes, this is not a win for us because this kid, he's gonna live with this for the rest of his life. So this is not something that he should feel proud of. This kid is sleeping with this. I mean, and a lot of the people saying that, oh, he did the right thing, he took care of business, whatever the case may be. A lot of people saying this stuff. Number one, they've never actually seen no one die right in front of them. They've not been in those life or death situations. I can speak personally from my own experience from things that I've seen in my own life. If I can give a really quick story of like the craziest thing I've seen in law enforcement, and this was in my early years. I remember there was a call where me and another officer, middle of the night, we're just sitting, when you see two officers sitting side by side, you're like, oh, they're over there plotting. I'm gonna be honest with you. If you see police sitting at night, sitting side by side, they're just talking shit, killing time, trying to stay awake. So I remember one time we was just sitting, me and this other officer, we're just sitting here talking. We get a call, and this is just random, like somebody knocking at the door, whatever the case. Caller says someone's knocking at the door, middle of the night, whatever the case may be. We haven't moved yet, and it start escalating from there. It goes from there. Oh, the caller states that somebody's now kicking the door. So we're close by to where this call is coming from. We start heading that direction, and I kid you not, I know for a fact, I still remember this to this day. We were no less than 90 seconds away from this apartment complex, but the way the call came in, it wasn't intense enough for where you can run lights and sirens. So we're just going there, regular speed. We're getting there, and it escalated from there. Caller just said door came open. Somebody with a gun, waving gun, whatever the case. We kicked lights on. I know for a fact, whoever, because I'm gonna get to the end of the story, but whatever happened, whoever did it, we passed them coming in on the way out. So we get there, and this is what I'm saying. When people say, "Oh, he did the right thing," we get to this apartment. We get there. This is a person. This lady answered the door. Somebody's kicking the door. She answered the door. First time in my career I've ever actually seen a person shot, just freshly shot in the head. They were there to rob her. Shot her in the head. I'll tell you one thing about seeing somebody shot in the head. When you see on movies like the smoke coming out of the body, that's actually real. That's real. The cleanest hole you'll ever see. That's the first time I've ever actually seen brain matter and brain, like skull chips on the floor. I thought it was teeth. person was still, they were going to die, but we were trying to keep her alive, but she was gone. But just seeing that I'm telling you, when it occurred, I know we passed the person coming out, but just seeing someone taking their last breath, knowing they're going to die, knowing you can't save them.
You never forget that.
That you don't forget that. So
And you
to
didn't
think
even
that
cause
this kid, right, this kid stabbed this kid in the chest, ran off. His first question was, "Is he okay?"
Yeah, he asked that, and I
That's
don't
how
think
that's how
he was
you know he
thinking to
wasn't a
himself.
criminal.
He
Thank you.
wasn't a criminal. He didn't.
Yeah,
He had no
yeah.
intentions. This will never
Exactly.
be. And I say that to say this because I've seen that happen before, where you see people taking their last breath. We knew we couldn't save this lady. I'm telling you, the bullet, a bullet hole is so clean going in, and the exit is nasty if it exits. It's clean though, but we knew she wasn't going to live. But what I'm saying is, this kid had no. I say that to say this. This kid had no intentions on killing that boy. That's why he asked, "Was he okay?"
Yeah, I thought the
He's going to
same.
live with this for the rest of his life. That's
He
replaying in
is.
his mind. Having this conversation, I still live with this. This woman answered the door and got shot in her head with her 3-year-old in her hand. They were there to rob her. Come to find out later, like I think 8 months later, they end up catching who did it, and the guy confessed to doing it. They followed. She worked at a local restaurant, O'Charlie's. They followed her home and tried to rob her for her tip money. And when she opened the door saying she had no money, they shot her in the head. Stupid.
Tip money. Oh my God.
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Wow.
Somebody
But
said
Well,
that
that.
kid ain't
thank
sleeping,
you
man.
for
That
Somebody,
thank you
boy
for
ain't
your
had no sleep since he been in
That
jail.
is terrible.
somebody
thank
in
you
the
for your service, my man. Thank you for your service.
yes, somebody in the chat said that he didn't see him die because he ran. But let me say this: that's not true. He saw enough that he was concerned.
He
So
felt that,
imagine when
man.
you stab somebody in the heart. So he stabs him in the heart. The boy probably falls down. It's his heart, so he's pumping a lot of blood. I'm sure that he still had the knife, so he pulled the knife out, which means the wound is then pumping blood out. The boy fell to the ground. He was hurt immediately, and his brother caught him in his arms and had blood all on him. So even if he just stabbed him and stood there for 5 seconds in shock of what just happened, he saw enough. That's why when he ran off and the officer stopped him, he said, "Is he dead? Is he alive? Is he okay?" He asked that. And I promise you, he was asking that because in his mind and in his franticness of just stabbing him with the knife, he ain't really thinking about the body parts and where it's at. His intention, I don't believe, was I'm gonna stab him in his heart and kill this boy. That's not what he really was thinking when he did it. And I want y'all to know too, psychologically, like, to shoot somebody and kill them from a distance is one thing, but to stab somebody is a very personal thing. You're up and close. And as you stab them, it's just a different type of intimate way of killing someone that's not the same as shooting them. Just like beating somebody to death with your hands is different than shooting them, or choking somebody to death. You got your arms around their neck, you feel the life leaving them. Those are different ways to kill people. And so, again, watching somebody die, even though he didn't watch him all the way, he saw the boy fall out and looked like he was hurt pretty bad. That's why I think he asked that question. And to know that he died from what he did, I do believe that's hunting him. I mean, it's
He
one
had
thing.
a fight or flight response.
Yeah,
I mean, it was like less than a second. The fight
yeah,
was the stab, and I mean, literally, we're talking about less than a second,
yep,
less
yep,
than 1 second. At least with a gun, you can create distance and make that
yep,
decision. But when
yep.
you got somebody up on you, that fight or flight is real when it comes to hand-on-hand combat, or even with a knife. In order to put a knife in somebody, you got to be on them. He
And
stuck
that,
him one time and ran.
what
And
happened
that's
in
why and that's what I said. What I said too in regards
That's
to
why he
that. I
can.
said
I'm telling you, it's the perceived threat is why I think he can beat this. Is you got to be that up and close. Like, if I've yet to hear anybody say he lunged towards him, he ran towards him. That boy was on him. He had to be within striking distance.
yeah, they were right in front of each other, but to watch him fall out and bleed like that, like the people who watched him die that was under that tent, I'm sure they're traumatized from seeing him die.
Oh
So
yeah,
imagine
yeah. Most people
he
have never seen
he
someone life
he
come
the
out of
one
them.
that
I've
did it.
personally seen that. It's not something you want to see.
He's
no,
Like,
the
it's
you
one
not
see
that
somebody
something
almost
you
taking their
before
want
he
to
last
see
died.
breath.
too. Yeah.
So I don't care what y'all say. That's why I say he's a 17-year-old kid. He's not a army veteran who done killed a bunch of people in combat. So I want you to know that while y'all are like, yeah, he got what he deserved, and blah 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 blah, and you think it's his good thing, and he took out some racist old bully white boy. I don't think Karmelo feels like that. I think that he probably replaced that boy's face in that incident in his head. And to know he killed that boy, I don't think that he walks around with his chest stuck out like, nigga, don't mess with me, I'll kill you. I don't think that that's how Karmelo really feels, to be honest with y'all. I think it's easy for people to say that because you're not a part of the situation and you're distant from it. But if you've seen people die, if you talk to people who have partaken in killing people, even when they're fully grown and fully trained, I know plenty of people who are ex-cops. I know people who are ex-vets and things like that, and they spoke about their experiences. And even in that sense, they're shooting somebody because they feel they're in the right or they're going to hurt somebody else. Or when you're out at war and you're in the army and you're out there in the military and you're killing people because they're your enemy. The Taliban gonna kill you if you don't kill them. Do y'all know when they were over there in that war? I know somebody who was over in that war, and he said that there were kids that were 12 and 13 and 14 years old that worked with the Taliban. He said them little niggas had army gun, automatic rifles, guns, and everything, and they were gunning to kill us. So while we're shooting at our enemies, we're killing kids. And yeah, those kids would have killed us, but those were our targets. He said, I'll never forget the faces of them. And they would have killed me in a heartbeat, but I killed a bunch of kids, my nigga. So it's like, I want y'all to know these are hard trained people who are taught to kill and fight. That's why they come up with PTSD. They can't deal with it. They have all these thoughts. And so killing somebody is not easy. I think y'all watch too much TV if you think that.
It
And
is. And just
Carmelo's
seeing death,
a kid.
period. I mean, you see a
Yeah,
lot of death in some
Carmelo's
of
a
these
kid.
jobs.
I don't think he has his chest out big like some of y'all talking, and he feel good about what he did. I think he's traumatized.
He's a good kid, and I just hope he can forgive himself because, there's some people that's built for that, and he don't seem like that type at all. Like, he was emotional immediately. Like, come on now, like he didn't even keep running. He wanted it to end. He was hoping that he was gonna be okay.
You can look at that kid's mugshot and you can see the
That's what
fear
I
in
was
his
going to say.
eyes. I mean, you can look at him. And I want to say one more thing, and I'm gonna drop down, because it's a reoccurring comment I've seen earlier in the chat about black officers needing to patrol the poor black communities. And I'm just going to speak from someone who was a black officer. Any police department outside of Memphis and some of these larger cities that are predominantly black, like Detroit, Memphis, and some of the other cities that are more than 70% black. Any city that's not predominantly black, I'll speak on this. I'll say if you are a black officer going into a police department, they're going to automatically put you in a black community, whether you want to be there or not, because one of the main complaints in the black community to the police department is we don't have enough officers who look like us patrolling our area. So I will speak on that. And I've worked for 3 different police departments, and every single one, that's not even a conversation. They're putting you in the black community, not because it's the worst side of town. It's because the people in that area want to be patrolled by black police officers. Now, I'll say this too: most police departments that aren't in a city that's predominantly black, you will have a overwhelming majority of officers who aren't black. So if you're not seeing a lot of black police officers in your black community, it's because there's not a lot of black recruitment in that department. So
Can you
go
also
ahead.
attest to something else for me?
Go for it.
That there are egotistical, power-driven, and corrupt cops in every race, because
Oh,
I feel like
absolutely.
people think
Absolutely.
that just because
Especially the
black
ones that are
police
predominantly
officers
white. You'll get a
control
lot
our
of black officers
community,
who want to beat
that
down on
they're going
black
to
people.
treat us, that they're going to treat us better, and that doesn't
No,
necessarily happen either.
no. Oh God, I can definitely speak on that one, especially when you're working with these departments that are in a predominantly white area, and they do have one area that's literally redlined and designated to only be the black side of town. They will put black officers over there, and some of those black officers are looking to get ranked up, and they will over police their own people in order to pretty much get their stripes. I've seen that happen before. That is a very real thing that happens a lot. Now, I will say this too. Going back to one of the things that you said earlier, which is so true. When I get very disgusted when I hear that comment about black on black crime. Black on black crime is not a real thing. Crime is
Thank
based off poverty. I've worked in my second police department. I worked in an area that was a heavily Hispanic area. And let me tell you something about the Hispanic areas. They do not call the police. They have a lot of crime. They just don't call the police. And their crime is committed by people who look just like them. And a lot of the crimes are committed based off some of the smaller economies that go on in impoverished communities. You're only robbing people who are within your community. Oh, why they don't go rob the white folks? Because they outnumbered over there. You're going to rob the people who you feel like you may have power over, and those people just so happen to be in your community. There are micro economies within impoverished communities, and I feel like a lot of people don't understand that. So when you hear about black on black crime and you look at who's committing crime on who, a lot of times it's micro economies.
Yeah. Well, poverty just brings a lot of things. People do drugs. There's liquor stores on the corner. So you're dealing with alcohol abuse. You're dealing with drugs. You're dealing with a lot of mental issues that people are not necessarily taking care of. And then, of course, that poor aspect, and so there's just a lot of factors in that. When people say black on black crime, I be wanting to say, so, I want them to know that there's also a correlation between ice cream sales. Ice cream sales go up when crime goes up. Does that mean ice cream sales cause crime? Like, no, nigga, it's hot outside. So more people are buying ice cream. And at the same time, more people are outside. So more crime is happening.
That's the microeconomy. When you see more movement, that's how there's
everything ain't
microeconomies that are
connected.
created.
You gotta look deeper than that. It's deeper than the race of a person. It's the environment.
Because at the end of the day, we all need money. And when you can't go and just go get a job and opportunities aren't available, human nature kicks in, and you're gonna get it how you're gonna get it how you get it. And I've seen it in real life. That's just how it works. And it's no such thing as it's all based off poverty. You feel like people will say, oh, well, when you move to the white side of town, you don't deal with this element. Well, because there's not a lot certain sides of town, regardless of white or black, there's not poverty. There's several areas here in Texas that are predominantly black that are affluent, and there's not a lot of crime.
Right.
Crime
And then when you
is
get
based
crime,
off
it's probably
proximity and
different
poverty.
crime. You might get domestic violence because people argue. Just because people got money don't mean they don't drink and stuff. And then you get people, who have different types of crimes, crimes that people commit that have more money. But it's not the poor crime. Poor crimes tend to come with a whole lot more violence and stuff attached to it. Even in the other suburbs, if people got a whole lot of money, even if they want to kill you for your life insurance policy, they don't ever really shoot you. Like they kill you in some like setup way. They
arsenic.
ethylene glycol poisoning in
like
your
that.
soup. Your wife want to poison you with antifreeze for over 3 months. It ain't violent.
Yeah. So yeah, it's all, like I said, it's all proximity based. And it's based off poverty. I mean, when you really look at crime statistics, and all of this stuff is public information. You can go to your local police department and look at the crime stats and connect it to the zip codes and look at those zip codes and look at, because one of the things you'd want to look at when you're trying to figure out what's going on in your city when it comes to crime. Okay, look at the zip codes, look at the school district ratings. You can look at some of the job opportunities in those areas. And it's when people don't have opportunities, they don't have money to drive 30, 40 minutes, an hour across town to go get a job. They're literally confined to their area. So they have to figure out how to get money. And if they see people in their area getting money in a illicit way, they're going to figure out how to take money from them. It's all proximity, and it's based off poverty. Crime is proximity based. It's based off poverty. It's not based off race.
The pink kids were the poor ones. Like the brother was the affluent one. Like he's the one who has the family that actually are together and have a better environment. Like don't say, I bet you his house is better than his pedophile father's. Like don't say, and his mother and father, their mother and father ain't even together. The twins' mother and father weren't even together. So at the end of the day, like they tried to put all these stereotypes on this young young brother. Like he is not that dude. And then they tried to say the airsoft, like he's posing like a gangster. Like so, and they showed the twins. They're like, oh, but they were hunting though. Oh, that's normal. They go hunting.
That's the way that they try and twist things.
It always is what it is, but it's like the projection is always the projection of, all right, so black people can't have guns and go shoot. Let's say even if it was a real gun and he's putting his middle finger up. So the other white kid, he was putting his freaking middle finger up too. Is he a gangster? Is this the middle finger gang? What the
That's
hell?
because we don't control our own media. I mean, it just boils down to that. We don't control our own media.
Yep.
So I want to read out these last 2 super chats, y'all. Then I'm gonna get out of here. It's over 4 hours. I was not trying to have a long ass panel, but I'm glad we had this conversation. I think the last one we had, it was kind of late. We didn't get a lot of people up. Today, I actually got the perspectives and communities that I think we were able to discuss this in a more fuller aspect than we did the other night. And so I'm glad that it did, take this turn and that everybody came up. I want to say to Nixon, Nixon, shut up. Nixon says, sir, no disrespect, but you're full of shit. Nixon, you're just mad because we don't agree with you about what commits crime. Like, I don't know why a 62-year-old black man is so hell-bent on trying to convince us it's black on black crime. Like, I just told you this from somebody who has a bachelor's degree in criminal justice and in psychology. Like, I've literally studied what causes crime, bruh. And this is an officer up here, and you mad at him because he's telling you the truth too. Like, I think you're too old to be this dumb and resistant to knowledge, okay? Grow the fuck up, Nixon. You said you're 62. I need you to act like it, all right, my nigga? Have a good night, because we about to leave your dumb ass in the chat being dumb. Chris came back with a $10 holler, said, I think they want it to go to trial. That way TV ratings will go up, money will go up, and when it all goes down, said and done, both parties will come out smelling like roses. Well, I don't think that that's necessarily the choice of the people. I don't think they really control that, or they're all, orchestrated in that way. But I don't think it'll go to trial. I will be surprised if we see a trial. I'll be upset as his attorney and his dad. Like, what are you doing? Because that's the way the criminal justice system works. They're gonna offer this boy a plea bargain, and the step down from murder is gonna be manslaughter, which is what it is in the first damn place. So he's gonna take a plea deal. I bet I put a bet on it. He's gonna take a plea deal. We're not gonna see a trial. And more Sam says, shout out for the $5. Says, what about the fact that Austin was 225 and was excelled in taijutsu? So I want to say we did address that. The ex-officer up here did talk about his weight and his perceived height over the boy and things like that from his perspective to say what kind of a threat it was. So we did talk about that. And I do want to talk about the way you said that he excelled in taijutsu. Nobody knew that. So that's really not a factor. It's not like, you know what I'm saying? Like, people are saying that about his life, but what you have to understand is that him and Karmelo had no prior relationship with each other. So Karmelo wasn't standing there thinking this boy knows taijutsu and he's going to whoop my ass. So that's really not a factor, because that's not something he was privy to when he got into the altercation with him. If he prior knew him or knew this about him, that would be different, but he didn't know that. So even though that's something that came out in the, and people saying that may know him in his life, that really won't play a factor in how he was looking at it from a self-defense, because Karmelo didn't know that about him. I do too. I'm gonna put up the video that I have tomorrow. That's why I gotta go to bed. Y'all be having me up all night, and then I don't get up early enough. And y'all don't get no damn videos from me, because I have the video from the attorney and him talking. I do want to post that for you guys to see tomorrow. But I also want to show you all of the stuff I found online, all of the threats and stuff they've been doing to harass the black judge that actually gave him bail. Which what she did was actually very reasonable, regardless of race or anything. Looking at his situation, his age, and all of that stuff, and factors if he would run. This is exactly what he should get. $1 million was actually excessive in anybody's case in his situation.
And he doesn't have any priors neither. Like, people,
yeah, it was
he's
excessive.
not a,
And
But
that's
I
part
also
of
have
why
a
that's
couple
why
of
they're gonna move it. I'm telling you, they're gonna move it, because that judge who did that, it was major overreach, and they were punishing him through the bail system.
right.
And so
But I
now
think
they're gonna move it even more now, because she did that, and she's actually a conservative judge here in Collin County. So
and
this
that's
is
the
bad.
thing. Right. She might be conservative, but this is I think that makes the point even better, is that what she did was the norm. The $1 million was an excess for that situation. No matter what the race is, the $250,000 bail and being able to go home on house arrest. When you look at the full situation, he's 17. He's the honor student. He doesn't really have a risk of running. They're going to send him home with an ankle monitor. He's a child. He's going home to his parents. Things like that. Like, if he was white, that would be reasonable. Like that what she did was actually the reasonable thing. I don't think it was because he's black. I think it was reasonable. And I think his attorney is a good attorney. And they said, fuck this, we're going to get it in front of a new judge. And he knew what judge to put it in front of, because the judge that gave him the $1 million bond, he was being ridiculous. He was
going off the court of public opinion. And that's why I'm telling you, because I live here, they're going to move it, because it's already messed up. They've already messed it up. So I'm going to tell you something. That's one of the things that I've heard that is part of why they're going to move it from here, because that first judge that issued that $1 million bond, it was so excessive. This kid is not a flight risk. He's literally rooted here in Collin County. The kid goes to church here. He has all types of connections here. They punished him through the bail system unjustly already, which is why they already know that he's not going to get a fair trial in this county. they're gonna move it. I'm telling you. Watch,
Good.
just watch. It's gonna be good.
But that's good. That's good. I think that shows to the good attorney that he has. So, but I also found some posts online from people who posted, and they were saying that they hated the twins because they were very extreme bullies, and they knew the twins, and people who are coming forward, other students and stuff that did go to school with them, saying that they were really big bullies, and they're glad what happened to him. So, I mean, I ain't right or wrong, but there are kids that knew them that are saying they're a bully and they bullied them. One lady said that the twins bullied her son so bad that he was contemplating suicide, and they had went through a big ordeal from all the bullying they were doing to them. So I'm gonna post that for you guys to see too. So, you know, this is what out there. So I can't really say I feel sorry for the boy that ain't here. Like, you know, you fuck around, you find out. Stop fucking around and you won't find out, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Why you bullying everybody? Go get a fucking life and stop being an asshole just because
You know,
you
one thing, Michi, that they haven't done that they do to us all the time. They love to bring up the past of the family members. You notice how they're not highlighting that dad's past with the
Oh, well, I
sexual assault
am.
stuff. Have you
Yeah,
noticed
he's a
that?
registered sex and went to jail for sexual in
Oh
2011,
yeah.
y'all. I got that clip too.
Yeah, but you notice how they're not bringing that up and
Nope.
highlighting that as far as like part of why he act the way he act, you know,
Yep.
allegedly, or moved the way he moved allegedly based off the environment that he was raised in. But you know, anytime it's us, they go all the way back to your mama, your daddy,
Yep.
your granddaddy, and they bring everybody else up to tie in why you did what you did. But they're
And
not
one
doing
thing
that
that I
no more.
will tell you is obvious and true when it comes to psychology. When you see children who come to school as big as they is and the way they are, and they're bullies, they got that from home. That's a home issue. Their daddy either taught them to be arrogant assholes. And if you look at their dad's record, then that kind of seems reasonable. Or either there's one or two things. Either the parent has taught their children to be these kind of bullies, because dad seems to be a bully, you know, you sexually assaulting people. But the next thing is, or either that child is being bullied and belittled at home by the parent. So they come to school and they take that type of attitude out on the other children around them. But in this case, I think it's the fact that their dad is probably an arrogant ass bully too in life. And so he has taught his children how to be that way. It's probably why mom is not with him. I wouldn't be surprised if it's not records of it, if there was some type of domestic violence and he got his sons, but the mom is not with him. And that's probably part of the reason why. So, you
Hey,
know,
what they
I
say,
mean,
they put it on us all the time. The sons pay for the sins of the fathers. I'm just
yeah.
saying.
Yeah, so you know, dad raised his son to be this way, you know. So I mean, and if we get to the root of it all, you know, I just want to say for any of the white people watching, go back and let Metcalf's dad know, like, nigga, you got your son killed. When it really come down to it, this is your fault. You should have raised better children who weren't bullying people and learn to mind their white business, like we mind our black business a lot, and maybe he'd still be here. Okay, it's your fault, Dad. All your fault.
The mom had something to do with it too. Don't just let her off the hook.
Well, shut up. Here you go, Will. We about to go. You always want to bring it up at a point. Mom ain't even around. We're going to put it on the dad because he taught them boys how to be them bullies. He a bully. He the one with the record of bullying somebody out of their private parts. So, you know, we're going to leave it there. All right, y'all. I want to get out of here. I don't got no more super chats. I want to shout out to Chris. Chris is the MVP. He be here showing love. I told Chris, where do you work? You work somewhere real good. You okay? Chris being here all night giving super chat every night. I'm just saying that to Chris.
Them chippers.
He shows so much love. I can't not acknowledge it. You know what I'm saying? Chris being here, you know, he'll $5, $10 holler all night and ask 25 questions. So thank you, Chris. I appreciate it. Shout out to everybody else who gave in the super chat. I don't know if somebody sent the cash app. My phone died while I was sitting here. I did not intend to be here this long, but I am not complaining. Once again, I did have a couple contrary people come up and click the link, which was fine because that's what I was asking for. But for the most part, for those of y'all that came up, I'm glad that we could have this conversation. It was a very broad conversation, even ended with somebody that is ex-law enforcement that can give us some insight to this conversation, maybe the rest of us could not bring, even down to the sister sharing her pain. and understanding what it's really like. Because for me, that's the focus. I just don't want us to ever be happy about seeing our young men before they even get a chance to grow up and be men being hauled off to the prison. I'm never happy about that. I don't care what the situation is, you know. And if we gonna get up and be fighting white supremacy and going to prison or losing our lives, then I'm a challenge all you grown folks to get the fuck up. Like, y'all the niggas supposed to be the revolutionaries, right? Why we leaving this task to our children? That make us kind of some weak back punks. So if you not gonna get up and sacrifice your life, and you're not gonna put in that work, stop trying to praise these babies for throwing their lives away for something your ass should have been doing, because we have lived a lot with white supremacy. And if you feel that this boy, Karmelo had to deal with this because of racism, well, then I will ask you, in the whole generation that we live, for all of us 40, 50, and 60-year-olds and 70-year-olds, you should be quiet, because that means in your generation, you didn't do a motherfucking thing. That's why our youth are still fighting the same fight that you failed at. So I want you to be quiet. If you ain't risking your life on the line for this fight, just be quiet. Stop praising the fact that a young boy is going to prison. If, I don't care if it's 3 to 4 to 5 years, it's still going to always change his life. I'm never happy for the fact that the nightmares he's probably sitting with right now. I wish Karmelo could have went to that game, got wet in the rain, went on home, talked to his girlfriend, went to his job, and was in church paying his tithes and offering on Sunday. That's what I wish for him, okay? And anybody who has a problem with that, I want you to know you're the problem in our community. So check your motherfucking self. And with that said, thank you to all my panelists who came up here, and I will see you guys on the next 5. Y'all do me a favor, if you have not, on your way out, like this video and share it with somebody. Subscribe if you have not. And if you is mad about anything I said, the subscribe button works the other way too. You can unsubscribe, baby. I promise I won't miss you. Y'all have a good night.
All right, good
Peace,
night,
guys.
Remember, Karmelo is a hero.